Chapter 82, The King's Color Entanglement and the New Social Animal Chu Yang. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Urahara Store. After Urahara Kisuke came back, he was still reviewing the battle with Chu Yang just now in his mind. In addition to the terrifying power that shocked him, Chu Yang's sword skills were also amazing. Regardless of the abilities of Zanpakuto Hakakai and Swastikaki, Urahara Kisuke felt that Chu Yang's sword skills could even crush most captain-level Shinigami. This is a purely technical gap. Where did he learn such exquisite swordsmanship at such a young age? Strong curiosity made Urahara Kisuke lie on the tatami and scratch his head. At this time, Zhiling Tijai opened the door curtain, revealing half of his strong body, and asked, "How is that person? Is there a problem?" Urahara Kisuke nodded and said with a downcast face, "It's not just a problem, it's a huge problem." Nirio Tesai's expression was solemn, and his mustache was raised. "Is it related to Aizen?" Urahara Kisuke shook his head and said, "No." Grizzly Tesai was confused by him and frowned. "Since it has nothing to do with Aizen, what else can be the problem?" Kisuke Urahara tapped the tatami with his fingers and said with a frown, "He is too strong, so strong that I can't figure out his origin. He is obviously an ordinary person, but he can face me without falling behind." Only then did Nirio Tesai understand what he meant. He was suddenly stunned and asked in disbelief, "Did you lose?" Cough cough cough. Urahara Kisuke couldn't stop coughing, and he immediately turned over and sat up, saying solemnly, "How can we count ourselves as losers if we don't use Shirkai and Swastika?" Grizzly Tesai stared at Urahara Kisuke with contempt, using Haigai on humans. "You have really fallen after staying in this world for a long time. You know nothing." Knowing that Nirio Tesai was deliberately teasing him, Urahara Kisuke was too lazy to argue with him and turned over to himself. Turning his back to him, seeing that he didn't answer the question, Grizzly Tesai changed his topic and said, "It's hard to imagine what this person will be like in the future if he becomes a god of death." The unintentional words of Nishiki Tesai made Urahara Kisuke stand on his head with chills all over his body. On the other side, Chu Yang was also reviewing tonight's unexpected battle. He stopped at the last moment. On the one hand, he was worried about hurting innocent neighbors. On the other hand, he recognized Urahara Kisuke and realized that the other party had no ill intentions. In fact, Chu Yang had expected such a situation since he showed some of his abilities in front of Lucia. The chance of him clashing with the god of death was not low, but he didn't expect that the first one to clash would be Urahara Kisuke. The opponent did not use Shiji or Swastika, and the overall strength they displayed did not exceed 20%, having an advantage. Of course, Chu Yang didn't feel like there was anything to be proud of. Most of the abilities of the top-ranked Zanpakuto, Hakake and Swastika, are rules-level abilities. For example, the Swastika version of Urahara Kisuke's Zanpakuto Beneheim, Cannon opens the Beneheim Kai. Within the scope of the Swastika, Urahara Kisuke can reconstruct anything touched by the Zanpakuto. This object can be the enemy's body or his own body. The only ability of this level that Chu Yang has in his hands is Overlord Color and Haki, but his Overlord Color is not powerful enough. The second is the Breath of the Source, which is constantly improving and has extremely terrifying potential. It may grow to the rule level in the future. Chu Yang himself didn't expect that Demon Destroyer World, the one with the lowest combat power, would actually give him the biggest surprise. If the Overlord's Haki and Source's breath grow to a certain level, Chu Yang is confident that he can defeat most of the captain-level Shinigami in the Godai 13 team. Since accepting the role of acting Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo's late absences have happened from time to time, and become more frequent, in order not to delay her studies and to allow Ichigo to transform into a Shinigami independently. Rukia gave Ichigo the soul pill. The essence of the Gihun pill is a temporary soul, used to squeeze Ichigo's soul out of his body, but the Yihan pill that Rukia got from Urahara's store was a defective product. It was not a temporary soul but a soul that had undergone transformation. The day after getting the Yihan pill, the transformed soul caused a big commotion in the school. Chu Yang watched all this happen silently. This means that he is getting closer to entering Soul Society, Pirate World, an island somewhere in the New World. The blue sky was cloudless, and a group of seabirds flew past but were struck by a black lightning bolt. What followed was two dense dark clouds, rolling over each other. In the high altitude, clearly distinguishable, it was as if the entire sky was torn in half. The terrifying momentum made the animals on the island tremble. After a while, the dark clouds dispersed. On the island, a man with red hair raised a wine bottle the size of his head and drank. He still exuded an aura of horror. Chu Yang sat on the edge of the cliff, recalling the feeling when he collided with Shanks' Overlord look just now. The growth of the Overlord color requires constant confrontation with stronger Overlord colors. Because of Shanks' presence, Chu Yang made rapid progress after realizing the Overlord's color. He was like a peerless master in martial arts novels, constantly feeding Chu Yang with moves. The training of Overlord color is over. Shanks threw the wine bottle aside, pulled out the sword, Griffin, from his waist, looked at Chu Yang eagerly and said, "As usual, next is the swordsmanship competition." In a certain encounter, after Chu Yang used the sword skill of Breath of the Sun while fighting an enemy pirate, Shanks often asked to spar with Chu Yang. As a great swordsman, Shanks could hardly suppress his excitement, but to his surprise, after several competitions, he was completely defeated in swordsmanship. Shanks put away his contempt. Gradually, the two of them changed from competing with each other to sharpening each other. Shanks taught Chu Yang how to use his domineering power. While Chu Yang helped him hone his swordsmanship, Chu Yang, who was sitting on the edge of the cliff, slowly stood up and suddenly had a wooden sword in his hand. When he turned to look at Shanks, his eyes became sharp. The wooden sword in his hand was wrapped in armed color and turned into a black sword. Griffin, also turned into a black sword, and was held in Shanks's hand with both hands. Shanks, whose arm was not bitten off by the Lord of the Near Sea, made rapid progress in swordsmanship. The two of them swung out several meters long slashes at the same time. The slashes left two huge gullies on the ground, and then collided with each other. The slashes broke into tiny sword energy and turned into a storm that swept around. The sharp wind blades were like steel knives, scraping the ground 3 feet. Chu Yang and Shanks ended their simple test only after they had ravaged everything around them and rushed towards each other at the same time. Why did those two start again? Chef Lucky Lu took a big piece of barbecue in his hand, took a big bite, and then kept complaining about the fight between Chu Yang and Shanks. "There's nothing we can do. There are not many people on the ship who like to fight with swords, and only the two of them are equally good at swordsmanship." Jesus wiped the musket and looked over from time to time, wanting to know the result of the competition as soon as possible, because Chu Yang and Shanks often competed in swordsmanship. Over time, the pirates on the ship opened the market, and Lucky Lu and Jesus placed a lot of bets. If they lost, they would have to live naked this month, not to mention eating barbecue every day. When Yang first came, I only thought he was good at physical skills. His fishman karate was no different from that of the fishmen. But after a few days, this guy became a swordsman. The ship's Dr. Dege shouted loudly, "He has only been holding a sword for a few days, but he is getting better and better every day, almost catching up with the captain." Jesus paused while wiping his gun and glanced at Dege. "Isn't it wrong? In terms of swordsmanship, Yang has won several times, and it is almost the captain who is catching up with him." Dege glared at Jesus fiercely. "The captain will definitely win this time." Jesus sneered. "If you two bet, don't call if you can't make an objective evaluation." Deputy Captain Ben Beckman stood aside with a cigar in his mouth and puffed out smoke. Jesus and Dege asked at the same time, "Who did the deputy captain bet on?" Beckman answered subconsciously, "Of course it's Yang." Dege. Just when the people on the ship were discussing who would win, on the distant island, the battle was coming to an end. Chu Yang entered the striped state at this moment, and the source breath was fully opened. Shanks also felt the huge pressure and subconsciously used the power of Conqueror's Haki. He himself did not realize, he wrapped the Conqueror's Haki around the blade of Griffin, like the armament Haki. The two swords collided fiercely, the black lightning bursting from Griffin, and the light band produced by Chu Yang's source breath also collided fiercely. The dazzling light instantly submerged the two. On the red furs, countless people watched this scene with concentration and breath held. After the light faded, the wooden sword in Chu Yang's hand had broken into 2 pieces. "Oh my God! How could I lose? I put all my living expenses this month into it. Is young kid going to play a fake match?" Beckman and Jesus were like eggplants hit by frost, wilting, while Dagu, who bet on Shanks to win, was grinning so hard that his mouth almost reached the back of his head. Razy Lu patted Jesus's shoulder. showing a sympathetic and resentful expression. On the island, Shanks stared down at Griffin blankly. The king's hide entanglement meant that Shanks' strength had officially reached the level of the pirate emperor. Chu Yang also had some insights. Closed his eyes, and carefully recalled the scene just now. If he could also comprehend the king's hide entanglement, his strength would definitely increase a lot. Shanks raised Griffin again and chopped it hard, and black lightning burst out from the blade. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed up to the sky, and 1,000 heroic feelings surged in his heart. He clearly felt that his king's hide was getting stronger. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists, with black lightning also entwined on his fists. Shanks' laughter stopped abruptly. He stared at the domineering aura entwined on Chu Yang's fists with his eyes wide open. The world of the god of death. Recently, a psychic named Tang Guanyin Temple appeared on TV. He was in the limelight, and the classmates in the class were imitating this guy's signature moves. It was like a cult organization preaching. Even Cha Du, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was having fun. Tonight, Tang Guanyin Temple was going to broadcast the exorcism in the abandoned hospital. Cha Du also asked Chu Yang if he wanted to watch it together, but Chu Yang decisively refused. He was not interested in that half-baked guy. Chu Yang wanted to go to Urahara's store and find Urahara Kisuke to learn something about the god of death, but no matter how he asked Rukia, the other party resolutely refused to tell him the location of the store. Urahara Kisuke seemed to be avoiding him, but it doesn't matter. According to the speed of the plot, Urahara Kisuke will soon have nowhere to hide. Thinking of this, Chu Yang turned his eyes to a classmate named Ishida Uryu in the class. This Quincy, one of the few remaining in the world, will soon make a big fuss in Karakura. The so-called Quincy refers to a group of guys who have the ability to absorb spirit particles from the external environment and construct them into weapons to destroy hollows. Quincy is different from the god of death. The former completely destroys the hollows and erases them from the world, while the latter purifies the sins of the hollows. The spirit particles of the completely destroyed hollows will also disappear completely, and will not enter the cycle between the soul society and the real world, thus affecting the balance of the soul. Therefore, 200 years ago, the god of death launched a massacre against the Quincy. In the end, only a few people were left to survive to this day. Ishida Uryu is the only remaining Quincy in the world. The above statement comes from the god of death, but in fact, the authenticity of this statement needs to be verified, because the founder of the Quincy, Yawach, led the Quincy to conquer Soul Society 1,000 years ago, causing great turmoil, but Yawach's ambition was not realized, and he fell under the Zanpakuto of Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni, the founder and captain of the Godai 13. Otherwise, the Soul Society now may be ruled by the Quincy. Perhaps because the existence of the Quincy is a hidden danger, the Shinigami will kill them and completely wipe them out. What is the real reason? I am afraid only the person who gave the order knows. As the only remaining Quincy, Ishida Uryu is an extremely important character. Chu Yang has been paying attention to him silently. The next day, Ichigo and his friends were on TV last night for making a scene in the abandoned hospital. And they were called to the principal's office and severely educated. All day today, Ishida Uryu's eyes were focused on Kurosaki Ichigo. A few days later, after school, Chu Yang sat in the classroom, waiting quietly. Seeing that he was alone, Chad asked, "Yang, it's not your turn today, why don't you leave?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "I'll sit for a while." Chad was a little confused, nodded, and turned to walk out of the classroom. At this time, Inoue Orihime tilted her head and glanced at Chu Yang. Most of the semester had passed, and she hadn't spoken to Chu Yang yet. "Orihime, what are you still looking at? Let's go." Hearing her friend's call, Inoue Orihime hesitated for a moment, gave up the idea of greeting Chu Yang, and walked out of the classroom. However, not long after she left, Chu Yang felt an unusual spiritual pressure appearing in the school, but he didn't move, just used the breathing method to keep himself in a state of full concentration. This hollow that appeared in the school will eventually be dealt with by Inoue Orihime, who awakened the full-bringing technique, and he doesn't need to take action. More importantly, he is not interested. This hollow is the same as the hollow that the murderer turned into some time ago, and it can't withstand the power of his experiment of the source of breathing. After a while, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The cracks continue to expand and extend, like a broken mirror. A large number of hollows fell from the cracks and descended on Karakura town. Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an excited smile. Finally here. In order to prove that the Quincy is stronger than the god of death and that this world does not need the god of death, Ishida Uryu attracted countless hollows. But the more and more hollows there were, the more he began to be unable to take care of himself. Ishida Uryu realized the insufficiency of his own strength. Kurosaki Ichigo persuaded him to put aside his prejudices and work together to eliminate these hollows. Otherwise, the entire Karakura would be in danger. In the end, Ishida Uryu chose to cooperate with Kurosaki Ichigo. Both of them are very strong, and they showed a strong tacit understanding in their first cooperation. Those hollows that descended into the world were eliminated by them at a speed visible to the naked eye. If everything goes well, it won't be long before everything will be restored to its original state. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. The crack in the void suddenly opened, and a pair of big hands stretched out from it, pinching the edge of the crack and constantly exerting force. The sky was like a piece of paper torn in the middle, revealing a huge hole. In the depths of the hole, a hollow hundreds of meters high poked its head out from inside, staring at Ichigo Kurosaki and others in front of him. Although it was blocked by the mask, Ichigo Kurosaki always felt that the big hollow was laughing wantonly and rampantly. Ishida Uryu was trembling. Having been a Quincy for so many years, he had destroyed quite a few hollows. But he had never seen a hollow of such a huge size, let alone him. Rukia, who had been a god of death for decades, had never seen one either. She had seen it in a textbook when she was in class at the Mouse Spiritual Academy. Big hollow. If a hollow continuously devours other hollows, and the number reaches a certain level, it will evolve into a big hollow. Big hollows usually exist in the Hueco Mundo and are divided into 3 stages. The first stage of the big hollow is called Jillian, which is of lower level. It is characterized by huge size, slow movements, and intelligence similar to that of wild beasts. In most cases, actions are driven by instinct. The second stage is the intermediate hollow, called the Chukas, whose combat power is several times that of Killian, and has a higher intelligence. As a leader, they command a large number of Killian tribes. The evolution method of a Chukas is still similar to that of Killian, and they still need to constantly devour their companions. After becoming a Chukas, if they do not continue to devour hollows of the same level, they will degenerate. Achukas that degenerate into Killian will never be able to evolve again. The Achukas that have devoured to the limit may not continue to evolve, and may continue to exist in the form of Achukas. Only a very small number of Achukas will complete the transformation and break through the limit to become a superior Great Hollow. The superior Great Hollow, which is the third stage of the hollow, is called Vastod. Vastod's body size is much smaller than the previous 2. The higher the level of the hollow, the stronger the combat power, and the closer the body size is to humans. This level of hollow has the combat power of the captain of the death god. The huge hollow that appeared from the crack in the sky is Killian. It is huge in size and low in intelligence, but its destructive power is extremely amazing. The spiritual pressure generated by the fusion of hundreds of hollows alone is enough to suppress everyone present. Rukia intends to go up to help, but Urahara Kisuke stops her in place and asks her not to make trouble. A ball of red light appears in front of Killian's mask, which is very similar to the state of the tailed beasts in the Naruto world using the tailed beast bullet. Hollow Flash. After the spiritual pressure is highly concentrated, the beam condensed has a very strong destructive power. The power of the Hollow Flash can directly destroy the park where Ichigo and his friends are. The red light gradually became dazzling. When Ichigo was about to rush forward to take this move, a figure appeared in front of the hollow. Chu Yang, holding a wooden sword, excitedly rushed towards Killian. Under the cover of the red light, the breath of the source burst out with brilliant silver light. Chu Yang was like a meteor that cut through the night. The next second, Killian suddenly took a step back, with a tendency to retreat directly back to the Hueco Mundo. It has no wisdom, only the instinct of a hollow. His instinct is fear. However, the huge size made Killian's movements very slow. Just as he retreated halfway, Chu Yang had already rushed in front of it. Killian could only release the Hollow Flash with all his strength. When the light of the Hollow Flash reached its extreme, the red light in the sky pressed on the sky above Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang held the sword with both hands and slashed it. From bottom to top, the brilliant silver light leaped up like a dragon, tearing apart the red light formed by the Hollow Flash. Like the light band of the Milky Way, it swirled and coiled up along Killian's body. Roar! Ah! Hundreds of different screams came from Killian's body, some sounded like people, some sounded like beasts, there were men and women, old and young, various voices intertwined, countless people wailed in your ears, which made people shudder. What's going on? Urahara Kisuke was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Either the hollow was killed or purified, it was just a matter of a moment, and there had never been such a scene of being tortured by pain, unless it was in hell. What kind of pain would make the hollow make such a sound? Rukia was trembling all over, with fear in her eyes. The two of them were like this, not to mention how terrified Ichigo Kurosaki and Yuryu Ishida were. After spending most of the semester together, Ichigo felt so strange looking at Chu Yang's back. Killian was collapsing and decomposing, countless hollows flew out of its body, each hollow had a light band wrapped around it, and it looked like a sky full of stars. Killian failed to escape back to Hueco Mundo, the huge body gradually disappeared. Like bubbles blown away by the wind. His attack seems to cause great pain to the spirit. The previous wailing seemed to still be in his ears, and Urahara Kisuke's face was solemn. Chu Yang would always use his actions to overturn his views again and again. What kind of impact will this guy have on Soul Society in the future? Then in addition to worrying, Urahara Kisuke also had an uncontrollable curiosity about Chu Yang. He decided to have a good exchange with this human. Late at night, Urahara Kisuke took the initiative to find Chu Yang. This time, he came in after knocking on the door. Before Chu Yang asked him why he came, Urahara Kisuke spoke first. "Young man, are you interested in making a deal with me? I still can't escape the fate of being a worker even after traveling through time." Chu Yang, wearing a black suit, was holding a cup of coffee, standing on the rooftop of the company, and complained with a sad face, I forgot that this place is not called a worker, but a social animal. The weather is very good today, and the sun shines on people, warm, but Chu Yang's heart is cold, because his salary from last month and the month before last has not been paid yet." "Sure enough, you are here again." A heavy and vicissitudes of life voice sounded behind Chu Yang, with a flat tone, as if he was indifferent to everything. Chu Yang turned around and saw a blond man wearing glasses walking over. He waved his hand and replied listlessly, "It turned out to be Senior Nanami." I was shocked. Senior Nanami walked to Chu Yang's side, looked at the bright weather with him, and then said, "The good weather makes people upset." Ha ha ha. Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. In the whole company, only this person in front of him was a little interesting. Senior Nanami asked, "Since you hate your current life so much, why don't you just leave?" Chu Yang stretched and sneered, "Senior, other companies are similar, just jumping from one quagmire to another." Senior Nanami nodded and said, "You're right, it's all a pile of shit." Chu Yang scratched his head and said, "Senior, you really like to use shit to describe everything." Senior Nanami said indifferently, "Going to work is shit, and labor is also shit." Chu Yang asked curiously, "Senior, you seem to hate work more than I do, so why do you still do this?" Senior Nanami said sincerely, "The financial industry is very profitable. I want to make some money before I am 40, and then live in a country with low prices and sing the praises of life." Chu Yang commented without comment, "This ideal really suits you." Senior Nanami glanced at Chu Yang and prepared to leave. Before going downstairs, he said, "If you don't plan to jump off the building or change jobs, it's better to return to your job as soon as possible." After that, he left without looking back. "Cold-faced but warm-hearted guy, you came up to me because you are afraid that I will jump off the building? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, this is just the beginning." Chu Yang grinned, stretched, and threw the paper cup in his hand away. After get off work, after everyone left, Senior Nanami suddenly appeared next to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was very surprised. On weekdays, as long as he gets off work, Senior Nanami will leave as soon as possible. After all, his life motto is not to work overtime. "Young June, I plan to resign." "Don't joke, Senior. It's true. Before I leave, I want to tell you that if you can't stand it in the future, just leave. Although the outside world is also shit, at least you can find a shit that you like." "Senior, why is it so sudden?" "Yesterday, I went to the bakery to buy bread as usual. The clerk there had a sore shoulder, so I helped her. Then what? She said thank you to me. Chu Yang looked at Senior Nanami, and after a long silence, he asked carefully, Senior Nanami Kento, are you going to work in a massage parlor? Nanami Kento. Humph. Nanami Kento snorted coldly and turned and left. He now knows that his worry about Chu Yang is unnecessary. This guy is much stronger than he looks on the surface. Resign. Chu Yang sat for a while, thinking about these two words, and his heart became more and more palpitating. Finally, he took his briefcase and rushed downstairs. Senior Nanami, which massage parlor are you going to? I want to go see it too. Nanami Kento, who had already walked to the company gate, heard Chu Yang's voice and his eyelids twitched with anger. He looked up suddenly and was about to curse, but found that Chu Yang's breath suddenly disappeared. Nanami Kento's face changed, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He loosened his tie with one hand, and with the other hand, he threw down his briefcase and fumbled for his waist. Although it's not officially a return to the identity of a sorcerer, it's past working hours now, and what I hate most is overtime. Nanami Kento took out a weapon wrapped in a curse from his waist and walked back into the building aggressively. On the other side, Chu Yang was still going downstairs. His calves began to ache, but he still didn't reach the bottom. This staircase suddenly seemed to have no end. Chu Yang noticed something unusual, slowly stopped, and leaned out half of his body to look down. Below was a spiral staircase. It seems that our company only has 5 floors. Wiping the cold sweat from his head, Chu Yang turned back and muttered, it's too early to go home now, so why not go back and work overtime to cultivate my sentiments. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors, Chu Yang counted silently in his heart and soon exceeded the 5th floor, but he still didn't see the familiar workstation and was still wandering in the stairwell. Fuck. It's really a ghost. Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. He began to shiver. At the same time, the temperature around him seemed to be dropping. Ripples appeared on the wall of the stairwell, and a huge black shadow condensed on the wall. Then a pair of hands stretched out from the ripples on the wall and directly put on Chu Yang's shoulders. Chu Yang's body trembled and took a deep breath. He didn't look back like the protagonist in the movie, but lowered his head and ran down. The reason was simple. Running down was easier than climbing up, and he could hold on for a long time with his physical strength. Chu Yang ran madly. Even though he sprained his ankle because he stepped on the wrong step, he didn't stop for a second. The black shadow monster in the wall chased him relentlessly. You're paralyzed. He was exercising vigorously in extreme fear, and his internal organs were almost pressed against his throat, and he was about to vomit. Gradually, the hand that stretched out from the wall was about to touch Chu Yang's shoulder. Chu Yang kept running, and his consciousness began to drift. The soul seemed to fly out of the body and floated to a distant place. When Chu Yang came to his senses, he found himself standing in a majestic palace. Looking back, there were thrones behind him. Some were shining, and some were dilapidated. Where is this? Just when Chu Yang was confused, a surprised voice sounded not far away. Hey! There's another newcomer. Let me see, it's actually a white-collar worker. No matter what job he has, as long as he's not a student. Finally, an adult has appeared among us. Chu Yang looked at the strange figures that kept appearing in front of him, but he felt unusually familiar and kind in his heart. It's normal to be confused. You'll soon know what's going on. A young man wearing a familiar wizard robe patted his shoulder, then countless memories began to emerge in Chu Yang's mind. It turns out that your world is a war of spells. Magic. Chu Yang patted cursed Chu Yang on the shoulder and sighed. The period when you entered the Soul Palace was really critical. Cursed Chu Yang breathed a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, I really envy you for starting normally and not having to experience such exciting things. Later, other Chu Yang also gathered together. Everyone began to share memories of the recent period, as well as significantly improved abilities. Overlord Color Entanglement. The Hokage Chu Yang looked at the pirate Chu Yang in surprise and said, you actually understood the Overlord's color coil? Then doesn't our strength reach the level of the 4 emperors? Pirate Chu Yang laughed and said, how can it be so exaggerated? The strength of domineering is still far behind. Just wait a little longer. Now that there are more people, the level of domineering will increase faster. Maybe we can catch up with the 4 emperors after a while. Demon Slayer Chu Yang patted Hokage Chu Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You have gained a lot, you have learned so many secret techniques. The art of ultralight heavy rock, the art of puppetry, the explosive power of ghost lanterns and moons, and so many thunder escape ninjutsu." Hokage Chu Yang sighed, "It's a pity that I couldn't get the dust escape. That thing is a big killer. Let's talk about it next time when we have a chance." Magical Chu Yang spread his hands and laughed at himself. "After learning the art of super light and heavy rock, my broomstick will probably become ashes in the future." Hokage Chu Yang asked curiously, "Can you dismantle the flying principle of the broomstick, add the ultralight heavy rock technique, and optimize it? I think it should have miraculous effects." Magical Chu Yang said with emotion, "They are indeed the same person, and they have the same ideas. If it weren't for the fact that the magic spell is difficult to cast without the wand, I would like to dismantle it and the ninjutsu and try to fuse it with our own spell." Death God Chu Yang came over at this time and said, "I am about to enter the Soul Society, and I plan to find a way to stay there and become a death god. Then I can try to add the ghost path." Magic Chu Yang said in surprise, "Becoming the god of death? Isn't it too dangerous to do so? There is no other way." Death God Chu Yang said helplessly, "At the beginning, I also planned to avoid Soul Society and choose a more stable life, but now it is inevitable. I have overlooked one problem, that is, my soul is an abnormal existence for this world. With the continuous addition of new people, my soul's spiritual pressure will continue to grow, and my existence will naturally restrain the god of death. If I don't become a god of death, sooner or later Soul Society will treat me as a hollow." Magic Chu Yang suddenly understood, then smiled and said, "Becoming a god of death is not a bad choice." Pirate Chu Yang frowned and said, "If you choose to become a god of death, what will happen in the 1,000-year bloody battle that follows? You don't want to put your wealth and safety on Ichigo Kurosaki, do you?" Death God Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Of course not. I will not entrust my life to anyone, so I need your help." Hearing this, every Chu Yang focused their eyes on him. Death Chu Yang looked at Hokage Chu Yang and said solemnly, "I need the power of the 6 paths." Hokage Chu Yang frowned and said, "The power of the 6 paths? Are you talking about the power of the 10 tails Jinchuriki?" Death God Chu Yang joked, "Can you get the 10 tails now?" Hokage Chu Yang rolled his eyes, "Just dream." Pirate Chu Yang followed and shouted, "Set a small goal. If it is achieved, everyone can just lie down." Demon Slayer Chu Yang smacked his lips, "I'm already lying down, what should I do?" "Stop making trouble." Death God Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, "I'm not talking about the power of the 6 paths sage in its heyday. You can understand it as Naruto's later state." Magical Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "It is a special state that activates the 6 paths sage chakra in the sage mode. I remember that in that state, you can use yin and yang escape. Creating all things from nothing and giving life to them is much more terrifying than Mudun. The 9-tailed beasts were created by the sage of 6 paths using yin-yang escape." "That's right." Death God Chu Yang explained, "If you don't count the 10 tails, it is almost the strongest state of the 6 paths sage. As a descendant of the 6 paths sage, you can trace that power from your bloodline." Magic Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. "Don't you want to imitate Uchiha Madara?" Death God Chu Yang nodded and said, "He can obtain the samsara eye through some of the pillar cells, which proves that my idea is feasible, and we will do better than him." Hokage Chu Yang asked doubtfully, "Why do you say that?" Death God Chu Yang pointed at the pirate Chu Yang and smiled, "Because the blood factor technology can be found in the pirate world, whether it is Vegapunk or Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Gaji, they are all good in this aspect. Better than Orochimaru." Chu Yang from other worlds took a deep breath when they heard this. Pirate Chu Yang's eyes widened, "You really dare to think?" Death God Chu Yang looked around. Everyone was the same person. You could guess what they were thinking just by looking at their expressions. Everyone is excited. Death God Chu Yang showed a proud smile. You can definitely give it a try. As a think tank and logistics researcher, Magic Chu Yang was the first to nod in agreement. One after another Chu Yang expressed their agreement. Only the pirate Chu Yang said with a bitter face, bloodline factor technology is not so easy to obtain. The Vinsmoke family is just like a blind wanderer, with no fixed place to live, let alone Vegapunk. But he is the core researcher of the world government. Death God Chu Yang winked at him and said, Shanks's background is extraordinary. If you can't do it, go through his back door. Get lost, why don't you go through his back door? We are all the same person. If you go, isn't it the same as me going? I'm not interested. If you want to go, go by yourself. You two should talk about the real back door. Everyone started to complain. This plan was still decided. After all, the power of the 6 paths is there. Who wouldn't be greedy? As the ceiling of the combat power in the Naruto world, the 6 paths sage has surpassed the combat power structure of that world and touched the soul level. It is at the same level as the world of death gods. He himself has transcended the reincarnation, and his real combat power is already inestimable. If the power of the 10 tails is added, it is really hard to imagine how powerful it is. I just don't know who is stronger between the 6 paths sage in his peak state and the captain of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni, but what is certain is that if Death God Chu Yang obtains the 6 paths sage mode, plus the breath of source and the entanglement of overlord color, he will be stronger than most Death God captains. It should be no problem to protect himself in the 1000-year bloody war. I really envy you, you live a happy life. Marvel Chu Yang sighed. If it doesn't work, how about you join my logistics team? Magic Chu Yang smiled. They both have a relatively ideal research environment, one in Hogwarts, the other in Stark Industries. One represents magic, and the other represents technology. Magic plus technology seems to be more promising. Death God Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he began to think wildly again. I'm not really safe here. Marvel Chu Yang scratched his head and said, Nick Fury has been targeting me. He always wants to get me to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been completely infiltrated by Hydra. Am I going to learn from Captain America and go in and shout long live Hydra and play Mission Impossible? Magic Chu Yang reminded him, I have found the formula for the wand core. When I learn the 3 unforgivable curses, you can control Hydra through the Imperious Curse. Marvel Chu Yang immediately became interested. Unlike other worlds, there are many ordinary people in the Marvel world, and they can't resist the Imperious Curse. Casting the Imperious Curse here will not be investigated, but it may be noticed by the Supreme Sorcerer afterwards. There is no limit to the Cruciatus Curse either. Wait until you learn the Imperious Curse. I don't want to wade into the muddy water now. Marvel Chu Yang said, it's more important to learn knowledge now, especially about the Iron Man suit and the arc reactor. Magic Chu Yang grinned, I saw you in college in my memory, and it felt good. Marvel Chu Yang shrugged, it's about the same as when you were in Hogwarts. Magic Chu Yang said, here's a little advice for you. When you really have the opportunity to control Hydra, find a way to get the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Scepter. The energy of the Cosmic Cube can create a Captain Marvel, and the Mind Stone in the Mind Scepter can create vision. We can fully utilize such powerful power. You can ignore the other Infinity Stones, so as not to attract Thanos in advance. Marvel Chu Yang nodded. At this time, the palace was filled with fog, and everyone knew it was time to leave. Chapter 83 Gojo Satoru's Trial. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The world of spells, opening his eyes again, the panic and fear on Chu Yang's face had long disappeared, only the cold killing intent remained. Most of the cursed spirit on the wall was pressed against Chu Yang's back, and its hands were tightly squeezing Chu Yang's shoulders. Hey hey hey. The entire stairwell echoed with hideous laughter. Chu Yang reached out and grabbed the palm of the cursed spirit, and his laughter stopped abruptly. He turned around suddenly and saw an extremely ugly face. It was like a face pieced together from the facial features of 4 or 5 rag dolls, weird and scary. The moment Chu Yang turned around, a short and harsh scream came out of the cursed spirit's mouth. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Chu Yang's head. Between the lightning and flint, blue thunder light emitted from Chu Yang's body, and he also made a piercing cry. The cursed spirit bit Chu Yang's thunder escape armor. There is also a layer of armed domineering under the thunder escape armor. The more severe the bite, the more serious the injury will be. A series of blood flowers burst out from the cursed spirit's mouth, and thunder and lightning continued to spread along the wound. Ah! The cursed spirit screamed hysterically, but it didn't take long for the scream to weaken. The thunder escape armor on Chu Yang disappeared. He picked up the dying cursed spirit with one hand, intending to give it the final blow. Young Jun. Chu Yang lowered his head and found that Senior Chihai was looking up at him from the stairs below. Nanami Kento also held a knife in his hand, which exuded a terrifying aura. Chu Yang scratched his head and silently thought about how to explain. It was my miscalculation, Mr. Yang. I thought you were an ordinary person. Qianhai Jianren adjusted his glasses, jumped in front of Chu Yang, and hit the cursed spirit's head with a knife at a ratio of 7-3. The next second, the cursed spirit collapsed, the strange atmosphere in the entire stairwell disappeared instantly, and Chu Yang could finally hear the sound of traffic outside. Chihai Jianren looked at Chu Yang silently. Senior, what was that thing just now? You don't know, how dare you do it? If it hits me, I will definitely hit it. You kid. Qianhai Jianren was speechless. This was the first time he had seen such a reckless person. He had been with Chu Yang for a long time. He was very sure that Chu Yang had not had any magic power on him before. Have you subconsciously used the power of capturing negative emotions in a crisis? That this is the only explanation Nanami Kento can think of, Chu Yang asked. Senior Chihai, can you explain what happened just now? Nanami Kento shook his head and said, no, I'm off work. Didn't you resign? As a conjurer, I'm off work too. What is a conjurer? It's shit. Senior, this is not the answer I want. I can only give you this answer. This time it was Chu Yang's turn to be speechless. In the past, he found it funny that Nanami Kento complained about the company and the surrounding environment like this, but now it seems a bit annoying. Nanami Kento took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, and asked, do you have any plans to resign? Chu Yang nodded and replied matter-of-factly, that's why I asked you which massage parlor you go to work at. Nanami Kento took a deep breath again, his eyelids twitching with anger. There is even a looming vein near the Daeong point. This guy has a brain problem and has been squeezed out by the company. Don't be like him. Come to my house tomorrow and I will take you to meet someone. After Chihai Jianren said this, he left directly. Even though Chu Yang called after him, he did not look back. You can take me to see anyone, just don't let me go to the curse high school. How old am I? I can't let those guys laugh me to death. As the only adult among all selves, Chu Yang's only bottom line in the world of magic is not to be a student. Early the next morning, Chu Yang found Chihai Jianren's house. As if to save money quickly, Nanami lived in a very cheap apartment, a dilapidated apartment. Chu Yang stood in front of a rusty iron door and was about to knock on the door. There was a click and the iron door opened. Hello. A man with a blindfold and white hair leaned out from the other side of the door and greeted Chu Yang with a smile. Chu Yang asked, I must have gone right. Who are you? The white-haired man said solemnly, hello, I am Nanami's boyfriend. Chu Yang was silent for a moment, then shook his head regretfully and said, I didn't expect Senior Chihai to be like this. Two idiots. Chihai Jianren suddenly appeared, opened the door, and looked at Chu Yang and the white-haired man with disdain. This is the person you are going to meet today. His name is Gojo Satoru. He is a magician like me. He is a little better than shit. Nanami Kento adjusted his glasses, then looked at Chu Yang and said, come in, if you have any questions, just ask, he will answer you. Chu Yang nodded and immediately entered the room, while Gojo Satoru was watching Chu Yang silently, seemingly very interested. The smell of the curse is very strong, and it is still getting stronger. Nanami, was he really just an ordinary person before? That is the first six-eyed magician in the Gojo family for a century. Gojo Satoru can directly tell the opponent's spell power. This special ability is like a combination of Sharingan and Byakugan in the Naruto world. Before yesterday, I was still working overtime in the company. No one knows his situation better than me. He used to be an ordinary human being. Nanami Kento's tone was firm and decisive. If you say so. Before Wu Jiaowu finished speaking, he suddenly attacked Chu Yang and punched him in the head. Chu Yang glanced at him coldly and stretched out his hand to block Gojo Satoru's fist. The two people's action ended in less than a second. Qianhai Jianren's expression changed, the smile on Gojo Satoru's face faded, revealing a surprised expression. In order to test Chu Yang's physical fitness, he deliberately interrupted the stop power on his body just now, but he did not expect that Chu Yang could really block his attack. Gojo Satoru became interested. After Chu Yang blocked Gojo Satoru's fist, he used Fishman Karate to counterattack. He wanted to grab the opponent's wrist, but suddenly he couldn't touch the opponent. A huge rebound force suddenly appeared, and Chu Yang was ejected unexpectedly. He suddenly twisted his waist in the air, used his strong core strength to adjust his body, stepped on the ceiling with both feet, pushed hard, turned over again, and landed firmly on the ground. Wow, excellent physical fitness. Gojo Satoru shouted in an exaggerated tone, although Chu Yang didn't touch him just now. From the feedback of stop power, Gojo Satoru had already felt the terrifying power in Chu Yang. What an outstanding reaction speed. Among the humans I have ever met, there is probably only one person who can compare with you. Gojo Satoru marveled and said, that man has been dead for many years. His physical strength was obtained with completely zero spell power, but you. This is the first time I've seen someone with extremely powerful spells and a body at the same time. Gojo Satoru turned to look at Nanami Kento and joked happily, how come you can meet such a monster when you go to work in an ordinary company? Nanami Kento did not expect to hear such comments from Gojo Satoru's mouth, and the look he looked at Chu Yang was completely different from before. That's Gojo Satoru, the most powerful magician recognized in the magic world. When he evaluates a person by strength, that person's strength belongs to another dimension to others. From the fight just now, I can already confirm that you are a human being. Gojo Satoru tilted his head, his whole person exuding a sense of cynicism all the time, and grinned, I can safely teach you some common sense from now on. Chu Yang nodded and sat on the old sofa in the living room very naturally. Nanami Kento adjusted his glasses again, you are really familiar with yourself. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, Senior, don't always look like you are asking for money. It will be difficult for you to raise enough money to go abroad before you are 40. Nanami Kento's eyebrows twitched fiercely. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru burst into laughter and said, I just wanted to say, Nanami, talent aside, this junior of yours is really interesting. Nanami Kento looked at Gojo Satoru and said indifferently, from a certain point of view, you two do have something in common in character. Sometimes you are as disgusting as shit. After saying that, Nanami Kento opened the door and walked out of the room without giving Gojo Satoru a chance to refute, and left the apartment. After a while, Chu Yang and Gojo Satoru were left looking at each other. Ahem. Gojo Satoru coughed awkwardly, and then asked, how much do you know about conjurers? Chu Yang shook his head blankly. It seems that we'll start from the beginning. Gojo Satoru scratched his head, do you still remember the thing that attacked you yesterday? Chu Yang nodded, I remember you called it the curse spirit, right? Gojo Satoru said, that's right. The negative emotions of most ordinary people will emit curse power, and a large amount of curse power will become a curse spirit when gathered together. The negative emotions of a specific object will produce a specific spell. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot see the cursed spirit. Physical attacks are ineffective against it. Only the magical power is effective against it. Whether it's a curse spirit or a curse power, it's all a type of curse. In addition, there are also spells, curse tools, curse objects, etc. A conjurer is a profession responsible for dealing with curses, getting rid of cursed spirits, or destroying a cursed object that has a huge impact on the region. Gojo Satoru began to explain everything about the world to Chu Yang in detail, and his tireless look really made him feel like a people's teacher. after listening for a long time, Chu Yang almost dozed off. He raised his head and asked, "How are the wages in this industry?" Gojo Satoru suddenly fell silent. He felt that Chu Yang didn't take what he said before into consideration. This was the only issue that really concerned him, but thinking that Chu Yang and Nanami came from the same company, Gojo Satoru immediately felt relieved. Is this a very sensitive question? Seeing that Gojo Satoru didn't speak for a long time, Chu Yang said with an embarrassed smile, there was no way around it. After traveling to this world and working as a social animal for too long, Chu Yang had the sequelae in his heart. He didn't want to be involved in a job without financial security. From this point of view, he and Nanami Kento are completely the same type of people. After being graded, a spellcaster will receive a basic salary. The base salary for the lowest level spellcaster is about the same as that of an ordinary civil servant. But every time a task is completed, the conjurer will receive several times or even dozens of times the bonus. So, living conjurers are basically not short of money. Chu Yang said with a solemn expression, in those words just now, it seems that only staying alive is the most important thing. Bingo! Gojo Satoru stretched out his hands and pointed at Chu Yang, laughing and saying, congratulations, you got the answer right. Of course, you can also choose to refuse to become a magician. Not everyone who awakens the power of magic needs to be a magician. Gojo Satoru said solemnly, but after you awaken the power of the curse spirit will be attracted by the power of the curse on you. No matter where you go, there will be more and more curse incidents around you. You can probably solve it easily at first, but as time goes by, unimaginable curses will definitely appear. Chu Yang said, to be honest, I didn't hear any room for refusal in your explanation. Why don't you just tell me where I can clock in to work? Before becoming a professional magician, I suggest that a person like you with magic power should go to the Tokyo Metropolitan College of Magic for further training. Studying, right? I won't go. Is it my imagination? You seem to be resisting going to school. Nonsense, you haven't taken the college entrance examination. Do you know that I survived 3 years of high school and 4 years of college? If it were you, would you still want to go back to school? I understand, but I still suggest. Then I quit. It doesn't matter whether the curse comes or not. Anyway, even if I die in the end, you bunch of conjurers will still have to come and wipe my butt. Chu Yang's resolute attitude made Gojo Satoru change the topic. Actually, it is not necessary to go to the conjuring college for further training. As long as you pass my trial, I will let you practice with Nanami. Chu Yang frowned and said, trial. Gojo Satoru spread his hands, if you don't even agree to this, then there is no need to talk. If it weren't for your rare talent, I wouldn't have given you so much room to negotiate terms. Of course, I also appreciate your character. I can't find another guy as interesting as you in the Conjuring Academy. From Gojo Satoru's tone, Chu Yang heard that this should be the other party's final bottom line, so he nodded in agreement. It's still hard for him to give up this dangerous but equally rewarding career. Half an hour later, Gojo Satoru took Chu Yang to an abandoned development zone, and a patchwork of unfinished buildings stood in front of Chu Yang. It was clearly early in the morning, but Chu Yang could feel the biting cold as he stood here. As a social worker who has worked hard in society for several years, you should understand how many ordinary people's blood and tears are buried behind unfinished buildings like this. Gojo Satoru looked around and was very emotional. Because of his profession as a conjurer, he often faced the ugliness and darkness of human nature and witnessed a lot of sorrow. Hate, anger, regret, greed, even if I can't see it, I can feel the negative emotions that abound here. Chu Yang asked, a space like this is the most likely to produce curses, right? Gojo Satoru smiled mockingly to himself and replied, yes, the pain of ordinary people is the best nourishment for curses. Chu Yang sighed softly, what do you need me to do? Gojo Satoru explained, originally, we planned to let students from the Conjuring College clean up this area. Now this task belongs to you. As long as you can complete it successfully, the bonus will also be yours. Chu Yang nodded without saying anything. He did some warm-up exercises for a while and then walked into the ruins hidden in the city, watching his back. Gojo Satoru looked forward to it, since it is a task intended for Conjuration College students to complete. The difficulty level will not be too high. The level of a curse or spirit is the same as the conjurer's level, usually starting with the lowest level of 4 and increasing in order. Level 4, Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, Special Level, before the second level and first level promotions. There are also quasi-secondary and quasi-first level promotions. It seems that there are only 5 levels, but for a conjurer, there are actually 7 levels. The unfinished building area has been rated so that no cursed spirits exceeding level 4 will appear, so it was used by Gojo Satoru to test Chu Yang's actual combat ability. To take a step back, if Gojo Satoru is here, no matter what level of cursed spirit appears, it will not threaten Chu Yang's safety. The spell power in this area is like a hazy fog, which scatters in all directions when the wind blows. However, because of this, Chu Yang cannot use the spell power to locate the curse. He could only wander around casually. Most of the structures in the front buildings are complete and can be moved in with a little decoration, but the further inside, damaged concrete, exposed steel bars, and collapsed roofs abound. The smell of ruin came to my face. Ding ding dang dang that a section of steel pipe suddenly fell from Chu Yang's head. He grabbed it and kneaded it into an irregular ball, then Chu Yang threw it away like a ball of waste paper. Boom. The moment the steel ball hit the ground, Chu Yang looked up at the window on the 3rd floor of the unfinished building next to him. There was a gray figure standing there. Ghost? I thought it was a curse. It seems that he was forced to jump off the building because he had no choice but to resist. He could only make some small noises to scare people. Should I call him pitiful or pathetic? Chu Yang sighed, shook his head, and quickly left the area. This kind of ghost that he could destroy with one punch would hardly grow into a curse if left alone. There are few people around here, so there is no way to continuously generate negative emotions and provide it with the magic power to grow. In the distance, Gojo Satoru, who observed this scene, suddenly smiled. Unlike his usual careless smile, his smile was warm at this moment. He has a good heart. No wonder Nanami takes care of him so much. Gojo Satoru stretched and murmured, I hope he can always protect the kindness in his heart in the future, and not be like that guy. Unconsciously, Chu Yang walked to the last area of the unfinished building. Chu Yang looked around. There was no unfinished building around, only the dilapidated construction site. The interrupted construction showed the tragic situation of the complete break of the capital chain at that time. In the center of the construction site, a cursed spirit that exuded an ominous aura was constantly wandering. It held the engineering drawings in its hands and kept muttering to itself. Why did it fail? How could such a good project fail? Impossible. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately thought of the emaciated manager in the company, and his eyes were full of sympathy. The boss made all the money, and the workers suffered all the sins. Rest in peace. Chu Yang walked forward slowly. The cursed spirit suddenly stopped, and stopped mumbling. It suddenly turned around, staring at Chu Yang with its hollow eyes, and black mist kept coming out from the depths of its eye sockets. It seemed to be crying. The next second, the cursed spirit ran towards Chu Yang like crazy, and with every step it took, its body suddenly swelled. In an instant, the man who looked like a manager turned into a huge monster. The broad shoulder blades of the cursed spirit suddenly burst into several blood holes, and some flesh and blood tissue extended from them, quickly growing into 4 thick arms. Chu Yang stopped, the sympathy on his face disappeared, and he said irritably, "Can't you just wait to die obediently?" Now Gojo Satoru was looking at him, and Chu Yang couldn't use his full strength. At least ninjutsu-like wood release was not suitable for fighting against the enemy, so, Chu Yang was impatient, which meant that he had to fight the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit with 6 arms looked like the Hulk. With great impact, it took only a few steps to run to Chu Yang, raised one of its arms and smashed it at Chu Yang. Chu Yang wrapped his fist with curse power and punched back. 2 fists of completely different sizes collided. At the moment when Chu Yang and the cursed spirit exchanged fists, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt the illusion of an egg hitting a meteorite. The cursed spirit was the egg, and the meteorite was Chu Yang. The next second after the fists collided, the terrifying force set off a hurricane. and the cursed spirit's arms exploded like a pile of tofu dregs. The unbelieving cursed spirit howled angrily and continued to punch Chu Yang. In the blink of an eye, the cursed spirit threw 3 punches, then, 3 arms exploded. The 6 arms that looked extremely oppressive turned back to 2 in the blink of an eye. The cursed spirit was stunned, it began to tremble wildly, the belated fear occupied its heart, it wanted to turn around and run away, but its feet were like lead, nailed to the ground, and it dared not move. The indescribable momentum was like a mountain looming over the head of the cursed spirit. In the end, it could only watch Chu Yang punch it, bang. The fist landing on the abdomen of the cursed spirit was like igniting a bomb, exploding its upper body directly. Gojo Satoru, who had been half leaning on the railing, suddenly stood up straight, even lifted his blindfold, and stared at Chu Yang with those beautiful and outrageous eyes. Only a very small amount of cursed power was used to wrap the fist, and this power comes entirely from the body. It's really scary. If he had the heaven and curse binding, his physical strength might be stronger than Fushiguro Shire, and his 0 cursed power constitution can also gain natural resistance to cursed power. But his cursed power, which is as strong as his constitution, allows him to eliminate the curse without the help of cursed tools. It seems that in the future he can at least grow into a heaven and tyrant without any shortcomings. At the same time, the foggy cursed power of the unfinished building quickly dissipated, and Chu Yang also walked out of the ruins. Gojo Satoru pulled down his blindfold again and smiled, I'm really looking forward to it. The next day, Chu Yang's bank account had a large amount of money, which was 10 times his previous monthly salary. Chu Yang, who had been a worker in this world for many years, suddenly laughed from ear to ear. Cursor is really a good profession. The world of pirates, standing on the deck and blowing the sea breeze, Chu Yang frowned. His mind was full of thoughts about Vinsmoke Judge's bloodline factor technology. Besides him, only Vegapunk met the requirements. Caesar, that idiot, was a half-assed one. Where the hell am I going to find the Germa Kingdom? As the only sea kingdom in the world with no fixed place to live, it would be dozens of large ships if it were disassembled, just like the pirates running around the world. Chu Yang wanted to find them, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Except for knowing that the Germa Kingdom is in the North Sea, I don't have any more information. Just when Chu Yang was thinking about it, the cry of seagulls suddenly came from the sky. A newspaper fell on Chu Yang's head, and he threw it aside without thinking. The newspaper fell into Jesus Bu's arms. Today's news? Jesus Bu grinned, then spread out the newspaper and read it carefully. On weekdays, except for banquets, there are not many entertainment activities. Newspapers are a good thing to relieve boredom. The news recently is very dull. Jesus Bu's eyes kept wandering around the newspaper, trying to find some fun to entertain himself. God will not let down those who work hard. When Jesus Bu turned the page of the newspaper, he finally saw the news that made his eyes light up. There is a war between the Vinsmoke family and the Don Quixote family in the North Sea again. The two sides fought very fiercely. What a pity. Last time I came out of Windmill Village, I should have taken the North Sea route back to the New World, so that I could join in the fun. Jesus Bu's face was full of regret. The Red Hair Pirates are now famous, and the number of people who dare to fight has decreased dramatically. Sometimes even if everyone wants to fight, they don't have much chance. While Jesus Bu complained, Chu Yang's face changed. He suddenly remembered something. The reason why the Vinsmoke family wandered around the New World was that they lost to the Don Quixote family in the power struggle in the North Sea. They should have been the overlord of the North Sea. And now the Vinsmoke family is still competing with the Don Quixote family for the North Sea. Thanks, Jesus. Chu Yang patted Jesus' shoulder heavily with excitement, and then got into the cabin. He was going to the North Sea. At this time, everyone was eating in the restaurant on the first floor. Shanks and Beckman were eating meat while discussing the next route. Chu Yang walked up to the two of them and said solemnly, "Captain, I have to go out for a while." Shanks looked at him with some surprise. After sailing for so long, this was the first time Chu Yang made such a request. In fact, it is not uncommon for crew members to request to leave the team midway, especially when large pirate groups are sailing for a long time. For example, the most prestigious Whitebeard pirates will not forcibly restrict the actions of the crew. As long as they return to the team within the specified time, there will be no problem. However, Considering Chu Yang's age, Shanks still specifically asked him why. He left the team. I want to go back to Fishman Island to see my friends. Are you talking about the adventurer Mr. Tiger? Yes. They are also sailing, you may not be able to see them if you go back now. Try your luck, if you are not there, I will come back. Shanks pondered for a while, and finally nodded in agreement, then turned to look at Beckman. Beckman smiled knowingly and said, Yang, when you come back from Fishman Island, go directly to the Seven Waters City, we will wait for you there. Chu Yang asked curiously, why go to the Seven Waters City? Beckman stroked the mast next to him and whispered, the Red Furs has been sailing for a long time, we must help it make some changes, otherwise it will be difficult for this old friend to accompany us to continue the journey. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he said happily, you want to expand the hull? I heard you talking about this last time. Let me make it clear first, you must leave a room for me, I want to sleep alone. Shanks and Beckman looked at each other, and they laughed at the same time. Without waiting until the next day, Chu Yang took the boat to leave the Red Furs. A moment later, after Chu Yang could no longer see the Red Furs in his sight, he directly abandoned the boat, performed the super light and heavy rock technique, rushed into the sky, and flew directly to the North Sea. It's so cool, Chu Yang shouted excitedly in the air. Free flight is the ultimate dream hidden deep in human genes. With Chu Yang's strong chakra, even if he flies from the New World to the North Sea, it will not be exhausted. When the sky gradually darkened and the stars began to emerge one by one, Chu Yang had successfully flown over the Twin Gorges. Chu Yang took out the map and began to look for the location of the Germa Kingdom. It was not a sea kingdom composed of dozens of large ships in the future, but a real island. Chu Yang, who was in the sky, could easily compare the location on the map through the characteristics of different islands. It only took a few minutes to find the Germa Kingdom. After determining the direction, Chu Yang continued to fly and arrived at the destination half an hour later. Looking down, Chu Yang was shocked. The island below was supposed to be the kingdom of Germa, but now it was engulfed in a sea of fire. The madly burning flames illuminated the night as bright as day. Chu Yang suddenly remembered what Jesus said during the day, the war between the Vinsmoke family and the Don Quixote family is still going on. The current scene is probably that Doflamingo is leading his family members to attack the kingdom of Germa. I didn't expect to come at the right time. Chu Yang wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal Judge's bloodline factor technology. He must be fighting Doflamingo at the moment and can't take care of anything else. Thinking of this, Chu Yang immediately descended and flew straight to the palace of Germa. There was a sea of fire below. Who would pay attention to the dark night sky? The fierce battle nearby provided the best cover for Chu Yang. He flew into the depths of the palace smoothly, listening to the shouting and killing outside. Chu Yang always maintained his observation color to avoid the soldiers who were constantly going out for reinforcements. The Germa Kingdom has a lot of troops, but the disadvantage is that it does not have high-end combat power. It is impossible to defeat Doflamingo by relying on human wave tactics alone, because Doflamingo's string fruit can control others at will, which just restrains the human wave tactics. What's more, Chu Yang's puppetry restrains the ability of the string fruit to control others. If the plan to steal the bloodline factor technology goes smoothly, Chu Yang doesn't mind messing with Doflamingo when he leaves. As he went deeper, Chu Yang found a room similar to a laboratory, opened the door, and found that all the culture cabins were placed inside. Countless German soldiers with similar looks are sleeping quietly here. Start looking for it from here. Chu Yang used Demu's clone. Soon, the room was filled to the brim with wooden clones. Chu Yang then ordered the wooden clones to look around for documents related to blood factors. Time passed by, but the wooden clones still couldn't find the target. There are only some experimental records on human cloning in the laboratory. Although Chu Yang could infer some content from these records, he was unwilling to do such a time-consuming and laborious matter. Chu Yang used the sealing technique to seal the lengthy experimental record into a scroll and took it away, and continued to look for the next laboratory. The sound of artillery fire outside and the deafening shouts of killing came faintly. Chu Yang had to act quickly and rummaged through 3 similar laboratories. The results were the same, except for experimental records. Nothing else was found. If this continues, I'm going to dig through Jiaji's bedside table. Chu Yang cursed in a low voice and walked into the last laboratory. He took the wooden clone and rummaged around, but still couldn't find it. Just when Chu Yang was about to actually look through Jiaju's bedside table, he spotted a small room in the laboratory out of the corner of his eye. It looks like an independent archives room. Chu Yang walked in, then he finally found the relevant documents on blood factor technology. At the same time, the fighting was in full swing outside. Germa used advanced weapons and equipment to cover the Don Quixote family with fierce firepower, once achieved absolute advantage on the battlefield, but as Doflamingo took control of more and more Germa soldiers, the situation of the war changed significantly. Gojo was very anxious and realized that he might be defeated. He even thought about using the 4 children who had not yet fully grown up, but eventually reason prevailed. At the moment, Reiju and the others are too young and cannot perfectly control their own abilities. In addition, without combat uniforms, there is no point in fighting reluctantly. Retreat. Gojo gritted his teeth and issued the order. Even if he was unwilling to do so, he must give up the Germa kingdom's stronghold on land. At the same time as the order was issued, countless clones poured out of the castle and launched a suicidal attack on the Don Quixote family. Young Doflamingo was about to mock Gojo's behavior, but suddenly found that the clone soldiers he controlled also charged. Doflamingo's expression suddenly changed wildly. All the Don Quixote family officials beside him were stunned. Young master, stop joking, it looks scary. Toribol was so frightened that his nose was running everywhere, and he looked at Doflamingo in a panic. My ability seems to have failed. Doflamingo said with a ferocious smile, that guy Gojo, he was able to show off to me before escaping. When I catch him, I will kill him. Diamante pulled out her long sword and said coldly, protect the young master. Hearing this, all the officers formed a circle to protect Doflamingo. Hey, does this make me look too incompetent? Doflamingo sneered and shouted, get out of my way. Everyone makes way. Doflamingo stamped his foot hard, and the ground immediately turned into a vast expanse of white. If you look closely, you will see that they are all made of thin lines. The white line turned into a huge wave and swept around. Whether it was smoke, flames or clone soldiers, they were completely annihilated by Doflamingo's ability. Chu Yang stood at the top of the castle palace, watching this scene silently. He was originally thinking about killing Doflamingo, but now he gave up the idea. Doflamingo's fruit power has been awakened, and with that group of cadres, fighting will be very troublesome, and there will be no benefit. Anyway, the blood factor technology is already available, so there is no need to do such a thankless task. After admiring the grand baptism of fire for a while, Chu Yang left with satisfaction. Next, he would start to study the bloodline factor extraction technology. Naruto World. Chu Yang here is also preparing to obtain the 6 Paths Immortal mode. In addition to studying the power of the 6 Paths Sage from his bloodline, he must also obtain the Sage mode. Longdi Cave, Miamu Mountain, and Shirgu Forest are the 3 places where immortals practice. What conditions must be met to enter and practice? Chu Yang didn't know, but the only thing he could do was to take the back door of Senju Hashirama. So Chu Yang has been staring at Senju Hashirama during this period, trying not to leave him for 24 hours, just to know when he learned the Sage mode. The price was a beating. He was almost regarded as a pervert by Senju Hashirama. Thinking about it, she was recently married, and Chu Yang would never leave her, so anyone else would have to beat him up, but the beating was not in vain. Chu Yang finally saw Senju Hashirama using the Sage mode while practicing. It looks a bit rusty, he must have just learned it for a short time, but Chu Yang didn't care about this and immediately leaned forward. Teacher, I want to learn this. Senju Hashirama has long been accustomed to Chu Yang's sudden appearance. He has been like this recently. What do you want to learn? Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and poked his face a few times. I want to learn this fancy thing. Fancy. Senju Hashirama subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched his face a few times, and suddenly said, Sage mode, this is not easy to learn. Chu Yang grinned. As the only direct disciple, Senju Hashirama's attitude towards Chu Yang is still very doting. After all, Chu Yang will become the next clan leader. It is a foregone conclusion. Senju Hashirama thought about it, then he described the whole process of learning Sage mode in detail. The specific situation is similar to Jiraiya's experience. the only difference is that Jiraiya is in Mayaboku Mountain, while Senju Hashirama is practicing in the Wetbone Forest. The Wetbone Forest is the place where the Slug Sage practices. Compared with Mayaboku Mountain and Ryuchi Cave, the Wetbone Forest is better at healing. In Sage mode, this effect will be multiplied. This is why the healing ability of Senju Hashirama, who has activated the Sage mode, is so terrifying. After talking about the general situation of the Wetbone Forest, Senju Hashirama said solemnly, "I can teach you how to sign a contract with the Slug Sage, but you must remember that once you practice in the Wetbone Forest, you cannot switch to the other two places of practice." Chu Yang nodded. Then, Senju Hashirama took out the spiritual scroll and slowly unfolded it. It was filled with densely packed names. On the last page of the scroll, Chu Yang saw the names of those who left Senju Hashirama, and then, under the guidance of Senju Hashirama, he used chakra to leave his own name on it. After doing this, Senju Hashirama performed the spiritual summoning technique. After a puff of smoke, a basketball-sized slug was lying on his shoulder. Recommend a friend's new NBA book. Book friends who like it can go and have a look. NBA, Start from Torturing Jordan and Upgrade. The author is a tentacle monster. It will be on the shelves on the 1st. It is said that there will be more explosions on the first day than me. Chapter 84, Make a Big Thing. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Lord Hashirama, what's the matter with summoning me? A gentle female voice came from the slug's body, which made people feel like a spring breeze. The thing is like this. Senju Hashirama explained to Slug Immortal's clone that Chu Yang wanted to embark on a journey of cultivation in Immortal mode. If it were an ordinary person, Immortal Slug would definitely refuse, because the practice of Immortal mode is extremely difficult, and most people have lost their lives because of it. But since he is Senju Hashirama's highly recommended disciple, there must be something special about him. After thinking for a while, Immortal Slug agreed to Chu Yang's request and prepared to use reverse spiritualism to summon him to Shirgu Forest. The three holy lands and ninja village are actually the same world, not different spaces. The essence of necromancy and reverse necromancy is time and space ninjutsu. It's just that the form of expression is different from the Flying Thunder God technique pioneered by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. The process of moving reminded Chu Yang of the feeling of operating in the magical world. Apparition has a potential hard condition, which is to set a target location, preferably one that has been to or has a detailed understanding of. Otherwise, you will not be able to firmly focus your consciousness on a place that you are completely unaware of. After the brief dizziness ended, when Chu Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a place similar to a primitive jungle. Every tree here is as thick as dozens of people hugging each other, and there are also some very large and exaggerated stems and leaves. Just one leaf is the size of an adult, and it can completely block the sun. Walking under it is like walking in the dark. Only in sparse parts do some sunlight fall, and light and darkness intertwine into false spots, a faint halo, and even some dreamlike colors. Standing here gives you the illusion of being in a fairy tale kingdom. I finally know how Gulliver's Travels was written. While he was talking, a large number of black shadows were surging and coming densely. Chu Yang didn't feel any malice and stood quietly. After careful observation, I realized that those black shadows were slugs. A large number of slugs condensed in front of Chu Yang into a super-large slug that covered the sky and the sun. Chu Yang bowed slightly and greeted, "Hello, Immortal Slug." Immortal Slug asked curiously, "You look very calm. Isn't this your first time in a practice place?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "This is my first time, but I'm used to some big scenes." Slug Immortal sighed, "Children like you who survived the war are indeed different." The two chatted for a while. Immortal Slug took Chu Yang through the dense forest and came to an ancient temple. This is the place where Immortal Slug practices. From today onwards, you will practice in Immortal mode here. At the same time, as a teacher, Chu Yang was absent from class, causing great commotion in the ninja school. In Chu Yang's class, there were not only geniuses like the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are also children from various major families. In a sense, only he can control these students. The news soon reached Senju Hashirama's ears. He was busy with government affairs and had to take time to find Senju Hashirama for details. after learning that Chu Yang was practicing in Shirgu Forest, Qian Shu Feijian temporarily handed over Chu Yang's position in the school to someone else. In his eyes, Chu Yang's future priority is the highest. This is related to the prosperity of the village for the next 100 years. Magical world. Since returning from the Soul Palace last time, Chu Yang has been thinking about a problem. As a logistics team, it would be best if you can synchronize your own situation to yourself in other worlds in real time. Just like the ghost destroys Chu Yang, in this way, you can update your research results every moment instead of waiting to share them every time you enter the Soul Palace. To do this, Chu Yang must put the killing of Voldemort on the agenda. Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Chu Yang still had a lot of knowledge from various worlds to sort out, and he had no time to search for it, just trying to integrate ninjutsu and magic, as well as the ghost and magic techniques that may be obtained in the future, has consumed a lot of Chu Yang's energy. Those who engage in scientific research are all otakus, and the principle of doing things is not to move as much as possible. To deal with the boss, it is more reliable to leave it to the aborigines. Chu Yang must find a way to reveal this information to Dumbledore. It would definitely not work to say it directly, and hinting would arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. You can't let him doubt yourself, otherwise all your previous efforts will be in vain. Harry must know these things first, and then let Dumbledore know through Harry. In this way, Chu Yang can clear up the relationship. How can Harry find the clues to the 7 Horcruxes? Chu Yang thought for a long time and finally thought of a place, Room of Requirement. Chu Yang was going to compile the clues about the 7 Horcruxes into a book and hide them in the same place as Ravenclaw's diadem. When Harry found it, he would think it was the Room of Requirement answering him, and Harry knew that he was Voldemort's last Horcrux, and he would definitely tell Dumbledore the news. If everything goes well, everything will probably develop in the direction Chu Yang planned. In the dead of night, Chu Yang came to the 8th floor of the castle. After wandering around the hallway, he found a tapestry. The entrance to the Room of Requirement is on the wall opposite the tapestry. Chu Yang stood in front of the wall, thinking that he needed a place to hide things, and then walked back and forth in front of the wall 3 times. The next second, a smooth door appeared on the wall. Chu Yang pushed the door open and entered, and it was full of containers. It's really magical. I don't know what the magic principle of this room is. If time permits, I really want to stay here to study it. After sighing, Chu Yang summoned the wooden clone to find the Ravenclaw's crown hidden in the Room of Requirement. After the Room of Requirement simulated a large number of containers, it was convenient for Chu Yang to find things. After flipping through the layers, Chu Yang found the Ravenclaw's crown in less than half an hour. Chu Yang put the books he carefully made aside and then left the Room of Requirement. The next day, Chu Yang first learned about Hermione's book borrowing plan today while having breakfast in the Great Hall. After the meal, he did not go to the classroom, but went to the library first and stuffed his own made-up books next to the books she wanted to borrow. The title on the cover is about the old stories of Hogwarts you don't know. Based on Chu Yang's understanding of Hermione, she will definitely be curious about such a title, and the content inside will guide her to find the Room of Requirement. Chu Yang is not worried that someone will find this book before Hermione. Because of all the students in Hogwarts, there is only Chu Yang who arrives at the library earlier than Hermione every day. However, Chu Yang has not been going to the library very often recently because he has to organize the knowledge of the Naruto world and the Marvel world, so in this regard, Hermione is the well-deserved first place. After putting away the fake books he made, Chu Yang returned to the classroom to attend classes normally. Until after class, Chu Yang silently followed Hermione to the library. Then, under his gaze, as expected, Hermione took the fake book with the title about the old stories of Hogwarts you don't know. The little girl's cheeks were slightly flushed, full of excitement. It seemed that she had discovered something incredible. Boom! Hermione, who was walking with her head down, threw herself into Chu Yang's arms. What made you so happy? Don't you look at people when you walk? Chu Yang pretended to complain. Oh, sorry. Hermione stared with her big bright eyes, apologized hurriedly, and then left impatiently, finding an empty corner and sneakily reading a book. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh for a while, and then left. Night fell. Taking advantage of the dead of night, Chu Yang sneaked out of Hogwarts and ran to the Forbidden Forest. Then he performed apparition and went to Nocturne Alley. Regarding the 3 unforgivable curses, if Chu Yang asked Professor Flitwick, he would probably teach him, but he would definitely report to Dumbledore afterwards. just thinking about it made Chu Yang feel troublesome, so he might as well come to Nocturne Alley to catch a dark wizard to learn the spells of the 3 unforgivable curses. This thing is a standard for dark wizards. Dark wizards who don't know these 3 spells are rare. Chu Yang spent a night, captured 15 dark wizards, and killed 10 of them. Only then did he collect the complete spells and casting details. Back at school, Chu Yang was about to go to class when Hermione appeared beside him mysteriously and whispered, "I found an incredible secret. I'm going to verify it with Harry and the others tonight. Do you want to join us?" "Thank you for your invitation, Hermione," Chu Yang said helplessly, "but I'm a little busy recently." Hermione was a little regretful, but soon cheered up and said, "We are looking for a place similar to a secret base. If it is confirmed to exist, I will take you there when you are free in the future." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I am looking forward to it. I wish you all the best." Hermione nodded, and with a smile on her face, she jumped away. The next night, the trio began their night adventure to explore the location of the Room of Requirement. Chu Yang unfolded his observation hockey and quietly followed them until they found the Room of Requirement. After the 3 successfully entered, Chu Yang left. After finding the Room of Requirement, the 3 of them would sooner or later find the Ravenclaw diadem and the intelligence book that Chu Yang had carefully prepared. Everything that follows is up to time. Marvel World, go to college during the day and go to Tony's laboratory as an assistant at night. This is Chu Yang's regular life recently. At this time, Jarvis's artificial intelligence level is still insufficient and cannot play a good auxiliary role, and Chu Yang can also help test the strength of the suit anytime and anywhere. Tony believes that any suit that can be destroyed by Chu Yang is not a good suit. Recently, he has begun to add aviation materials to the suit. It's a little strange that Tony always avoids people when changing the reactor energy bar on his chest recently. During this time, Chu Yang and Pepper cannot enter his laboratory. Pepper doesn't understand, but Chu Yang knows that Tony's abnormality is due to palladium poisoning, and the toxin is constantly eroding his body. Even if the injection is given, it can only alleviate the symptoms, but not cure them, unless Tony replaces the palladium element with a new element. The key to solving the problem lies in the video left to him by Tony's father Howard, but he never wants to finish watching it. This is Tony's heart knot, and Chu Yang can't solve it, because Tony has been immersed in the laboratory to study the Iron Man suit. He has not fulfilled his responsibilities as the president of Stark Industries. Piles of documents were handled by Pepper every day in the name of assistant. This is a very troublesome thing and a huge amount of work. When Pepper found Tony again and asked him to return to the position of president, Tony was very impatient and gave up the position of president to Pepper. "From today on, you are the CEO of Stark Industries." Tony just grabbed Pepper's shoulders and said solemnly, but both Chu Yang and Pepper saw the disapproval flashing in his eyes. Pepper, who knew that big problems would occur if this continued, could only nod helplessly for the sake of the company and Tony. A few days later, Pepper brought his new secretary to Tony and prepared for him to sign an important document agreeing to change the CEO. The new secretary walked up to Tony with seductive steps, and her sexy figure almost stole his soul away. "Hello, Mr. Stark, my name is Natasha Romanoff." After a day of classes, Chu Yang came to Tony's house as usual, ready to help him. Chu Yang happened to meet Pepper coming out with his new secretary at the door. "Hello, Yang." "Good afternoon, Miss Potts. Who is this?" "Oh, she is my new secretary Natasha. Tony just signed the CEO change document." "Congratulations, Miss Potts." "Thank you, but I prefer my previous job. Being an assistant is much easier than being a CEO." The two looked at each other and smiled. Chu Yang turned his attention to Natasha. He admired this Black Widow in Avengers. You must know that it is not an easy matter for a normal person to work with superheroes who are either cheating or mutated. Natasha was very sensitive to men's gazes. When she realized that Chu Yang was looking at her, the corners of her mouth turned up involuntarily. Most of the men Natasha had met were similar. Unless they were in poor health, they would be unable to restrain themselves from staring at her with aggressive eyes, not to mention a teenage boy. However, Natasha soon felt that Chu Yang's eyes seemed a little different. Those were very clear eyes, not related to desire, but with a little admiration. Natasha was stunned for a moment. Chu Yang nodded towards Natasha and then passed her by. Pepper pointed at Chu Yang's leaving back and explained with a smile, "Let me introduce to you, that is Yang, Tony's assistant, and a genius funded by our Stark Industries. You will often deal with him in the future. Remember to say hello when you come back and get familiar with him in advance." "Oh, I'm talking about familiarity with work. Don't mess around. He is still a child." Natasha smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Potts." After completing his daily experiments, Chu Yang did not leave Tony's home, but made a request to stay here for one night. Tony said with a look of disgust, "Fortunately, I'm going to Las Vegas tonight, otherwise I would definitely kick you out. My bed can only sleep beautiful women." Chu Yang sneered, "I will sleep in the laboratory. There may be some kind of virus in your bed." Tony laughed loudly, drank a glass of red wine, and said, "At your age, there is no need to spend all day in the laboratory. Some things, after time, you will no longer be able to appreciate." Chu Yang shook his head secretly in his heart. He could experience many things countless times, for example, when a student, not long after, Happy came to pick up Tony. For the first time, this time they went to Las Vegas not to play, but to work. Chu Yang continued to build a reactor in the laboratory and tried many times, but ultimately failed. If he builds the reactor based on the model that Tony has already established, it will actually be easy to complete, but that doesn't make sense. Chu Yang wants to build his own reactor, from basic theoretical data, to mature stage models, to the final complete body. He has to complete it independently. It's hard. Even a genius like Tony, who was called cursed by knowledge by Thanos, had accumulated more than 20 years of knowledge before he successfully created something like the arc reactor from theory. It was very difficult for Chu Yang to catch up in a very short time, unless there are a few more clones. The night was getting darker, and apart from the boss sound of the laser, the only voices left in the entire laboratory were the voices of Chu Yang and Jarvis. With high concentration, Chu Yang's 5 senses became extremely sharp, and extremely fine sounds rang in his ears. It looked like someone was walking with a bent waist. "A thief." Chu Yang smiled. At this time, he obviously knew that Tony was not here, and his ability to evade the numerous guards and advanced warning systems at Iron Man's house was extraordinary. There is only one person who meets the above 2 conditions at the same time, and that is the Black Widow who transformed into Pepper's secretary, Natasha Romanoff. The iron suit has attracted the attention of Nick Fury, and he sent Black Widow to get some data, which is very consistent with his style of doing things. Because of the deviation in the direction of the plot, Tony did not fight Obadiah Stane, and Nick Fury did not have much actual combat information on the Iron Man suit, so, it's normal to be curious. So far, all of Tony's actual battles have been completed with the help of Chu Yang. Total defeat. This also stimulated Tony's self-esteem to a certain extent, and he worked crazily in the laboratory to create new armors. He had the nerve to wear a steel suit that couldn't even defeat a miner. Chu Yang did not stop working, and kept staring at Natasha. Her movements are very quiet and difficult to detect with just your ears. If it weren't for the lust, Chu Yang would really not be able to keep a close eye on her. Seeing Chu Yang staying motionless in the laboratory like a giant Buddha, Natasha was a little anxious, so she prepared to make some noise outside to lure Chu Yang out. Natasha deliberately broke Tony's new wine glass and lit a fire, setting the entire bar on fire. She took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, then flew up and hung from the ceiling. Afterwards, Chu Yang walked up the stairs to the living room and walked straight to the bar. He saw the flames and then rummaged around for a fire extinguisher. Natasha took advantage of the door of the laboratory below to be closed, jumped up, and rolled into the laboratory. At the same time, Chu Yang, who was putting out the fire, stopped, looked back at her, and couldn't help laughing. After entering the laboratory, Natasha looked around and slowly walked towards the host. As a super agent, Natasha's hacking skills were not bad, but if compared with Tony, the gap is basically the same as that between an MIT PhD and a primary school student. It's okay for elementary school students anyway, it's enough to steal data. After inserting the special USB flash drive with the program implanted into the host, Natasha watched the progress bar on it increase little by little, so she felt relieved and looked at Tony casually. Laboratory. The next second, her whole body froze. Chu Yang, who was supposed to put out the fire outside, stood quietly behind her. If the other party had launched a surprise attack, she would have died long ago. Miss Potts said that you have been working alone in the laboratory until now, so I want to bring you something to eat. This reason is a bit clumsy, Miss Natasha. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. have any training in this area? Chu Yang exposed Natasha's lies mercilessly, making the latter a little angry. Yes, usually when this happens, we will take action directly. As soon as she finished speaking, Natasha pulled out a few tranquilizer darts from her waist and threw them directly at Chu Yang. In fact, she could have drawn her gun and shot, but before the mission started, Nick Fury warned her not to kill anyone, especially Chu Yang. This is the kind of quality talent Nick Fury really wants to recruit into S.H.I.E.L.D. But Natasha never dreamed. Chu Yang actually reached out to catch the tranquilizer dart, and then threw it back at a faster speed. Several black shadows flashed past and pierced Natasha's plump breasts. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else, it was a mistake. While Chu Yang was still explaining, Natasha fell heavily to the ground. It's easy for a man and a woman to live alone in the same room, Miss Natasha. Chu Yang did not approach the unconscious Natasha and still kept a certain distance from her. Natasha didn't move. Chu Yang shook his head and said, "There are mechanical arms everywhere in this room. I can take off your clothes without touching you. If you stay like this, I will take advantage of the heat." Natasha, who should have fallen into a coma, immediately turned over and sat up. Natasha sighed, "You don't look like a student who should be in high school." Chu Yang asked, "Didn't Agent Hill talk to you about me when he got back?" Natasha curled her lips and said, "I haven't talked about it yet. I've scolded you a lot. Do you want to listen?" Chu Yang waved his hand, "Then forget it." After saying that, Chu Yang walked towards the host. "Unplug the U-disc with the reading progress reaching 80%, throw it under your feet and slowly crush it. You should take a friendly approach instead of going to other people's houses and stealing things. S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to confirm that Tony Stark is worthy of cooperation, so it needs some information. Don't worry, we have no intention of taking his research results as our own. If you were me, how much would you believe what you just said?" Facing Chu Yang's questioning, Natasha shrugged and said helplessly, "If it were me, I probably wouldn't believe a word of the current criminal." Very good realization. Chu Yang nodded and smiled, "Because you are so sincere, you can leave, but after you go back, please tell the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. that if he wants to cooperate with Tony, sincerity is something very necessary." Really? Natasha was a little surprised and looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Chu Yang said nothing and turned aside to make a way to leave. Natasha walked over doubtfully, and the moment she passed by Chu Yang, she suddenly stopped. "Hill and Coulson both said that you are very skilled. I think you've just seen it. To be honest, I was a little negligent just now." "So what?" Natasha smiled maliciously and suddenly attacked Chu Yang, but she was very measured and did not use weapons. Chu Yang guessed that this might be the task left to her by Nick Fury, to find a suitable time to test her combat power in detail. The two started fighting in the laboratory, and Chu Yang only used Fishman Karate and Sensu Se to deal with the enemy. Originally, he only planned to use Fishman Karate, but Chu Yang was afraid that she would get impatient and play dirty tricks. So he used the power of seeing and hearing. Facts have proved that Chu Yang's worries are justified. The widowed sister, who was anxious to be beaten, slowly began to use some rogue tricks that specialized in the lower 3 lanes, and even used props such as hypnotic sprays. Use every possible means. As for agents, no one knows what equipment they have hidden on them. After a while, the door of the mansion opened. Natasha covered half of her face and limped out. After standing on the roadside for a while, a black supercar stopped in front of her. Not some rich second generation with nothing to do, but Agent Coulson. Coulson rolled down the window and looked at Natasha with shock. "Oh my God, what did he do to you?" "It's okay, I dropped it myself." "Where did you go and fall like this? Is there a 100-story spiral staircase hidden inside?" "Shut up, Coulson." Natasha, who got into the passenger seat, glared at Coulson angrily. "Do you also want to roll down the 100-story spiral staircase?" Coulson shut up angrily, and the sound of the supercar's engine immediately became deafening. Coulson drove Natasha back to S.H.I.E.L.D. After getting off the car, Natasha went to meet Nick Fury alone, in the empty office. Nick Fury stood by the window and didn't know what he was looking at. Dong 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 that the knocking on the door became particularly dull late at night. Come in. Natasha pushed the door open and said, mission failed. Nick Fury turned around suddenly and stared at Natasha, who slowly walked up to him. The boy named Yang is in the laboratory. So what? You seem to have a lower estimate of him. He found you? Yes. Nick Fury suddenly became interested, and at the same time, he also discovered the bruises on Natasha's face. He said in surprise, it seems that you and he had quite a conflict. Natasha shrugged, it's not what you think. Afterwards, Natasha told the whole story. Nick Fury was silent for a while and asked, do you think he is a mutant? Natasha shook her head and said, apart from his great strength, there is nothing suspicious about him, and there is no direct evidence that he is a mutant. Nick Fury frowned and said, when he beat you, his powers didn't work at all. The word beat deeply hurt Natasha's self-esteem. Gritting her teeth, Natasha replied word for word, yes, he beat me to pieces with his fists. Is that okay? Sir. Relax, I didn't mean it that way. Nick Fury realized that he had just been rude and quickly comforted him. The widowed sister didn't take his advice and asked coldly, is there anything else I need to ask? No more, go down. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Nick Fury quickly asked her to go back and rest. After Natasha left, Nick Fury stood alone by the window again. Sincere. I haven't heard this word in a long time. The next day, when Tony came back from Las Vegas, Chu Yang told what happened last night. The predicted anger did not appear. Under Chu Yang's surprised gaze, Tony slowly sat on the floor of the laboratory in a daze. Hey, Yang, do you think I should hand over what I'm holding? In this way, if something happens to me one day, others can continue this research. Perhaps even Pepper could not have imagined that Playboy Tony would be so depressed one day. Chu Yang said, don't be stupid, who else can study this thing except you? Tony smiled bitterly and said, I'm not as good as you think. What I can do doesn't mean others can't. Chu Yang shook his head, you may have misunderstood what I just said. Chu Yang took out a playing card from his pocket. Looking at the familiar playing cards, Tony jumped up from the sofa like a spring and waved his hands quickly. No, 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 please don't. The cards traced a graceful arc on Chu Yang's fingertips, and then left their own traces on the latest suit developed by Tony. Tony froze on the spot in despair. Chu Yang smacked his lips, I just want to say that people may look down on something so spicy. Tony's neck was visibly red, the veins were bulging, and his eyes seemed to be shooting out of flames. Just wait, I must research the best suit. Chu Yang smiled happily, look, doesn't this cheer you up? The world of pirates, the capital of seven waters, it is also the place where the ancient weapon Pluto was born 800 years ago. This place is very special and has a very high degree of autonomy. It is said to be a city, but in fact it is more like a country. The high degree of autonomy is due to the fact that the Seven Rivers capital has a large number of shipbuilding companies, which are responsible for more than 90% of the Navy's warship manufacturing business. If the Seven Waters capital suspends operations on any day, it will even affect the Navy. Therefore, even if the Seven Waters capital welcomes guests and even takes care of pirate business, the world government will turn a blind eye. However, since the Red Furs appeared in the capital of Seven Waters, there have been a lot fewer pirates coming here to repair the ship. Now, after several battles, Shank's reputation has gradually caught up with other emperors of the sea, and the pattern of the four emperors has begun to take shape. Before the renovation of the Red Furs was completed, Shanks, who had nothing to do, took the crew to drink in the bars of the Seven Waters city every day. I don't know where Yang got some weird instruments and equipment from, and put them on the ship. He studies every day and doesn't even go out. If he continues like this, his brain will probably break down. Sniper Jesus Bu drank a large glass of wine and couldn't help complaining to the people around him. Yang is much healthier than you. Instead of worrying about his brain, you should worry about yourself. If you drink so much, you will be the first one to break down. Ship Dr. Dege complained in reverse, causing everyone present to laugh. But then again, what is Yang studying? He even asked the captain for an independent room. If the transformation of the red furs was not only half completed, it would be difficult to give him such a large room. Chef Lucky Lu's face was full of curiosity, but the captain had strictly forbidden them to disturb Chu Yang, so no one knew what was in Chu Yang's room. They only saw those weird instruments once on the day Chu Yang came back. I saw him once by accident. He seemed to be doing research with his own blood, and he was talking about nonsense like factors and cells. Captain, is he really okay? Beckman turned his head to look at Shanks, a little worried that Chu Yang had gone astray. Yang is a man with his own ideas. He knows what he is doing. Don't worry about it anymore. Shanks raised his glass with a smile, and the rest of the crew followed suit. Soon, everyone focused on drinking. In fact, Chu Yang had explained the bloodline factor to Shanks the day he came back. Although the latter didn't understand the bloodline factor technology very well, he also felt the importance of this technology, so he met Chu Yang's request. During the period of the Redverse transformation, Chu Yang had been staying on the ship to do research. He was trying to use the bloodline factor technology to remove part of the wood release ability from his body, just like Vegapunk removed Kizaru's flash fruit and added it to the artificial weapon Pacifista. If this can be done, Chu Yang can create the Six Paths bloodline in the Naruto world and obtain the chakra of the Six Paths Sage. The Red Hair Pirates continued to stay in the Seven Waters for a week. The long stay even attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters located in Marineford is not close to the Seven Waters, but not far away. It is a bit sensitive. The Red Hair Pirates stayed in the Seven Waters. For the Navy, it felt like they were not allowed to sleep soundly under their bed. After a long time, the Navy headquarters responded, and warships began to patrol frequently near the Seven Waters. However, both the Navy and the Red Hair Pirates were very restrained and no conflict broke out. The two sides will not go to war in the Seven Waters, because once losses are caused, everyone will become the target of public criticism overnight. Let's go out for a walk. After a week of continuous fighting, Chu Yang has made great progress in bloodline factor technology, but his spirit is at its limit at this moment. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought that he had been in the Seven Waters for nearly half a month and hadn't been able to go around. He had been a bit crazy during this period. Chu Yang went up to the deck and looked around. The Red Furs was 4 or 5 times larger than before. During this period, he had been staying in the room and couldn't feel the changes in the Red Furs at all. At this time, in addition to Chu Yang, there were only a few new trainee crew members on the Red Furs watching the ship. When they saw Chu Yang, they immediately came over. Yang, you finally came out. I heard that there was an event today. The whole Seven Waters gathered together, and the captain and others also went to watch the excitement. The trainee crew member said excitedly. Chu Yang asked curiously, what event is it that even Shanks is interested in? That the trainee crew member scratched his head and said, I heard that the sea train has been completed. Look, isn't there a track connecting to the Seven Waters? Chu Yang was a little confused, and suddenly remembered that the current timeline was more than 10 years ago. Without time to greet the trainee crew, Chu Yang ran off the boat and rushed into the Seven Waters city at a very fast speed. The world's #1 shipbuilder, Tom of the Fishman clan, was convicted of building a pirate ship for the Pirate King Roger. But he also got a chance to offset his merits and demerits because of his feat of completing the sea train. Unfortunately, this opportunity could not be used to save his own life. Spandam, who was not yet the head of CP9, a secret agency directly under the world government at that time, knew that Tom had the design drawings of Pluto. Spandam, who failed to rob, was resentful, so he stole the Frankie battle invented by Tom's disciple Frankie to attack the judicial ship sent by the judicial island. This is a felony. It is no less than the felony of Tom helping the Pirate King Roger build a ship. Spandam used this method to put the felony on Frankie. In order to protect his disciples, Tom used the credit of inventing the sea train to atone for Frankie's crime. He himself will be tried and taken to Judicial Island to be executed. Today is the day when the sea train is completed, and it is also the day when Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder, is executed. Chu Yang walked through the crowded port and happened to see Tom in shackles. The young iceberg's eyes were full of despair. Chu Yang took a deep breath and looked around, looking for Shanks. Since he was just watching the fun, there must be members of the Red Hair Pirates around. After looking around and not seeing anyone, Chu Yang was ready to activate his observation haki. Even though there were many people and the noise was loud, he had no choice but to do so. The next second, Chu Yang felt someone pat his shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was Shanks. "Boy, you haven't been out for so many days. Why did you have to wait until today? We were just about to leave." Shanks looked at Chu Yang helplessly. The latter suddenly showed a creepy smile, which made Shanks shudder. "Captain, before we leave, how about we do something big?" Chapter 85 Progress of the Three Worlds and Newcomer Chu Yang in Ancient Costume, Seeking Monthly TI. You are listening at novelfull.audio. You couldn't be more foolish by doing research, right? Shanks rolled his eyes back at him. "Captain, I want to save this fish man," Chu Yang said solemnly. "Mr. Tom? Why?" Halfway through Shanks' words, he suddenly realized, "I forgot that you were rescued by the fishmen." "Mr. Tom? You know him?" Chu Yang also said suddenly, "He built the Pirate King's ship." "It would be strange that you don't know him." Shanks nodded. At this time, Beckman suddenly appeared, put his arm around Chu Yang's shoulders, and whispered, "Actually, we knew about this very early, but the captain said that Mr. Tom could complete the sea train, so we didn't bother." Shanks sighed with emotion. "If it weren't for Chu Yang leaving for a while, I wouldn't have thought of coming to the capital of Seven Waters to renovate the Red Furs at this time. I originally wanted to celebrate Mr. Tom privately after the completion of the project, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen today." Chu Yang looked at Tom, who was injured all over his body, and asked, "Save someone now?" Shanks shook his head. "No, the reason I haven't taken action until now is because I'm afraid that Mr. Tom's disciples will be implicated." Chu Yang looked around and found no trace of Frankie. All he saw was Spandam, who was all bandaged. "Obviously this guy has been broken by Frankie." Beckman chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Wait until we are at sea. There are many warships watching around, and we can't do anything here." Chu Yang nodded. Tom was escorted to the sea train. Smoking Tom that he built himself, the culprit, Spandam, was also carried in by his men. The crew members of the red-haired pirates were also returning to the ship one after another, preparing to sail. The patrolling warships were a bit slower to react. They only reacted after the Red Furs followed the Smoking Tom and left the capital of Seven Waters. Several people headed towards Judiciary Island at the same time. The news quickly spread back to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, who was still an admiral at this time, took the call, and his expression changed drastically after hearing the report. Warring states rushed to Judicial Island on warships with a bunch of lieutenant generals and major generals without stopping. They thought the red-haired pirates' target was Judiciary Island. At the same time, the Red Furs was getting closer and closer to the Smoking Tom, and Spangdam on the train also noticed something unusual. "Damn it, those pirates are coming for us. Red Hair. Why does he want to get out of this muddy water?" Spangdam was scared. In addition to the white-bearded Edward Newgate, who has firmly established himself as the Pirate Emperor, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, Shanks is already the veritable first person under the Pirate Emperor. How could Spandam not be afraid of such an enemy targeting him? Red Fourth. How do you stop this sea train? If you use brute force, Mr. Tom in the car will be injured. If it doesn't work, then we can only destroy the track. This was built by Mr. Tom. If it is damaged, he will be very angry, right? Everyone was talking about how to save Tom. Shanks had a headache after hearing this. The surrounding warships are constantly approaching. If it is too late, it may not be possible to take action. At this moment, Chu Yang saw a young man standing on the track in the distance. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. "I have a way." Chu Yang jumped onto the side of the ship, half-crouched, and turned around and said, "I'll leave the surrounding navy to you." Shanks stretched out his hand to stop Chu Yang. "What are you going to do?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yang flying out. Yes, Chu Yang flew out. The technique of earth escape and super light and heavy rock is used. Shanks stood stunned. The crew members, including Beckman, were also stunned. "Captain, I seem to be a little seasick today. I saw that guy Yang flying." "Shanks, I'm a little seasick too. He flies pretty fast." "Captain, ugh. I'm really seasick." The warship launched a bombardment without any warning, causing the red furs to swing from side to side. People stood on the deck as if they were playing on a seesaw. Shanks came to his senses and immediately ordered the crew to attack to cover Chu Yang. Chu Yang quickly flew directly above the train, fell into the cab, kicked the driver into the sea, and then stepped on the brakes. The high-speed sea train almost derailed, and after running a short distance, it slowly stopped. The young man's eyes were dull and he opened his arms blankly, blocking the train. At this time, the distance between the train and him was only an arm's length. On the other side, Chu Yang was attacked as soon as he came out of the cab. A group of naval soldiers from Judiciary Island and spies belonging to CP-9 opened fire at the same time. Facing a group of miscellaneous fish, Chu Yang raised his arm and summoned a thick tree stump. After sweeping around, the car suddenly became extremely clean. In the corner, Spangdam was trembling. "So hateful, why didn't you just beat me out together?" Spangdam cursed inwardly. Chu Yang walked up to Spangdam and pinched the bandage covering his wound. Spangdam let out a wail of agony. Chu Yang activated his overlord color, knocked him unconscious, and then threw him out of the carriage. Killing this kind of person will only dirty your own hands. It is better to throw him into the sea to feed the fish, which can also be regarded as maintaining ecological balance. Environmental protection is important. When he reached the second carriage, Chu Yang saw Tom. He was slumped in the corner, covered in blood, and his breath was weak. Chu Yang quickly stepped forward and transferred a large amount of life force into Tom's body. The frightened Frankie finally came to his senses and rushed into the car, just in time to see Chu Yang treating Tom. Frankie had tears in his eyes and was very nervous. Chu Yang ignored him and focused on passing on his life force to Tom. Frankie slowly approached, wanting to see Tom's condition, but Chu Yang suddenly stood up and kicked him out. Frankie vomited a large mouthful of blood, was kicked out, and fell into the sea. The blood soon stained the surrounding seawater red. Young Frankie can't get involved with the red-haired pirates, otherwise he will be the first to suffer after they leave. Chu Yang knew this, so he kicked him hard. Then, he left the sea train with Tom, whose breathing gradually stabilized. The naval artillery attack was very intense, but the Red Furs, which had just undergone modification, was not timid at all, and also responded with intensive artillery fire. Both sides exercised restraint and no close combat occurred. However, the Navy's formation is constantly closing, and there is a tendency of encirclement. At this moment, Chu Yang took Tom back to the boat. Shanks shouted from the bow of the ship, "Sail! Set sail!" Warring States, who arrived belatedly, could only watch the Red Furs break through the naval siege and leave towards the unknown waters. In fact, he was relieved. He is the only general left behind at the headquarters. If there is a conflict with the red-haired pirates in the Seven Rivers capital, the Navy headquarters will be empty of combat power, and big problems are likely to occur. Warring States came here and were under considerable pressure. Fortunately, Shanks didn't have any thoughts about Judiciary Island. Speaking of which, why on earth did this guy make such a fuss? On the way back, Sengoku turned around and asked the admirals around him. A major general replied, "I heard that the red-haired pirates rescued the shipwright Tom, who should have been executed." Warring States thought for a while and asked, "Is it the Tom who built the Oro Jackson and is known as the world's best shipbuilder?" The major general nodded and said, "Yes, general of the Warring States period." That's not surprising. Warring States breathed a long sigh of relief. The red hair turned out to be someone on Roger's ship. This action is probably to repay the favor. The Major General asked in surprise, "Is red-haired Shanks actually a crew member of Roger the Pirate King?" "You don't know?" Warring States looked around and found many people showing shocked expressions. "General Warring States, don't reveal such big information at every turn. It will scare people, just like Mr. Garp." The then Lieutenant General Green Pheasant Kazan leaned against the side of the ship with a look of helplessness. "Don't compare me with that old fool." Warring States was furious when he heard Garp's name, and said angrily, "Now that the New World is in crisis, he ran back to the East China Sea and didn't know what he was doing." "I don't know, but Mr. Garp said that the next time I see red hair, I will kill him." Kazan shrugged and joked, "It seems that the two of them have a big feud." The night he left the capital of the Seven Waters, Tom woke up and knew that he was on the Red Furs. Tom was silent for a long time. If you go back now, everyone who has anything to do with you in the Seven Waters City will be punished by the world government. In the worst-case scenario, it will probably be the death penalty per capita. Chu Yang reminded from the side. Tom sighed deeply. Why did you save me? You must have other purposes, right? Shanks smiled and said, the only purpose is to repay your kindness. Without the Oro Jackson that you worked so hard to build, it would be difficult for Captain Roger to fulfill his ideals, and of course there would be no One Piece in the future. When Tom heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Shanks with surprise. I used to be a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. Shanks scratched his head and said, only then did Tom remember that there were indeed two little carrot heads on the Roger pirate ship, and it seemed that one of them had red hair. The two chatted for a long time, and then Shanks invited Tom to join the party tonight. There is nothing more worthy of celebration than successfully saving the life of a companion. At least, that's the case for the red-haired pirates. The restaurant, which was 4 or 5 times wider than before, was turned into a banquet hall and was brightly lit all night. All the pirates sang and danced, and the wine glasses in their hands were never empty. Tom slowly blended in, and it didn't take long for him to get drunk. When he got up the next day, he accepted the fact that he had become a member of the ship. Chu Yang returned to research. I don't know if it's because he's in a good mood, but the research on blood factor technology is going very smoothly. 5 days later, Chu Yang successfully extracted a bloodline factor with the wood escape effect. Naruto World. Chu Yang, who had practiced in Shirgu Forest for many days, successfully understood the Sage Mode, but he was not yet able to enter this state. Instantly, like Senju Hashirama, it's not that easy to instantly enter Sage Mode. Even Jiraiya, who would become one of the 3 ninjas in the future, could not do it. It requires the balance of the 3 energies in the body. Physical energy, mental energy, natural energy. Chakra is the product of the balance between physical energy and spiritual energy. To add natural energy to it, the established balance must be broken, but inertia is terrible, especially when the body is used to how to produce chakra. This inertia has long developed into instinct. This is the fundamental reason why the Sage Mode is difficult to practice. When the mind is highly concentrated, it is not difficult to enter the Sage Mode. The difficulty is to maintain the Sage Mode action. Even in battle, Chu Yang successfully made a facial mask appear on his face on the first day of entering the Wet Bone Forest for training. It took 3 days to act as he pleased. It took 5 days to fight normally. This speed is unprecedented in the eyes of the Slug Sage. But Chu Yang is still not satisfied. If you can't guarantee that you can enter the Sage Mode at any time during the battle, it will be meaningless. For this reason, Chu Yang specially asked Hashirama Senju, just like this, then this, and finally that. Chu Yang. Hashirama Senju gestured, and the words he said made Chu Yang feel familiar and strange. He seemed to think that his description was very detailed, even vivid, until Chu Yang looked at him blankly. Tobarama has always said that I am not suitable to be a teacher. Senju Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. I think actual combat is easier for you to understand. Chu Yang sighed. This is the rhythm of him getting beaten, but in order to enter the Sage Mode faster, Chu Yang could only nod in agreement. In actual combat, except for the Sage Mode, other ninjutsu or sage techniques cannot be used, which means that Senju Hashirama's most advantageous wood escape cannot be used. If it is just a physical technique, the gap between Chu Yang and Senju Hashirama is not that big now. The problem is that Senju Hashirama will not give Chu Yang the opportunity to enter the Sage Mode in actual combat. He has been suppressing Chu Yang from the beginning. Senju Hashirama in Sage Mode fights Chu Yang, who has no Sage Mode and can only use physical techniques. The ending can be imagined. Chu Yang was stunned, let alone entering the Sage Mode. He could only barely defend against Senju Hashirama's attacks with all his strength. Most of the time, he was like a human sandbag. The two fought from morning to dusk. Chu Yang was swollen all over. Hashirama Senju said with a refreshed look, I haven't had such a good time in a long time. The last time was when I fought with Madara. After becoming Hokage, I didn't have many opportunities to fight. Sometimes I really envy Madara, because he can at least fight with the tailed beasts. How is it? After fighting for so long, have you found any feeling? Chu Yang, with a bruised face, looked up at Hashirama Senju and said resentfully, do I look like I have any feeling? Hashirama Senju concentrated and held his breath, and asked solemnly, "Who are you?" Chu Yang sighed deeply, "Teacher, this joke is not funny at all." "Really? Ha ha ha." Hashirama Senju scratched his head and laughed to himself. Hashirama Senju's teaching method is simple and violent, but it is very effective, which stimulates Chu Yang's potential to the fullest. Chu Yang was beaten for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally learned how to enter the Sage mode instantly in battle. Harry Potter World. After Chu Yang mastered the 3 unforgivable curses, he resumed his research on spells. As for the wand, it was temporarily suspended. Chu Yang's wand-making skills have reached a very high level, and he has even found a formula for the replacement of the wand core. But it is still difficult to find a stable substitute for the wand core so that himself in other worlds can make wands, so Chu Yang decided to change his research direction and prepare to learn the secret of wandless spellcasting from Professor Flitwick or Headmaster Dumbledore. The wand is actually a product of Europe. Before the British wizard Isolcel established the Ilvermorny school, the indigenous wizards in North America were all using wandless spellcasting. African wizards only started to use wands in the 20th century. Strictly speaking, the wand is not a necessity for spellcasting. The difficulty of wandless spellcasting is very high, at least much more difficult than OWL and NEWT exams. The appearance of the wand lowered the conditions for casting spells, making them more controllable and simple, and was a key factor in the European wizards crushing wizards from other regions in the ever-evolving history. Wands and wandless casting are like internal combustion engines and steam engines, the latter of which has been abandoned by the times. For most wizards, giving up the wand and choosing to use wandless casting is as incomprehensible as modern people giving up high-speed rail and choosing steam trains. Even a strong person like Dumbledore would never use wandless casting in battle, but for Chu Yang, it is more important to allow himself in other worlds to use magic than the high learning threshold and shortcomings of wandless casting. As for the shortcomings of wandless casting, Chu Yang can slowly overcome them with the knowledge of various worlds. And he is not worried about this at all. Headmaster Dumbledore has been very busy recently. Since Chu Yang passed on the information about Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, he has rarely been seen in Hogwarts. Harry's mood has also become a little low, but fortunately Ron and Hermione are often with him. Since Dumbledore was not in school, Chu Yang could only ask Professor Flitwick to teach him the skills of wandless spellcasting. As the champion of the dueling competition, Professor Flitwick's spellcasting ability was second only to Dumbledore in the entire Hogwarts. Snape and Professor McGonagall are also good at wandless spellcasting, but they may not be as thorough as Professor Flitwick. This is not their strong point. After class, Chu Yang did not go to the auditorium with his classmates for dinner, but went to the 8th floor alone, passed the room of requirement, and walked along the corridor to the office near the West Tower. He reached out and knocked on the door. "Come in." Professor Flitwick's shrill voice came out. Chu Yang pushed the door open and saw Professor Flitwick making coffee. "Would you like a cup?" Professor Flitwick smiled. He liked students like Chu Yang to come to him after class. When the two discussed spells, Chu Yang's wild ideas often gave him great inspiration. "No, Professor, I came here to ask you for some knowledge." Chu Yang sat on the sofa very skillfully. "Did you encounter a spell that was difficult to understand?" Professor Flitwick held a cup of freshly brewed coffee and sat opposite Chu Yang curiously. "It's not a spell." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I want to learn the skills of wandless casting from you." "Wandless casting?" Professor Flitwick was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Why do you want to learn this?" "Wandless casting is inefficient and difficult, just like the stone tools in the hands of primitive people." It is not difficult to judge from Professor Flitwick's words that he looks down on wandless casting. Like most wizards, he thinks wandless casting is backward. Seeing that the topic was getting farther and farther away, Chu Yang quickly interrupted him. "I've been studying the history of magic recently, and I'm very curious about the earliest history of wizards. I want to know how European wizards cast spells before the invention of wands." "Oh." Professor Flitwick suddenly realized, smiled knowingly, and said, "I used to be like you, full of curiosity about everything in the magic world. Since you want to understand wandless spells, I must first explain the relationship between magic, wands, and spells. Everyone's own magic is like the water in a big bucket, and the magic required to release a spell is like the water in a small bottle. We need a funnel to accurately pour the water from the big bucket into the small bottle, and the spell acts as a funnel to help us adjust the output of magic. Even if sometimes I pour a little too much water, the funnel can help me adjust it so that the water will not overflow. Without a wand, it is equivalent to pouring water from a large bucket into a small water bottle without a funnel. If you use too much force, the water overflowing is a small matter, and sometimes it will even knock over the water bottle. At this time, the entire spell will fail. In serious cases, magic backlash will occur. For wizards, this is a very terrible thing. At this point, Professor Flitwick's expression became extremely serious. Yang, you should have read about the consequences of wizards losing control of their magic power in books. And most of the magic power out of control in wandless spells will be more serious. The magic power will run wild in the body, like an endlessly inflated balloon. I don't need to say more about the end, right? Chu Yang immediately nodded and said, I know, Professor Flitwick. Well, very good. Professor Flitwick smiled again, and then began to further teach Chu Yang the key points of wandless spells. Without a wand, our body takes on the role of the wand. Without a wand to act as a regulator, we must use mental power to strictly control the output of magic power. Mental power is the natural barrier to wandless magic. If the mental power is not strong enough, it is impossible to accurately pour the water from the large bucket into the small water bottle. As a person's mental power grows older and meditates continuously, it will become stronger and stronger. This is why Headmaster Dumbledore's wandless magic seems easier than others. Professor Flitwick talked freely and told Chu Yang the key points of wandless magic. That night, Chu Yang sneaked out of school and went to the Forbidden Forest to practice wandless magic. The whole process was indeed not easy. If the total amount of magic power of a normal person can fill a large bucket, then Chu Yang's magic power can almost fill an entire black lake. The terrifying total amount of magic power made it very difficult for Chu Yang to control it. He could not do it at all, as Professor Flitwick said, to pour water into the small water bottle. The lake water would not only break the water bottle, but also the bucket, water tank and reservoir. Chu Yang could only train himself to control magic power precisely. Chu Yang's advantage was that he had knowledge from other worlds. He tried to learn from the way of practicing chakra in the Naruto world to train his ability to control magic power. Waiter, serve the wine. Okay, sir. That the waiter, dressed in linen, smiled and carried out a jar of autumn dew from the backyard. He followed the sound, walked to the dining table by the window, poured a glass for the guests at that table, and then left the jar on the dining table. Mr. Chu, please wait a moment, the wine and food will be here soon. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chu is always so polite. The waiter's face was flushed. It was undoubtedly a glorious thing for a scholar like Mr. Chu to thank him. Originally, the waiter wanted to say a few more pleasantries, but he heard an urging voice immediately. Waiter, that he sighed and could only smile helplessly at Mr. Chu, then walked to another table to greet the guests. Chu Yang also nodded. As a former modern man, he was used to saying thank you to people, but there was no other special meaning. After coming to this world for nearly a year, Chu Yang has become accustomed to his identity as a teacher, and his speech and conversation have changed drastically from when he first came. Chu Yang was a serious college student, and he was more than capable of serving as an elementary teacher for a bunch of little kids. He did a pretty good job, and was famous not only in this town, but also in villages all over the country. Smooth sailing at work could not heal Chu Yang's gradually drying up soul. Entertainment activities in ancient times were really lacking. No TV, no movies, no computers, nothing. Apart from being able to listen to music, it is useless. But listening to music every day, even if his body could bear it, Chu Yang's money bag couldn't bear it. The profession of a teacher can only allow Chu Yang to have enough food and clothing, but cannot save those young ladies who live in dire straits. Chu Yang was very sorry, so coming to the restaurant to listen to the storytellers became one of Chu Yang's few hobbies. The dishes on the dinner table had just been served, and Chu Yang had just finished a glass of wine. In the middle of the lobby, the storyteller, who was over 40 years old, gently dropped the tree in his hand on the table. Snap! The last chapter mentioned that the brothers Zhao Kuanyin, Taizu of the Northern Song dynasty, and Zhao Guanyi, Taizu of the Southern Song Dynasty, turned against each other, causing the huge Song Dynasty to split into two countries, the Northern Song Dynasty and the Southern Song Dynasty. Hey hey hey. Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. Everyone in the restaurant focused their attention on him, but the storyteller was already accustomed to it. Every time he said this, Mr. Chu, who had a somewhat eccentric temperament, would laugh, with a hint of ridicule. Seeing that the guests were all staring at him, Chu Yang had to stand up and apologize to everyone around him to calm down the anger. The storyteller coughed and continued. As the Song Dynasty was divided into two, the largest gang in the world, the Beggar Gang, was also divided into two, becoming the Northern Beggar Gang and the Southern Beggar Gang. Xiao Feng, the leader of the Northern Beggar Clan, and Hong Qigong, the leader of the Southern Beggar Clan, are both top-notch heroes in the world. 7 days ago, they agreed to compete at Yanmen Pass, hoping to compete on behalf of the Northern and Southern Beggar Clan. At first, the two fought with the unique skills of the Beggar Clan. The two dragon-subduing masters came from the same source. It was difficult to tell the difference. The roar of dragons could be heard in the air when the Yanmen was closed. The aftermath of the Palm Force could even break the giant tree 100 steps away. Halfway through the competition, the Liao army invaded Yanmen Pass. The two relied on the natural barrier of Yanmen Pass to hold off the army for a whole day. The leader of the Northern Beggar Clan, Xiao, is young and strong. He lasted 3 hours longer than the old leader Hong, until the border troops and many disciples of the Beggar Clan arrived. Seeing that the Liao army could not do anything, they left corpses everywhere and retreated hastily. As soon as the storyteller finished speaking, there were cheers one after another in the restaurant. Good. Good kill. The two gang leaders are so heroic. Kill all those chitin dogs. Boy. Let's have another jar of wine and burn a knife to add to the fun. That the successful defense against foreign enemies made everyone present very happy. Everyone is laughing. Chu Yang was also hee. Forget about time travel, the time travel is so outrageous. Zhao Guanyin and Zhao Guanyi brothers turned against each other. Xiao Feng versus Hong Qigong. Brother Chu Yang, please smile softly. If you laugh like this again, others will think you are a fool. A little beggar came out of nowhere and sat down opposite Chu Yang, holding his hand very naturally. Eat with chopsticks. Xiao Huang, isn't it funny when Guangong fights Qin Xiong? Chu Yang asked back. I told you not to call me Xiao Huang, the dog is called Xiao Huang. The little beggar bared his teeth at Chu Yang angrily, and then frowned and said, Master Guansheng and Master Qin are not from the same dynasty, how could this happen? What about a fight? Brother Chu Yang, your brain is getting harder and harder to use. Oh, forget it, your brain is useless anyway. How can a normal person treat a beggar to dinner every day? Chu Yang smacked his lips and said, I didn't invite you. You sat at the table and ate by yourself. The little beggar said oh and said with a sly smile, then why do you always have to prepare 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks when you are eating alone? Chu Yang suddenly became sad and said heartbrokenly, when I was a child, my family had a little yellow dog. I grew up with it. I regarded it as a brother. I always prepared bowls and chopsticks for it when eating. Ever since it left home, this habit has remained. The little beggar was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, Lo home? Where did you go? Chu Yang replied with a smile, I'm going to beg for food. The little beggar immediately realized that Chu Yang was teasing him. His dirty little face instantly became angry, and he stood up to hit him. Relax. Chu Yang quickly stretched out his hand to block it. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Why are you still taking your seat? You said some weird words that others can't understand. The little beggar yelled as coquettishly as a girl, but he didn't actually hit Chu Yang, he just stared at his eyes as clear as a lake. What are you doing? Chu Yang had goosebumps all over his body. He held on to the railing and retched. He turned around and complained, if I had known you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have pity on you. A smile flashed in the little beggar's eyes, but he had a look of tears on his face. He lowered his head and said with humiliation, "Brother Chu Yang, will you look down on me? I was born different from normal men. I like things are different too." Chu Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. He originally wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect Xiao Huang to be so sad. Thinking about it, the issue of orientation was also very sensitive in his own time, let alone ancient times. People who were different from ordinary people would only suffer greater pressure. Looking at the little beggar with red eyes, Chu Yang felt pity for him inexplicably, and could only comfort him. "I was just joking, I didn't have any intention of discriminating against you, really." That the little beggar still looked like he was about to cry, with tears welling up in his eyes, in desperation. Chu Yang could only put his head to the little beggar's ear. The sudden approach made the little beggar's cheeks turn red. He was about to retreat when he heard Chu Yang's voice. "I'll sing you a song. Don't be angry after listening to it." The little beggar originally wanted to step back, but Chu Yang's gentle singing made him stop. Chu Yang's singing voice is very ordinary, not very good. It can only be said that it is mostly in tune, but the straightforward lyrics and moving melody still made the little beggar immersed in it. The little beggar has been proficient in music since he was a child. There are only 10 people in the world who can surpass him, but this is the first time I heard this style of song, very direct and deeply rooted in people's hearts. After listening to it for a long time, it even makes people feel amazing. In order to make the little beggar understand, Chu Yang deleted all the English parts of the lyrics and replaced them with humming. Soon he sang the chorus, "What rose doesn't have thorns?" The emotionally intense lyrics constantly bombard the little beggar's heart. The little beggar's eyes changed when he looked at Chu Yang, with some surprise and some admiration. There is no scholar who is not pedantic in his eyes, but the man in front of him was different from all the scholars he had met since he ran away from home. A bit like his father, he has his own moral values, is independent and is regarded as deviant by the world. Thinking of his father and the time he spent away from home, the little beggar could no longer bear the grievances in his heart, and tears flowed out unconsciously. This time he really wanted to cry. Chu Yang only sang the chorus once and then stopped because the people around him kept looking at him and the little beggar. I don't know what this man said, but he actually made a little beggar cry like this. He must have said vicious words, and he said them in other people's ears. It's really abominable. Isn't that Mr. Chu? The one who specializes in educating children. It seems like it's really him. The world is in decline. Cold sweat dripped from Chu Yang's forehead, and he whispered, "Xiao Huang. Well, let's do this. As long as you don't cry, you will call me Xiao Chu from now on, and I will call you Brother Huang." The little beggar burst into tears and laughed. "We agreed, you will call me Brother Huang when we meet in the future." Okay. Chu Yang nodded quickly, and before leaving, he didn't forget to ask, "Are you full?" "If we are full, we will leave as soon as possible." The little beggar sneered and said, "If it weren't for your sake, I wouldn't bother to use my chopsticks. The food here is really terrible. I don't know why you come here every day. Stop bragging." Chu Yang rolled his eyes, grabbed his wrist and walked out. More and more people were watching the excitement in the restaurant. The little beggar didn't know why, but he lowered his head all the way, looking so good that Chu Yang grabbed his hand like he was grabbing the back of a cat's neck. "Hey, Brother Huang, although I don't discriminate against you, can you please stop being like this? I'm afraid." After leaving the restaurant, we walked for a while. Chu Yang looked at the shy little beggar next to him and was so frightened that he let go instantly, his scalp numb. The little beggar couldn't help laughing, seeing him smiling so happily. Chu Yang shook his head. He took out a cloth bag from his arms, which contained the dry food he had just bought on the street. He handed the dry food to the little beggar and said, "Take it back and share it with your companions." The little beggar said with a complicated expression, "When I first met you, you were giving alms to beggars, and more than once. There are very few people in this world who care about their life and death as much as you do." Chu Yang sighed deeply, helplessness written on his face. As a communist successor who was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze, it is difficult for him to turn a blind eye to this, whether in the original world or here. The little beggar said, "Xiao Chu, although your brain is not working well, your heart is very kind. Except for occasionally coming to the restaurant to eat, you give away all your money. Hearing this, Chu Yang coughed violently and felt a little ashamed. He did give a lot of charity, but besides the beggars, there are also the ladies in the hook bar. Well, listening to music on the hook is very harmful. I don't know if it was because of the condemnation of his conscience, but after Chu Yang handed the dry food to the little beggar, he rushed home without stopping. The little beggar's innocent eyes are too dazzling. The next day, Chu Yang announced the end of school amidst the sound of the children reading loudly, and there was a sudden burst of chickens and dogs in the yard, and yellow sand rolled, like an army pressing down on the country. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. The flowers of the motherland are so strong, very good. Each person goes home and adds 3 sets of homework. The naughty children suddenly became quiet and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Seeing their husbands slowly nodding, they felt as if they were mourning for their heirs. 3 sets of homework. Children whose psychological quality is not up to par have begun to cry bitterly. Seeing this, Chu Yang was even more satisfied. After school, Chu Yang, who had nothing to do, was going to Gulan. No, he was going to the Tutu temple in the east of the city to see Xiao Huang, then go listen to music. As a result, halfway through the journey, the road ahead was blocked by a group of guys with hairstyles like the Zhang Ai family. The leader had 3 big bumps on his forehead, each the size of a green date. Chu Yang's scalp was numb. "Brother, your folliculitis is very serious," Chu Yang said with some concern. The muscular man with 3 bumps on his head stared coldly at Chu Yang. Behind him, Chu Yang turned his head along the muscular man's line of sight. He suddenly saw a young man wearing a fur coat, leading a red horse with a lot of bags hanging on the horse, and with "I am a nouveau riche" written on his face following him. The young man grinned. "Like a fool, good fellow, you dare to be so ostentatious in this world. Who else can you rob if not you?" The muscular man with bumps on his head had a very fierce look in his eyes, and these 2 people probably have a grudge. Chu Yang walked to the corner silently and said with a smile, "You 2 can take revenge if you have grievances, don't worry about me." The tough guy roared, "It's this stinky boy who ruined our plan, take him down." That the enemy was coming fiercely, the young man put down his luggage and prepared to fight, and did not forget to turn around and say to Chu Yang, "Sorry, I didn't mean to implicate you." "Hey, who is your brother? Don't try to be a relative," Chu Yang hurriedly said to the group of killers in red clothes. "I don't know him, don't make a mistake." Before he finished speaking, a steel knife passed over Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang subconsciously hunched over, and his hair was cut off by the steel knife. The scattered hair fell from his eyes one by one, and in extreme fear, Chu Yang was furious, raised his head and cursed, "Fuck you." The steel knife fell again, but this time, it would definitely not only cut off Chu Yang's hair. Chu Yang stared at the blade, and everything in his vision became slower and slower, as if it was frozen. His consciousness kept drifting away. When he came back to his senses, he was already in a magnificent and mysterious palace. There were people standing around him, and everyone looked at him with curious eyes. Chu Yang looked at these people. Although he had never met them before, he felt familiar from the bottom of his heart. After a while, finally someone said, "Wow, this time it's ancient costumes." Chapter 86 Soul Palace Regular Meeting, The End of Pretending. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The regular meeting in the Soul Palace begins. Chu Yang from other worlds explained the situation to Chu Yang from the martial arts world, and then everyone shared their recent memories and abilities. According to the plan, Pirate Chu Yang found the bloodline factor technology and successfully isolated some bloodline factors with would escape characteristics. The Hokage Chu Yang will use this technology to extract the required bloodline factors from the bloodline retained by the Otsutsuki clan. Then you can try to create the blood factor of the 6 paths immortal. Chu Yang, the Hokage, has learned the immortal mode, coupled with the blood factor of the Sage of 6 paths. The Sage of 6 paths mode can be perfectly reproduced. In addition, Hokage Chu Yang has another idea. I want to see if the blood factor technology can extract part of the tailed beast's chakra from the Jinchuriki. If successful, we can fuse these chakras and create our own 10 tails chakra. This idea was very interesting and immediately aroused everyone's discussion. Magic Chu Yang said, "Theoretically, it should be possible. The tailed beast itself is obtained by splitting the 10-tailed chakra, and different characteristics correspond to different tailed beasts. The crux of the problem is that fusion may consume a huge amount of chakra. After all, the tailed beast chakra we received from the Jinchuriki is incomplete and must be replenished to ensure the success rate of fusion. Death God Chu Yang reminded, this plan will be put on hold for now. The most important thing now is to find a way to get the 6 paths sage mode. Kisuke Urahara's training for me is almost over. Soon I will follow Ichigo and the others into Soul Society. I haven't had the experience of fighting a captain-level Shinigami at full strength, so I'm not sure how useful the Sage mode can be. 6 Paths Sage mode is a very important insurance for me. Hokage Chu Yang nodded. Magic Chu Yang asked, will Urahara Kisuke's training for you help you sense your own Zanpakuto? Death God Chu Yang sighed and said, the effect is there, but I am not Kurosaki Ichigo. I can't do things similar to him. I have to take the conventional route and join the Death God camp to build my Zanpakuto. Magical Chu Yang reminded, you must make use of your knowledge and experience to avoid difficult opponents as much as possible. Yamamoto Genryonaji Sai Shigekuni, Aizen Soyasuke, Kairaku Shunsui, Bunohana Retsu, Zaraki Kenpachi, these are the ones you need to avoid. Others can feel free to fight boldly. The god of death, Chu Yang, scratched his head and laughed at himself, counting this, there are not many that I have a chance of winning. Demon Slayer Chu Yang suddenly said, regarding the breath of the source, I have gained some insights recently. You can experience it after you go back. It may be helpful. Pirate Chu Yang also said, although I have been busy studying bloodline factor technology during this period, I have not fallen behind in the practice of domineering, so don't worry. Death God Chu Yang nodded repeatedly and said, I know the intentions of the brothers. They were just joking. I am very confident about the journey to the Soul Society. Marvel Chu Yang suddenly said, the core of immortal mode is the balance of the 3 energies of body, spirit, and nature. There shouldn't be natural energy in Soul Society, right? Isn't everything there made of spirit children? How do you use Sage mode in this case? Death God Chu Yang was stunned, he hasn't thought about this issue yet. Marvel Chu Yang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, when you get back, quickly practice how to use spirit seeds to build a new immortal mode. Death God Chu Yang suddenly fell into deep thought. Marvel Chu Yang turned to look at Magic Chu Yang and asked, can the 3 unforgivable curses be cast with the current level of wandless spellcasting? Magical Chu Yang shook his head, not yet, I can only cast some simple spells. Marvel's Chu Yang felt a little regretful. He thought that if his wandless spellcasting barely reached the level of being able to cast the Soul Imperious Curse, then he would consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D. If he could use the Imperious Curse to control the top brass of Hydra, he would get a lot of help. Everyone chatted for a while, and then returned to their own worlds, the world of martial arts. The steel knife in front of him hit Chu Yang's head within 0.01 seconds. As he opened his eyes, black lightning invisible to ordinary people began to fly wildly, and a terrifying force swept around him. Overlord and domineering, the little guy rolled his eyes and fell straight in front of Chu Yang. Not only him, but all the thugs in the entire street were affected by the overbearing color, and they all fainted in an instant. The macho man with 3 big bumps on his head felt like he was suddenly hit on the head. He just reached out and touched the back of his head, rolled his eyes, and fainted. He lasted 2 seconds longer than his younger brother. As for the stupid big man who directed the disaster to Chu Yang, unexpectedly he did not fall down, but leaned precariously on a pillar. Why are you so dizzy all of a sudden? The silly man muttered to himself, looking like he wanted to vomit but couldn't. You brat, you almost killed me. Chu Yang walked up to him and stared at him with gritted teeth. Brother, I'm sorry. The stupid man pointed his hands at Chu Yang's side and apologized. Apparently he was so dizzy that he couldn't tell the difference between east, west, and north. No need to apologize, let's retaliate. Chu Yang smiled, and then directly knocked him unconscious with the stupid man's blank eyes. Chu Yang groped around him and found out all the money and valuables, even the fur coat he was wearing. It's a great mercy to leave you a set of clothes. Next time, be smarter and don't involve innocent people. Not everyone is as lucky as me. Chu Yang glanced at him, and then walked towards the members of the Love Burial family with exaggerated hairstyles. You have no grievances, but you can kill passers-by. You don't think you are a kind person. Chu Yang picked up the steel knife from the ground and casually slashed the throat of one of them. Then don't blame me for having grievances. Take revenge. After saying this, Chu Yang took the steel knife and walked forward. In an instant, the entire street was filled with blood. Chu Yang looked indifferent. What happened today? If it were any ordinary citizen, he would die at the hands of these people without any accident. Chu Yang didn't have any psychological burden at all by killing them. When Chu Yang killed the last person left, the guy with 3 bumps on his head suddenly got up from the ground and walked as fast as flying. He had some foundation in Qigong, but he wasn't that great. He ran for a while without leaving Chu Yang's field of vision. Chu Yang threw the steel knife, and with the blessing of arrogant power, no matter how ordinary the weapon was, it became a murderous weapon for the king of hell to kill him. The man who was escaping heard the sound of breaking through the air behind him. When he looked back, he saw a steel knife approaching from far away, with a very familiar style. It's over. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the steel knife passed through his body. The terrifying power of the steel knife even took him flying up. As a result, he and the knife were nailed to the wall of the street. Chu Yang walked slowly and looked up at him. If you kill me today, my senior brother will not let you go. The macho brother left a harsh word. His neck creaked as he tilted his neck, and his eyes widened, full of unwillingness. So, who is your senior brother? Who could have predicted half of it? Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said, you were obviously the one who wanted to kill me first, and then you were killed by me. It's just karma. You don't even have this awareness when you come out, which is disappointing. Blood flowed down the wall, and when it almost reached Chu Yang's feet, Chu Yang walked away, directly past the angry-eyed corpse. As expected, people from the government will arrive soon, and Chu Yang has already left the stupid guy as a scapegoat. If the stupid guy is lucky enough, he might be able to leave before the officials come. The term scapegoat is not absolute. After a while, Chu Yang, wearing a fur coat, came to the Tutu temple and searched around but could not find the little beggar. After asking the beggars nearby, Chu Yang found out that the little beggar didn't live here at all. He lied to himself, but Chu Yang can also understand, people with unusual orientations may find it uncomfortable to gather with other people. After giving away some food, Chu Yang left the Earth Temple. He searched around the city, but there was still no whereabouts of the little beggar. At dusk, Chu Yang came to the restaurant to listen to books and eat as usual, but he still didn't see the little beggar. Originally, Chu Yang wanted to share the joy of having the plugin arrive in his account with the little beggar, but he didn't expect that this kid actually lost contact. Such a big table of food, no one shared it, all went into my stomach. It's so cool. People are in high spirits during happy events. Chu Yang feasted happily. What a little beggar, crawl for me. Chu Yang, who was in a happy mood, was surprisingly quiet while listening to books today. Even when he heard outrageous stories, he could remain calm. Since the last time the Northern and Southern Beggar clan competed at Yanmen Pass, the world of the Northern and Southern Song dynasties has become much quieter. However, the Ming dynasty, which bordered the Northern and Southern Song dynasties, was in turmoil. The two major demon sects in the Ming dynasty, the Ming sect and the Sun and Moon sect, have always been in conflict over doctrinal issues, and there have been constant disputes among their disciples. Just a few days ago, Yang Shao of the Ming sect and Xian Wentian of the Sun and Moon sect had a big fight. Both of them are the left envoys of light in their respective sects, and their status can be said to be lower than that of one person and higher than 10,000 people. Their fight brought the dispute between the two religions to the forefront again. As for the cause, it seems to be because of a female disciple named Ji Xiaofu from Mount Amazmijia Shirtai. And this fairy Ji Xiaofu is said to be the fiancée of Yin Liuxia of Yin Lighting in Wudang Mountain. She has been missing for many years. Chu Yang was stunned when he heard this. The Ming cult versus the Sun and Moon cult. It's okay if the Southern Song dynasty and the Northern Song dynasty became two countries. Now even the Ming dynasty has come to join in the fun. Xiao Feng is in the Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Huang Qigong is in the Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Yang Xiao is in the Legend of Heaven and the Dragon Slayer, and Xiang Wentian is in the Swordsman. The entire northwest of Shangxi is in chaos. Just when Chu Yang returned home, the stupid man who almost killed him was taken to a mansion at night. The stupid guy opened his eyes and saw a vicious-looking bald man staring at him. It startled him. "Who are you? Who am I? You killed my junior brother and 4 apprentices. Who do you think I am? Junior brother and apprentice? You mean Ho Tong Hai and the 4 ghosts of the Yellow River? I didn't kill them. You still dare to quibble? They are here just for you. How could they die in the hands of others? I really didn't kill him," that the stupid guy kept defending, but he was too stupid. Over and over again, he would tell me that it was not me, but the bald man would not listen at all. The bald man sneered. "Guo Jing. First you ruined the prince's plan to assassinate Temujin in Mongolia, and now you killed my junior brother and apprentice, Sha Tongtian. I will not forgive you no matter what. I will keep you in the palace and torture you slowly, making you live a life worse than death. To relieve my hatred." After saying that, Sha Tongtian asked his servants to drag Guo Jing away. "Old Sha, I don't think that silly boy is lying." The person standing next to Sha Tongtian and talking was his good friend, Peng Lianhu, the thousand-handed manslayer who was also one of the 5 masters under Wanyan Honglai. Peng Lianhu said, "Ho Tong Hai and the Yellow River 4 ghosts are not bad in martial arts. Even if they can't beat this guy, they will never be killed by him. I have seen the wounds. The Yellow River 4 ghosts were all killed by a knife in the throat, and Ho Tong Hai was pierced through the chest by a steel knife and nailed to the wall. It only took one move, and there were no other external injuries. Even if it were you and me, I'm afraid it would be difficult to do this, right?" Peng Lianhu's words shocked Sha Tongtian. He has always been irritable, and when he was furious, he would not think about the problem at all, but after listening to Peng Lianhu's analysis, he realized the seriousness of the matter. "Let's not talk about the apprentice for now. Although the martial arts of his junior brother Ho Tong Hai are not very good, he can always survive a few moves in his hands, and he is not completely powerless to fight back. Is it really someone else who did it?" Sha Tongtian was full of doubts, wondering when he had provoked such a master. Peng Lianhu said earnestly, "Don't touch that kid for now. If he has contact with the murderer, as long as he is here, the murderer will show up sooner or later. As long as we enter the palace, we will ask Master Lingji for help, and we will definitely be able to take him down." The more Sha Tongtian listened, the more he felt that what Peng Lianhu said made sense, and he nodded repeatedly. Guo Jing, who was imprisoned in the dungeon of the palace, felt more and more wronged. He really didn't kill anyone, but there was no one else at the scene except him. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Guo Jing's mind, the scholar in a long gown who seemed to be powerless. "Although I accidentally implicated you, you took my money, took off my coat, and even framed me. Bad guy, don't let me find you." Guo Jing, who couldn't even curse, immediately shed tears of grievance. After surviving the disaster, Chu Yang's life did not change much. He still taught during the day and listened to books at night. In the past, Chu Yang only went to the restaurant occasionally to listen to books, but since Xiao Huang suddenly disappeared, he started to go to the restaurant more frequently. Chu Yang would habitually order a table of food and wait from dusk until dark. He was thinking, what if one day while eating, a certain stinky boy suddenly appeared from the corner? But Xiao Huang was not seen for several days. He just disappeared from the world, as if he had never appeared in this city. The stinky boy usually has such a bad mouth and is so mean. Could he offend someone, be beaten to death, and thrown into the stinky ditch? The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. When Xiao Huang joked with him, he was always disrespectful. He didn't think there was any problem with getting along with him with the thinking of modern people, but other people, especially those with status, would definitely not accept it. If he bumped into a noble, the end can be imagined. In ancient times when human life was worthless, beggars like Xiao Huang, let alone one death, even if hundreds of them died, no one would care. Even if I report to the authorities, they may not care about the life and death of a little beggar. I have to rely on myself to find someone. After traveling to this world for so long, Chu Yang can only find Xiao Huang, who can be called a friend. It is difficult for him to stand by and watch. The world views of modern people and ancient people are not the same. It is more difficult for Chu Yang to find someone to talk to than to win the lottery. If Xiao Huang really dies, Chu Yang will have to return to the dilemma of no one to communicate with for a long time. It is a very terrifying thing to enter the spiritual desert again. After a quick dinner, Chu Yang went to the land temple in the east of the city again. Although Xiao Huang was not there, most of the beggars in the city gathered in this place. In terms of the ability to find people, the disciples of the beggars' gang are second, and no force dares to claim to be the first. As soon as Chu Yang entered the temple, he smelled the oncoming stench, which made him almost vomit his dinner. Mr. Chu. The beggars in the temple were all brightened when they saw Chu Yang. They swarmed out and soon surrounded Chu Yang. The beggars in the land temple were familiar with Chu Yang, because this Mr. Chu often gave them food and was one of the kindest people in the beggars' hearts. Chu Yang did not disappoint them and bought a lot of delicious food on the way. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to come empty-handed to ask someone to do something for him. After throwing roast chicken buns and a bunch of fancy food to the beggars, Chu Yang began to explain his purpose. Hearing that Chu Yang was looking for someone, the beggars took out the momentum of the beggars' sect disciples, swept away their usual lazy appearance, and became extremely serious. Mr. Chu, don't worry, as long as the person you are looking for is still in the territory of the Southern Song dynasty, we will find him even if we dig 3 feet into the ground. The person in charge of the land temple was a six-bag disciple named Daong, who made a solemn promise and patted his chest loudly. Then I'll leave it to you. Chu Yang bowed his hands to the beggars in the temple and behaved very politely. As a famous teacher from all over the country, he gave these disciples of the beggar gang enough face. Daong smiled from ear to ear. After his vanity was satisfied, he became particularly concerned about this matter. Before Chu Yang left, Daong began to order his beggar clan disciples to go out and look for people. The beggars dispersed in a hurry, and the Tutu temple immediately became deserted. Finding someone is not something that can be done in a short while. Seeing this, Chu Yang stopped staying and left the Earth Temple before it got dark. 3 days later, in the early morning, when Chu Yang was having morning classes, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the hospital. Chu Yang opened the door and saw that the person coming was Daong. However, Daong was not as confident as he seemed before. He whispered solemnly, "Mr. Chu, we have found the man, but the situation is not optimistic." Chu Yang frowned and said, "Brother Daong, what do you mean?" Daong took a deep breath and explained, "Brothers in the gang, based on the clues you provided, traces of your friend were found. He seems to have been held hostage by a young master. Originally, those brothers planned to help you rescue the person, but that young man was very good at martial arts. The brothers were no match for him, and they were all injured. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, it's because we are not strong enough to help you." Chu Yang didn't say anything more, but turned around and entered the room, took out a money bag, and stuffed it directly into Daong's arms. Daong opened the bag and was shocked when he saw the rich money inside. He quickly handed the money bag back and said, "I can't help you, Mr. Chu. I'm already ashamed that I couldn't help you rescue your friend. How could I get so much money?" Chu Yang pushed his hand back, shook his head and said, "Take it and show the injuries to the brothers. We are about to survive the winter. If there are injuries on their bodies, they may not be able to survive it. Treat them well and don't let them get to the root of the disease." Daong's eyes immediately turned red, and he put the money bag back tremblingly. "Mr. Chu, you are a good person. I thank you on behalf of the brothers. However, don't worry, I will find a way to ask the chief helmsman for help in this matter." No need to bother. Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Tell me all the news about Xiao Huang, and I will handle the rest by myself." Daong became anxious and tried to persuade him, "Mr. Chu, please don't be impulsive. That man is really a master. You, a weak scholar, cannot defeat him." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I'm not that stupid. I will ask others to take action when the time comes." Daong didn't know if Chu Yang knew any other masters, but seeing how confident he was, he stopped trying to persuade him. The person who kidnapped your friend does not look like a master of the martial arts in the Central Plains. His martial arts moves have a bit of a shadow from the western regions. Now they are in a palace in Yanjing City. Daong explained the specific situation, and Chu Yang felt more and more strange the more he listened. It stands to reason that if Xiao Huang offends someone, he will most likely be killed on the spot. What master would abduct a little beggar so far away? Damn it, are these two people having an emotional dispute? Probably not a serious expert. Chu Yang subconsciously imagined a wonderful male-male drama, and then he shook his spirit fiercely, feeling a chill in his heart. Fuck, suddenly I don't want to save him anymore. The next day, Chu Yang finished his last class and announced to the students the school's decision to take a holiday. Cheers rang out, and there was another burst of excitement in the yard. Seeing how happy they were, Chu Yang also smiled happily, so he immediately assigned a lot of holiday homework to ensure that the flowers of the motherland could spend every day to the fullest. The cheers stopped suddenly, and the naughty children were stunned, and then cried with joy. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, then opened the door and left with satisfaction. Yanjing City is within the territory of the Jin Kingdom and is the capital of the Jin Kingdom. It is far away from the small southern Song Dynasty town where Chu Yang is located. In this messy fusion world, the geographical map is completely different from the map in Chu Yang's memory. The geographical knowledge he learned before has no reference value. Maps were a rare thing in ancient times. Chu Yang searched the whole town but couldn't find a complete map. In the end, the storyteller at the restaurant gave Chu Yang a somewhat worn parchment map. This map accompanied Mr. Storyteller on his travels, and it was a bit swollen to the touch. Those with slightly poor eyesight may not be able to see clearly the words marked on the map. Chu Yang sighed, took the map and prepared to hit the road. In fact, Chu Yang wasn't worried about the map being blurry. He was going to fly there anyway, as long as the reference objects were roughly correct. Taking advantage of the late night, Chu Yang used the super light and heavy rock technique to fly high into the sky. No one noticed him in the dark night sky. Looking down from a high altitude, the scene is very similar to that map, giving it a hazy feeling. In half a stick of incense, Chu Yang had reached the border of the southern Song dynasty and saw a majestic border pass. Further ahead is the territory of the Kingdom of Jin. Chu Yang crossed the border and quickly arrived in the Kingdom of Jin. He saw cities one after another, but he didn't feel like he was going abroad because there was no difference between the two sides in terms of architectural styles. Flying along the direction guided by the map, Yanjing City soon appeared in front of Chu Yang. Compared with the small southern Song dynasty city where I lived before, the Yanjing City in front of me was more than 10 times larger. From a distance, it looked like an ancient ferocious beast dormant on the earth. Even late at night, the city is still brightly lit and looks very prosperous. People in Jin don't seem to pay much attention to curfews. The bright Yanjing City made it difficult for Chu Yang to settle down. After flying around the city, Chu Yang landed in the relatively quiet north of the city. This seemed to be an area where civilians gathered, and it was far less bright than other places. The people work at sunrise and rest at sundown, and everything is quiet. There are many dignitaries living in Yanjing, and there are more than one palace. Where is that guy Xiao Huang? It's late at night now, and most people are sleeping. Seeing, smelling, and seeing have no effect. I can't feel anything. Forget it. Find a place to sleep and talk about it tomorrow. Chu Yang was walking alone on the street, and the surroundings were very quiet. Only the sound of the watchman came intermittently. After leaving the north of the city, the surrounding lights suddenly became much brighter, and Chu Yang heard more sounds of hawking. We are selling wontons, hot wontons. Roasted meat, fresh mutton, deer meat, fish, 5 cents a skewer. Delicious noodle soup, 8 cents a bowl. Looking around, the streets are almost full of stalls selling midnight snacks. As Chu Yang walked by, he suddenly felt like he was in a modern night market. Food is the most important thing for people. No matter what era, the smoke of fireworks is the most soothing thing. Chu Yang sighed with emotion, sat down at a stall selling wontons, and ordered a bowl of wontons. Smelling the fragrant wontons, Chu Yang moved his index fingers and lowered his head to start making them. After flying all night, he was already hungry. Just when Chu Yang was immersed in eating wontons, 2 figures walked up not far away. After looking around, they stood next to the wonton stall. the wonton stall is not big, just a small table and a few benches, it can seat 3 people, but it's a bit crowded, so the 2 people stared at Chu Yang, preparing to wait for him to finish eating before sitting down. Staff, please bring 2 bowls of wontons. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a vicissitudes of voice. His temples were gray, and his face was crisscrossed with wrinkles and scars. He told a story at first glance. Next to the middle-aged man is a young girl. She is quite good-looking. She is not delicate in appearance, but rather delicate and somewhat heroic, with bright eyes and white teeth. What really attracts people's attention is this girl's figure, which is curved forward and backward, and has 2 long legs. The owner of the wonton stall looked straight. The young girl seemed to be aware of the boss's gaze, and shook the luggage beside her, and there was a ping-pong-pong collision sound inside. The boss subconsciously looked at the luggage. There were obviously many weapons inside, and the light was cold and cold. The boss's scalp was numb, his neck shrunk. He didn't dare to look any further. He lowered his head and cooked wontons honestly. When Chu Yang saw this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The little girl was quite good-looking and had quite a bad temper. "Boss, have another bowl." As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, he felt that the young girl standing next to him was a little unhappy. "You don't have to leave quickly after you finish eating. You don't have to worry about being full after eating so much at night." The young girl whispered, but every word fell into Chu Yang's ears. "I'm sorry, I'm really not hungry after a bowl of wontons. I have a big appetite." Chu Yang turned around and smiled. Hearing this, the young girl's eyes suddenly widened. She just spoke very quietly, and it was impossible for ordinary people to hear her. Oops! Soon, the young girl's fair and pretty face turned red, and even her ears felt hot. Chu Yang moved the bench and said, "If you 2 don't mind, you can sit down together." The middle-aged man glared at the young girl angrily, then clasped his fists at Chu Yang and said, "My little girl is still young, and she speaks without restraint. I hope this brother won't take it to heart." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter." The middle-aged man smiled and sat next to Chu Yang naturally, not forgetting to turn back and glance at his daughter. Although she didn't speak, the girl felt her father's scolding eyes and quickly sat down with her head lowered and said sorry. Chu Yang politely replied that it didn't matter. He didn't take it to heart at all. "My little brother looks like he should be a scholar, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome and talented. You really can't tell the difference between a person and a person." The middle-aged man felt that Chu Yang's 5 senses were so sharp that he must be a martial artist and his strength was not bad. "This big brother is ridiculous. I only know some basic boxing and kicking skills." After saying that, Chu Yang focused on eating wontons, causing the middle-aged man who originally wanted to say a few polite words to silently silence himself and also lower his head to eat. While eating, the girl secretly looked at Chu Yang. This gentle scholar did not look like a master. Before the girl could take a few more glances, Chu Yang finished the wontons in the bowl, paid the bill, and left without looking back. "Dad, is that man really a master?" Looking at Chu Yang's leaving figure, the girl didn't believe it. The middle-aged man frowned and said hesitantly, "She should be a master. That young man gave me a very strange feeling, but I can't say what's strange about it." The girl was confused. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed. "Whether he is a master or not has nothing to do with me. If I have this time, I might as well think about tomorrow's martial arts competition to recruit a bride." The words "fighting to recruit a bride" caused a faint sadness to flash in the girl's eyes. After eating and drinking enough, Chu Yang found an inn and had a good sleep. Early the next morning, he went around the city of Yanjing to find out information about the palace. Daong only said that Xiao Huang was abducted into a prince's house. He didn't specify which palace it was, but Chu Yang quickly identified the target. Because he heard a familiar name while trying to find out the news, Zhao Palace, Wanyan Honglai. As the initiator of the plot line of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Wanyan Honglai is a very important character. There are many martial artists in Zhao Palace who can be called masters. In the whole Yanjing city, only people from Zhao Palace can hurt so many beggars' sect disciples. As for who Xiao Huang offended, it is not important now. In order to rescue Xiao Huang, Chu Yang has to go to Zhao Palace in person. In broad daylight, the palace must be heavily guarded. but Chu Yang doesn't care. Even if he breaks in by force, he can guarantee that he can come and go freely. None of the so-called masters in Zhao Palace can match him. After asking a few passers-by on the road and confirming the location of Zhao Palace, Chu Yang immediately set off and headed to the center of Yanjing City along the bustling streets. After passing through several alleys, the street ahead suddenly became lively. The common people didn't know what they were looking at, and they were crowded together, blocking the road. Chu Yang smacked his lips, and suddenly understood why. Thanos snapped his fingers. He stood on tiptoe and looked at the sea of people in front of him. He was thinking about how to get out, and then he heard a scream. I saw a figure fall heavily on the open space in front of Chu Yang, like a fish that accidentally jumped ashore, fluttering violently, grimacing in pain. My goodness, what kind of acrobatics are you doing? Chu Yang looked up and saw a ring in front of him, with a flag on it, fluttering in the wind, and 4 big words written on the flag: martial arts competition to recruit a bride. And this guy lying on the ground was obviously kicked off the ring. It seems that he won't recover unless he lies down for 10 days or half a month, and on the ring, the winner was actually a bald monk. So hard. Are all the monks here? Now the gender ratio is very unbalanced. Monks are afraid of not being able to find wives. Chu Yang shook his head inside. He didn't expect that he would have to worry about the birth rate in ancient times. The martial arts competition is so risky. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to sit down in a restaurant and talk about life? What a mess. It's better to compare gifts than martial arts. The big monk stood on the ring and shouted wildly, who else? Chu Yang was amazed. This master is really a man of temperament. He must be smoking and drinking. After waiting for a while, the crowd of people watching the excitement had no intention of dispersing. Chu Yang planned to take a detour. If he squeezed hard, it would be like a tank running over this group of people. At this moment, a young man with gorgeous clothes and handsome appearance suddenly appeared in the crowd. He took 2 steps at a time, jumped up, stepped on the shoulders of passers-by, and rushed straight to the ring, as if he was going to participate in this martial arts competition. The handsome face of the young man, coupled with such a cool appearance, attracted everyone's attention. Even the girl who was fighting for a husband on the ring was stunned. A proud look flashed across the young man's eyes. He liked the feeling of being the center of attention. The next second, his feet sank, as if he was hung by a heavy burden. His graceful figure came to an abrupt stop, and a teasing voice rang in his ears at the same time. You can pretend if you want to, but what's wrong with stepping on my head? Chu Yang grabbed the young man's ankle, his face full of unhappiness. If he hadn't been quick, this guy would have stepped on his head and flew onto the ring. The handsome guy was embarrassed. Now one of his feet was held by Chu Yang, and the other foot was on the shoulder of an old lady who was watching the fun. Not only was the old lady not angry, she also looked up and smiled at him, with affectionate eyes, like some crazy fans. The handsome guy shuddered, put away his foot that was stepping on the old lady, and kicked Chu Yang in the face. Chu Yang held his ankle while raising his elbow and pushed forward with his elbow towards the toe that was kicking. With the powerful force, Chu Yang's elbow was not much different from a battering ram. The moment the handsome guy kicked, there was a click and his whole foot suddenly lost consciousness. The severe pain turned the handsome guy into a pretty boy. Not only was his face pale, but even his breathing became rapid. Chu Yang smiled and threw him to the ground with force. The pretty boy felt dizzy. This man was extremely cruel. With Chu Yang's temper, he would definitely deal with him. Just when the pretty boy was about to land, 2 people rushed out of the crowd. One was a llama wearing a red robe, and the other was a white-haired old man. Trumpet chopped Chu Yang's wrist with a cymbal, while the old man shot several strange-shaped nails with his bare hands, aiming directly at Chu Yang's chest. The 2 attacked Chu Yang's gap at the same time, trying to force Chu Yang back and save the little white face. Be careful. That the girl on the ring saw Chu Yang's face and remembered what happened at the wonton stall last night, and couldn't help but remind him. What she didn't expect was that the young man dressed as a scholar didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Facing the sneak attack, he chose to smash the man in his hand to the ground. Boom! The little white face spurted a large mouthful of blood and almost fainted from the pain. What a cruel person! Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, the cymbals and nails hit Chu Yang's body. This scholar is dead. The girl subconsciously had this thought in her heart, not only her, but everyone else present had the same idea. However, the moment the symbol hit Chu Yang's wrist, Llama's face changed. From the feedback from the symbol, he felt that he didn't hit a human body, but a piece of extremely hard diamond. This slash made his entire right arm numb, under the protection of the armed color domineering. The nails that shot into Chu Yang's chest seemed to hit the steel plate, and fell to the ground with a clang. Oh no, it's a horizontal training master. Llama's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted to remind his companions. He was about to retreat, but his eyes just collided with Chu Yang. The coldness in Chu Yang's eyes was like a biting cold wind, blowing into Llama's bones, making his hair stand up. Chu Yang stretched out his other hand and pressed it on the symbol, kneading it for a while. The symbol made of fine steel was like straw paper, and was forcibly squeezed into a ball by Chu Yang, wrapping Llama's hand inside and unable to move. The Llama's eyes were wide open with fear, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. He had been wandering around for decades, but this was the first time he had seen someone turn fine steel into scrap metal with his bare hands. The old man at the side was about to help, but when he saw this, he stopped and left a long footprint on the ground. Chapter 87 Dimensionality Reduction Strikes the Martial Arts World. You are listening at novelfull.audio. My young prince is still young, and it is inevitable that he is a bit naughty. If I have offended you, I will apologize to you on behalf of the young prince. I also ask you to be merciful and merciful. The llama reacted quickly and immediately surrendered after realizing that the enemy was outnumbered. Fear is fear, but Llama knew very well that if anything happened to the young prince here, he and Liang Ziwen would be the first to die. He bowed his hands, but his hands were just like Doraemon, and the weird look made the onlookers laugh. Little prince. Chu Yang glanced at the old man named Liang Ziwen next to him, suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Are you a spiritual master?" The llama's face lit up with joy and he hurriedly replied, "That's right. This person on the ground is Wan Yenkong, the young prince of Prince Zhao's residence. He is the only son of Prince Zhao Wanyan Honglai. Since you know my name, you should also know Prince Zhao." Chu Yang smiled, nodded and said, "It turns out to be Prince Zhao. What a coincidence. I was just planning to come." Master Lingji and Liang Ziwen looked at each other and smiled, and both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Although the young prince was injured, they brought back a very powerful cross-training expert from this trip. With Prince Zhao's magnanimity, not only would he not punish them, but he might even reward them both. Liang Ziwen cupped his hands and said with a smile, "It's really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. The whole family doesn't know each other. It took a long time. It turns out that you also want to join Prince Zhao and serve the kingdom of Jin." Wan Yinkang, who was lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought he was going to die here. Before he could relax for long, Chu Yang's next words made his heart jump to his throat. "Old man, you seem to have misunderstood. I went to Prince Zhao's mansion because my friend was abducted and brought to your Prince Zhao's mansion. I came to ask for him." Chu Yang sneered and said, "You two go back and inform Wanyan Honglai and ask him to bring my friend here, otherwise, he may die today." Wan Yinkang was so frightened that he trembled all over. Liang Ziwen quickly helped up the injured Wan Yinkang. Master Lingji hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and chose to stand in front of the two of them to protect them. "May I ask your distinguished friend's name? After I return to the palace, I will definitely invite your distinguished friend to come out intact." Wan Yinkang's face was pale, and his strength to speak was much weaker than before. Chu Yang glanced at him and said, "My friend's surname is Huang, and he is a little beggar." As soon as these words came out, Wan Yinkang and others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. Little beggar? How could the dignified Prince Zhao's mansion abduct a beggar? Wan Yinkang showed an ugly smile. "Is your majesty just trying to make fun of us?" Chu Yang replied with a half-smile, "If I really want to have fun, why not hang the three of you on a tree for a few days and nights? Wouldn't it be more fun?" Master Lingji and Liang Ziwen suddenly trembled, and Chu Yang's tone did not sound like a joke. Wan Yinkang took a deep breath, cupped his fists and said, "Please wait a moment, your majesty. When I get back, I will dig deep into the ground to find your friends and bring them to you." Chu Yang shook his head, I didn't say you could leave. Wanyankang's smiling face suddenly froze, and the atmosphere became awkward. Wanyankang, Master Lingji, and Liang Ziwen moved slowly, like horns, as if they were planning to give it a try. Sudden, there were noisy sounds all around, followed by uniform footsteps, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The people who were just watching the excitement quickly stood on both sides of the road, leaving a thoroughfare. An army came from not far away. In the center of the phalanx was a magnificent red sedan, and it stopped in front of Wanyankang and the others after a while. Konger, what are you doing? A woman's voice came from the sedan. It was soft and waxy, and had the characteristics of a Jiangnan woman. Wanyankang slowly walked to the sedan and whispered in an aggrieved tone that he had been bullied and hoped to use the army to deal with Chu Yang. The woman in the sedan is Wanyankang's biological mother Bao Shiruo. She knew Wanyankang's character very well and knew that he was most likely to cause the trouble, so no matter what Wanyankang said, she didn't agree. Bao Shiruo has always been disgusted with her identity as a princess, let alone using the Jin People's Army to bully others, which has exceeded her bottom line. Seeing that he could not persuade his mother, Wanyankang gave up the idea of using the army, but the appearance of the army still gave Wanyankang a lot of confidence. His attitude towards Chu Yang was completely different from before, and he returned to his previous unruliness, and sneered. I respected your martial arts just now, and I was so polite to you because I cherished my talent. However, you are ignorant and so arrogant and domineering. Now I give you two choices, either get out of here, or wait to be escorted back to the palace by me. Chu Yang stared at Wanyankang with a look that looked like he was mentally retarded, and said, I am quite stingy. I only give you one choice. Stay here and let someone bring my friend over. Wanyankang squinted his eyes, and his eyes gradually became murderous. Bao Shiruo and the sedan heard the conversation between the two and quickly called Wanyankang. When he came forward, he asked in a low voice the ins and outs of the matter. Wanyankang had no choice but to tell Chu Yang the reason why he was blocking him. Bao Shiruo muttered after hearing this, how could such a huge palace kidnap a little beggar? Bao Shiruo said hesitantly, Konger, I'm afraid that person is coming for you. Wanyankang noticed that his mother's mind had changed, and he immediately became excited and said quickly, that man relied on his martial arts to want to hold me hostage. Most likely he wanted to use me to threaten my father. What beggar friend is all nonsense? Such a thief must be captured and handed over to my father for disposal. Bao Shiruo gently lifted the curtain and looked at Chu Yang dressed as a scholar. After a slight hesitation, she nodded and said, you can take him away, but don't hurt his life. Wait until we return to the palace to determine the right and wrong. Wanyankang was a little dissatisfied, but he still promised his mother not to hurt Chu Yang's life. He knew that his mother was kind. After getting Bao Shiruo's consent, Wanyankang gave a look to the leader of the guards on the side. The latter understood and surrounded Chu Yang with a large group of soldiers without saying a word. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fearing that they would be affected. The bald monk who was standing on the stage and yelling who else was also frightened and ran away. Mu Niancy, who was wearing red, didn't even look at him. She had been staring at Chu Yang since just now. Dad, you are right. That scholar who looks gentle and refined is really a master, Mu Niancy exclaimed. He actually broke the symbols in the hands of the Great Lama with his bare hands. He looks so young, he should be only a few years older than me, but he has such a powerful horizontal training skill. Yang Tixin, who used the alias Mu-E, didn't hear what his daughter said at all. His attention had long been attracted by the big red sedan. There was a voice that he had been dreaming about. The gentle and soft voice like a wind chime pulled Yang Tixin's thoughts back to Nyojia village 18 years ago. The stage turned into a warm little home in his memory in a blink of an eye. Brother Tai. His gentle and virtuous wife stood in front of him vividly, laughing softly. Yang Tixin, who was in a trance, subconsciously reached out his hand and wanted to touch his wife. The moment his fingers touched his wife's face, everything around him was like a dream bubble, and became fragmented. The home is gone. Wife, children, brother Guo Xiaotian, brother and sister-in-law Li Ping, everyone is gone. Yang Tixin, who returned to reality, had red eyes and blue veins, and looked crazy. he stared at the sedan chair. Yang Tixin wanted to know who was sitting behind the curtain. In Mu Nianxi's horrified eyes, Yang Tixin picked up the spear on the weapon rack and jumped off the ring without hesitation. He didn't even explain to Mu Nianxi, and rushed out alone. After Yang Tixin rushed out, Mu Nianxi realized it belatedly and shouted. "Dad, don't!" Yang Tixin, who was in a frenzy, couldn't hear Mu Nianxi's call. He only wanted to see his wife who he had been thinking about day and night. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he will go for it. Since the leader of the guards transferred most of the Jin soldiers to besiege Chu Yang, only a small group of Jin soldiers blocked Yang Tixin. The Yang family's spear skills were sharpened on the battlefield. They were more handy for dealing with military formations than dealing with martial arts masters. Even if Yang Tixin's body was not as good as before, it was still no problem to deal with some Jin soldiers. In an instant, he killed through the weak military formation in front of him and rushed to a position 50 steps away from the sedan. Only Wanyan Kong was left in front of Yang Tixin. Yang Tixin's behavior also completely angered Wanyan Kong, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He was already frustrated enough by being beaten up by Chu Yang today. Now even this lowly performer in front of him dared to attack him. Wanyan Kong, who was burning with anger, circulated his internal force, and his 5 fingers became claws, and then a gloomy and terrifying aura quietly filled the air. He wanted to use the 9-in white bone claw to crush the top of the middle-aged man. In front of him, at this moment, Master Lingji and Liang Ziwang attacked at the same time and stopped Yang Tixin. If the little prince was injured, Wanyan Honglai would most likely let them go. But if something happened to the princess, they would definitely die. Master Lingji's hands were wrapped by the symbols, and he could not use his unique skills, the big handprint and the poisonous sand palm. His martial arts were greatly reduced and he could not kill Yang Tixin. So Liang Ziwang became the main force against Yang Tixin. With the help of Master Lingji, he suppressed Yang Tixin with a big grappling hand. If Yang Tixin had not fallen into madness and used a fighting method of exchanging life for injury, he would probably have been taken down by these two people. When the three were fighting fiercely, Mu Nianxi also chased after them. Although she didn't know why her father was like this, she had only one thought in her mind, which was to help Yang Tixin fight the enemy. Unfortunately, Mu Nianxi's martial arts were worse than Yang Tixin's, and she couldn't even break through the defense line of the Jin soldiers, and was trapped in the distance. She could only watch Yang Tixin being beaten by Liang Ziwang and Lingji Shangren until he kept vomiting blood. "Who will save my father?" Mu Nianxi prayed bitterly in her heart while fighting with the Jin soldiers. On the other side, under the command of the guard leader, more soldiers attacked Chu Yang. The guard leader knew that Chu Yang was a master of horizontal training, so he asked the soldiers to hold long spears and attack from different angles, trying to find Chu Yang's vital point. It is rare to have an invulnerable master of horizontal training, but each of them has a vital point. Once the vital point is broken, the skills accumulated throughout his life will be wasted. Facing countless spears stabbing at him, Chu Yang watched coldly and was unmoved. Now his armed color domineering, let alone ordinary weapons, even Shanks's sword, Griffin, can't be easily broken. When the spear tip poked Chu Yang's long gown, it broke directly. Dozens of spears broke at the same time. The scene was very shocking. The Jin soldiers held the spears without the spearheads, just like holding fire sticks. The combat quality of the Jin soldiers was quite good. When the weapons of the frontline spearmen were scrapped, they immediately retreated and changed their formation, allowing the spearmen in the back row to continue attacking. In this way, wave after wave, the spears fell on every part of Chu Yang's body like raindrops. As long as the military formation is in operation, it is like a ruthless killing machine that never stops. This is the case under normal circumstances. But after 7 or 8 rounds of attacks, the Jin soldiers stopped moving. And the spears in their hands all turned into fire sticks, and the ground was covered with broken spearheads. The Jin soldiers were stunned, and the guard leader and Wanyan Kong behind them were also stunned. Wanyan Kang's face turned red, and it took him a long time to utter, "What kind of evil skill is this?" Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. "You will know in a while." Wanyan Kang's head was buzzing. He was really scared. He had never been so scared since he was born. Ignoring his mother's instructions, he shouted hysterically, "Come on, hit him with your fists, bite him with your teeth, and kill him." that the Gene soldiers threw away the bare guns in their hands, and rushed forward with red eyes. The little prince was angry. If he couldn't kill this scholar today, they would die tomorrow. Chu Yang shook his head, and the domineering aura of the king broke out completely, and the golden storm that could not be seen by the naked eye swept around, just like throwing a stone on the calm lake. The ripples of the domineering aura of the king continued to spread. The scene of the brave charge of the Gene soldiers came to an abrupt end. As if someone had forcibly pressed the pause button, the army formation of nearly 1,000 people was motionless and quiet in an instant. The strange scene made Wanyan Kang's scalp numb and his hair stood on end. Boom. The Gene soldier closest to Chu Yang suddenly fell down and hit the ground straight. Then, the other Gene soldiers fell one after another like dominoes. A large number of Gene soldiers fell on the ground densely, and the scene was shocking. Seeing this scene, Wanyan Kang opened his mouth wide and felt a strong sense of suffocation. The ability displayed by Chu Yang has exceeded the scope of his understanding. Not only was Wanyan Kang afraid, but Lingji Shangren and Liang Ziwang, who were besieging Yang Tiexian, were also frightened by the shocking scene. As a result, Yang Tiexian, who was seriously injured, seized the opportunity and stabbed the two people in the vitals with 2 consecutive shots. Lingji Shangren and Liang Ziwang each let out a miserable howl and fell to the ground, looking at the unconscious Gene soldiers around him and his father who fought back from the dead. Mu Nianzi was stunned. Did God really hear my plea? Chu Yang walked slowly towards Wanyan Kang. When he passed by Mu Nianzi, she belatedly asked, "Did you do it?" Chu Yang nodded, suddenly stopped, and looked at the pretty girl in red in front of him. Martial arts competition to recruit a bride. Wanyan Kang also appeared. Then she should be Mu Nianzi. Mu Nianzi was shy when Chu Yang looked at her with his eyes. A layer of blush appeared on her beautiful face. She couldn't help but lower her eyebrows and eyes to avoid Chu Yang's eyes. "Miss Mu, don't you want to see your father?" Looking at Mu Nianzi twisting and turning in front of him, Chu Yang couldn't help asking in confusion. Mu Nianzi exclaimed. Her face became more and more ruddy, and she ran to Yang Tiexian without looking back. The latter was seriously injured and fell to the side of the road like Master Lingji and the others. Even so, Yang Tiexian's eyes always stayed on the red sedan chair. Mu Nianzi supported Yang Tiexian and asked about his injuries with concern, but Yang Tiexian pushed Mu Nianzi away. "Nianzi, don't worry about me. Go over and open the curtain of the sedan chair and let me see who is inside." Mu Nianzi looked at her father in confusion. He was so seriously injured, why did he still care about who was sitting in a sedan chair? "Go!" Yang Tiexian shouted excitedly, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. Seeing this, Mu Nianzi didn't dare to delay any longer and ran to the sedan chair. Wanyan Kang suddenly appeared and blocked her. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He looked up and found that Chu Yang was already standing beside him, pinching his wrist. Wanyan Kang was sweating all over his head in pain. Thinking of the scene of being picked up and smashed to the ground before, he dared not move. Bao Shiroa in the sedan chair had no idea what was happening outside. She only felt that the surroundings suddenly became unusually quiet, somewhat uneasy. She lifted the curtain, stuck out half of her head, and called Wanyan Kang softly. "Konger, what's the situation?" Bao Shiroa didn't get a response, and Wanyan Kang was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Afterwards, Mu Nianzi walked quickly to the sedan chair, lifted the curtain, and revealed the figure inside. She was stunned. In the sedan chair sat a very beautiful woman, whose temperament and appearance were the only ones Mu Nianzi had ever seen in her life. So beautiful. Mu Nianzi suddenly had only this thought in her mind: what is the relationship between such a beautiful woman and Dad? Why does Dad have to see her appearance? Mu Nianzi turned her head and looked at Yang Tiexian. Yang Tiexian stretched his neck hard to see the appearance of the person in the sedan chair. It was a face that was almost the same as 18 years ago, as if time had never left a mark on her face. Yang Tiexian was so fascinated that tears fell unconsciously. "Shiruo." The weather-beaten middle-aged man's voice was very low. He didn't know whether it was because he was seriously injured and lacked the strength, or because he was too ashamed to call the other person's name loudly. Bao Shiroa was wearing elegant and luxurious clothes, and her complexion and appearance were like that of a woman in her 20s and 80s. It was obvious at a glance that she was living a good life. In a daze, Yang Tixin suddenly thought that the current Bao Shirua was the princess in Jin Bing's mouth. She is a princess, how can she be a princess? Yang Tixin murmured to himself, feeling lost, and all the energy in his body seemed to have been sucked away. After the curtain was completely lifted, Bao Shirua saw all the golden soldiers around him falling to the ground, and then saw his son being restrained, and he suddenly became panicked. Although she was scared, her mother's instinct still made Bao Shirua tremblingly step out of the sedan. Bao Shirua said in a soft voice, "Kuzi. Wu Shuang, I bumped into Mr. Sir, please do not hurt Quanzi. I will apologize to you on his behalf." Seeing his mother lowering her head to apologize for him made Wang Yinkang feel angry. He didn't know where he got the courage, and roared at Chu Yang, "Evil thief, if you can, kill me. If I die here today, you will never leave Yanjing City. Are you tougher now?" Chu Yang sneered and stamped his feet lightly. The stone slab under his feet instantly cracked and the ground collapsed 3 feet out of thin air. Wang Yinkang took a breath, and his reason instantly overcame his anger. He lowered his head and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. TSK, TSK. Chu Yang looked at him with disdain, then let go of his wrist, pointed at Master Lingji and Liang Ziwen and said, "Don't you want to go back to Prince Zhao's mansion? Now that they can't move, you can go back." Wang Yinkang's eyes widened with surprise and a bit of disbelief. Chu Yang pointed at Bao Shirua and said, "However, as a replacement, she has to stay." Wang Yinkang's face turned pale. Chu Yang patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "I see that your facial features are white and your Tianling cap is black. It's the face of the evil star." Wang Yinkang gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, sir, I will definitely bring your friend here unharmed." Chu Yang smiled and said, "You have already made similar promises twice. Remember, it only takes 3. Wang Yinkang nodded, turned around, walked to Bao Shirua and whispered a few words in Bao Shirua's ear, then left. Waiting until Wang Yinkang disappeared, Bao Shirua began to secretly look at the man dressed as a scholar in front of him. She suddenly realized that what Chu Yang said might be true. The current Prince Zhao mansion is a mixed bag, with many people from all walks of life gathered together. Maybe someone really took his friend away, but why would such a powerful expert befriend a beggar? Bao Shirua frowned, really couldn't figure it out. She didn't notice that Yang Tixin was still looking at her dreamily. Chu Yang glanced at Yang Tixin and shook his head secretly. This man seemed to be mentally ill. His wife who had been missing for 18 years was right in front of him and he didn't say a word. He originally thought that Yang Tixin would recognize his wife immediately, but it seemed that this guy had a little inferiority and did not dare to go up and recognize her. This spirit is far different from that of Wanyan Honglai. I have to thank Bao Shirua for his love and righteousness, otherwise I would have kicked you long ago." Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Mu Nianzi noticed something strange about Yang Tixin. She could almost conclude that there must be some kind of relationship between the two. Seeing her father shrinking back, Mu Nianzi had no choice but to muster up the courage, walked up to Bao Shirua and asked, "You are the princess, right?" Bao Shirua looked at the little girl in front of him who was taking him out of the sedan, and nodded. Mu Nianzi added, "My father seems to know you." Bao Shirua asked in confusion, "Who is your father?" Mu Nianzi pointed at Yang Tixin not far away, and Bao Shirua looked in the direction she pointed. A middle-aged man with a miserable face came into view. Bao Shirua looked at him for a while and shook his head. "I don't know your father. I must have mistaken him." The voice was soft, but it sounded like thunder in Yang Tixin's ears, and everything in front of him seemed to be spinning. Mu Nianzi did not expect to get such an answer, and suddenly became at a loss. Chu Yang couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked straight to Bao Shirua and said, "That man's surname is Yang and his name is Tixin. You should know him." After hearing these 3 words Yang Tixin, Bao Shirua's body trembled violently. She looked back at the very unfamiliar middle-aged man. That face was very different from the Yang Tixin in her memory. It could even be said that it had nothing to do with it. "Impossible, Brother Tai has died long ago." Recalling her husband, Bao Shirua became very emotional and her voice was decisive, because she had always thought so for 18 years. Yang Tixin is dead. However, Chu Yang just asked again and directly broke her psychological defense. You said Yang Tixin is dead, but have you ever seen Yang Tixin's body? That the faint words falling into Bao Shirua's heart were like thunder. I have never seen Brother Tai's body, but... When Bao Shirua said this, she couldn't continue. She slowly raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man. At this time, Yang Tixin also looked at her affectionately. After Chu Yang pierced the window paper without any warning, he stopped dodging. Although the face will change due to time and suffering, but the look in your eyes that love someone will never change. Feeling Yang Tixin's gaze, Bao Shirua's heart was completely shaken. She asked in a trembling voice, "Are you really Tej?" Yang Tixin struggled to stand up on the ground, but his body was out of control. Seeing this, Mu Nianzi hurried to his father and helped him up. Yang Tixin took a few deep breaths and said, "Nianzi, help me pick up the gun." Mu Nianzi obediently picked up the gun and handed it to her father. The long spear that he used to use with ease became extremely heavy in the hands of Yang Tixin, who had lost too much blood. He wanted to use the Yang family spear, but as soon as he made a starting move, the whole gun slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Yang Tixin felt a black screen in front of his eyes, dizzy, and couldn't even stand. Mu Nianzi hurried forward to support him. Seeing this, Bao Shirua felt inexplicably distressed, and a worried look appeared on her face. Chu Yang knew that Yang Tixin had been seriously injured because of the previous battle with Master Lingji and Liang Ziwang. Liang Ziwang's martial arts were not weak. At least Guo Jing and Huang Rong before learning the 18 dragon subduing palms could not beat him, and Master Lingji was even stronger than Liang Ziwang. Fighting with these two people, being able to persist until now was already a manifestation of Yang Tixin's potential. Chu Yang walked to Yang Tixin's side, stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder, and then transferred some life energy into his body. Chu Yang, who had been an assistant in many worlds, was familiar with this matter. As a warm current flowed into his body, Yang Tixin's pain at the moment was relieved by half, and his expression was also much more relaxed. After a few seconds, Yang Tixin's physical condition immediately improved, and his pale face gradually became ruddy. Obviously the lost blood and qi had been replenished. Although the symptoms of the hidden disease left behind were still there, he was much more energetic. Even better than before the injury. Mu Nianzi was watching her father's face getting better little by little, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Yang Tixin, who felt that his whole body was in good condition, looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. This young scholar in front of him could not only tell his identity in one breath, but also had mysterious means. He couldn't be an ordinary person at all. With a flash of distracting thoughts, Yang Tixin clasped his hands towards Chu Yang and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Mu. Yang Tixin will never forget it. I haven't asked for your name yet." Chu Yang. After replying, Chu Yang reminded, "You still have something to do. Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. I will come to talk to you again after Yang has fulfilled his wish." After that, Yang Tixin walked towards Bao Shirua with a spear in his hand. The cold wind whistled. Yang Tixin looked at Bao Shirua affectionately, and then played with the Yang family spear, with a big move, with a momentum that could scare away thousands of troops. This set of spear skills was so familiar in Bao Shirua's eyes. 18 years ago, she could see her husband practicing the same spear technique almost every day. The memories flooded in like a tide, drowning Bao Shirua in an instant, and her tears could no longer be restrained. Bursting out, she was finally sure that the middle-aged man in front of her, who made her feel strange, was her husband, Yang Tixin, whom she thought about day and night. "Brother Tai." The soft and sticky voice, at this moment, echoed in Yang Tixin's ears with a crying tone, making him unable to hold the spear in his hand anymore. The two who had reunited after a long separation hugged each other tightly and talked about their experiences over the years. The scene was touching, but it still made Chu Yang feel a little embarrassed. He touched his nose and turned his head, and saw Mu Nianzi with a dumbfounded look in a trance. The impact of this scene was too strong, and the child was stunned. After all, the person hugging her father at this moment was the princess. Chu Yang thought the girl was quite cute and couldn't help wanting to tease her, so he shook his head and said in a critical tone, "Senior Yang is indeed a man of temperament." He hugged someone else's wife as soon as he said so. "I admire you." Mu Nianzi immediately glared at Chu Yang, then felt that it was inappropriate, and quickly put on a gentle expression, whispering, "Mr. Chu, don't tease my father. You know my father's real name, so you should also know the reason for the matter." At this point, Muniansi suddenly realized that Chu Yang was deliberately talking to tease her, and her face turned red. Chu Yang was amazed at the sight. In just a few breaths, Miss Mu changed 4 or 5 expressions. If she went to sing, she would definitely be a famous actor. The blush on Muniansi's face immediately spread, and her ears and neck also turned red. Chu Yang smiled knowingly. The girl in red in front of him was really cute, just like Xiao Huang, who sometimes showed this expression, cute, silly, and a little arrogant. Not good. Chu Yang's face suddenly changed, as if he was facing a great enemy. He immediately sat upright and kept repeating, "I am a straight man, I like queens, I like Lolita, I like JK, I like black silk." Muniansi's eyes were blank. She didn't understand what Chu Yang was saying at all, but she always felt that Mr. Chu seemed very anxious. After muttering for a long time, Chu Yang looked at Muniansi's beautiful face and long legs, ready to make a move. Very good. Chu Yang was relieved. On the other side, Yang Tixin and Bao Shirua, who had finished their heartfelt confession, came over with each other's support. Yang Tixin clasped his fists and said, "Today, my husband and I can recognize each other, all thanks to Mr. Chu. If Mr. Chu has anything to ask of me in the future, Yang will die for it." Chu Yang smiled and waved his hand, "No need to do that." The two sides chatted for a few words, but Yang Tixin hesitated several times during the conversation. Finally, he couldn't hold it back and asked, "I know that Mr. Chu has great supernatural powers, but Yang is still very curious about how Mr. Chu knows my real name." Chu Yang smacked his lips, thinking that this person was really dishonest, and he still wanted to know more about his savior. As expected, Wanyan Honglai was better than him as a person. Chu Yang stretched out his hand, pinched his fingers quickly, and afterimages appeared so quickly that the other 3 people were dazzled. "My family has a fortune-telling tradition." Chu Yang's fortune-telling technique looked very professional. At least Yang Tixin couldn't see any flaws. He immediately showed admiration and nodded. "Mr. Chu really has a family background. Do you believe this?" Chu Yang couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Muniansi asked curiously, "Dad, what is your relationship with this, madam?" Yang Tixin then recounted what happened 18 years ago. Muniansi suddenly realized it, and her eyes suddenly became complicated when she looked at Bao Shirua. As a woman, she can completely relate to Bao Shirua's experience. Just as Muniansi was about to say something, his expression suddenly turned awkward. Bao Shirua grabbed Muniansi's hand at this moment and said, "Gently, since you are Brother Tai's adopted daughter, you are naturally my adopted daughter. If you are willing, you might as well call me mother." Muniansi's eyes suddenly turned red. She had never called her mother since she was a child. "Mother!" Muniansi shouted in a low voice. Bao Shirua liked her gentle look very much. He immediately beamed and grabbed Muniansi's hand and rubbed it. "What should we do next?" Muniansi asked with a blushing face. Yang Tixin and Bao Shirua looked at each other, their faces full of hesitation. First of all, on the one hand, they wanted to fly away and live the rest of their lives in anonymity. On the other hand, they also wanted to see their son. It should be said that Yang Tixin wanted to get to know his son. Bao Shirua sighed and said, "I understand Konger's character. When he returns to the palace this time, he will definitely ask King Zhao to mobilize the army, and King Zhao will definitely agree for me. If we continue to stay here, it will be very difficult. Danger. It's better to leave first and explain the reason to Konger later when there is a chance." Hearing this, Yang Tixin hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. When Muniansi saw that her father agreed to leave, she turned to Chu Yang and asked, "Mr. Chu, do you want to come with us?" But when she said this, she hoped Chu Yang would nod. But Chu Yang shook his head without hesitation and said, "I'm still waiting for the young prince to bring my friend over, so I can't leave yet." Yang Tixin persuaded, "Mr. Chu's martial arts skills are the only one that Yang has seen in his life, but if the Zhao Palace mobilizes a large army, it will not be thousands of people, but tens of thousands of gold soldiers. There are only 10,000 Jurchens, and they are invincible if they exceed 10,000. This sentence is absolutely true. Sir, please do not insist on having your own way. With your martial arts skills, you can find opportunities to sneak into the palace secretly and rescue your friends before they are prepared. Mu Nianzi kept nodding aside. She was also shocked when she heard Chu Yang said he wanted to stay. Bao Shirua also persuaded him. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang still shook his head. He didn't explain too much. He just found a place to sit down, closed his eyes and rested his mind, silently waiting for Wan Yenkong to come back. Seeing that his persuasion was fruitless, Yang Tiexian was silent for a while, then turned to look at Bao Shirua. Shirua, Mr. Chu saved my life. I can't just leave like this, I'm sorry. Bao Shirua did not complain. Instead, he smiled gently and said, what I have always been most proud of is your character. Ever since I was little, I have told Conger that you are a great hero who values love and righteousness. Therefore, I won't blame you. Seeing that his parents planned to stay, Mu Nianzi said anxiously, Mom and Dad, you managed to survive until the day of meeting. You can't stay here. You go, I'll stay and help Mr. Chu. Yang Tiexian shook his head and laughed, I taught you your martial arts. How many kilograms are there? I know very well that if you stay, you will only distract Mr. Chu. The father and daughter argue constantly. Chu Yang felt it was a bit noisy, but it didn't matter whether he left or not. The saying that the Jurchens were invincible was not a deterrent to him, not to mention that in front of Overlord Say, these soldiers were as if they were made of paper. Even if they were comparing firepower, he was not weak at all. The explosive power of the second-generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon is a deadly weapon on the battlefield. In this era without mushroom bombs, a group of ancient people couldn't deal with this bug-level strategic weapon even though they tried their best. If that kid Wan Yenkong doesn't open his eyes and doesn't bring people out, but instead brings a large number of golden soldiers, then don't blame him for not practicing martial ethics. When the time comes, give him some unforgettable memories. At the same time, Wan Yenkong returned to Prince Zhao's mansion with an injury all over his body, causing the entire prince's mansion to fall into panic. The young prince was injured and the princess was held hostage. This was something that ordinary servants would never dare to think about. After Wan Yen Honglai learned the news, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He immediately decided to mobilize the army as the prince to catch the thief and protect the safety of the princess. However, he was stopped by Wan Yenkong. Chu Yang underestimated the shadow he had left on Wan Yenkang's heart, and the latter could no longer muster any energy to be his enemy. Father, that scholar's martial arts is extremely high, which I have only seen in my life, and what he wants is not difficult. We don't have to fight him head-on. Wan Yenkang looked at Wan Yen Honglai who was pacing back and forth in the hall and kept trying to persuade him. Conger, how could I, the majestic Prince Zhao, capture a little beggar? Wan Yen Honglai waved his sleeves and said in a dumbfounded voice. Of course the people in Prince Zhao's mansion will not act like this, but what if it is those strange people recruited by my father? They are originally from the 3 religions in the world, so it is not surprising what they do. Wan Yenkang's words made Wan Yen Honglai fall into deep thought. It was undeniable that his words made sense. Although those people were respectful to the father and son on weekdays, they acted arrogantly and domineeringly outside and did many outrageous things, causing complaints from the people. Wan Yen Honglai had long heard of this. Wan Yenkang continued, Father, why don't we call those experts together and ask them? The matter was urgent, and the princess was still in the hands of the thieves. Wan Yen Honglai couldn't allow Wan Yen Honglai to think too much, so he immediately had these experts summoned to the front hall. After a while, Peng Lianhu, Shatong Tian, and a handsome young man in white appeared in the front hall. In addition, there are some miscellaneous martial arts people. Wan Yen Honglai explained the situation and then asked, I would like to ask all of you here, have you robbed others into Prince Zhao's mansion without permission due to personal grudges? Peng Lianhu and Shatong Tian were shocked and thought of Gua Jing. The young man in white also frowned. Everyone was silent. Wan Yen Honglai's tone gradually became serious, and he said coldly, it is related to the safety of the princess. If someone knows about it and fails to report it, don't blame me for settling the score with the queen. Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian looked at each other. The latter gritted his teeth and took a step forward and said, I captured a person some time ago and he is being held in the dungeon of the palace. I don't know if he is the person the prince is looking for. Wanyan Honglai narrowed his eyes and asked, what's that person's name? Sha Tongtian replied, the prince has also heard of that person's name. It is Guojing who disrupted our plan in Mongolia. Wanyan Honglai looked at Wanyan Kong, who shook his head and said, his missing brother's surname is Huang, not Gua, so he shouldn't be. When the young man in white heard this, his expression changed. Wanyan Kong noticed his expression and frowned. Ouyang Ku, have you arrested someone and brought them into the house too? Ouyang Ku, dressed in white, nodded, the person I arrested is named Huang, but she is a girl. Wanyan Honglai let out a long sigh, one of them has the wrong surname and the other has the wrong gender. What should I do? Wanyan Kang gritted his teeth and said, take both of them and let him choose. Chapter 88 Monster. Immortal. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Everyone waited in the hall for a while, and the guards of the palace soon brought a man and a woman. The man is Guojing, he was pale at the moment, his clothes were ragged, and he looked very haggard, like a living beggar. This period of prison life was not easy for Guojing. Although Sha Tongtian chose to be merciful because of his fears, he still suffered a lot. It is common for people to have a meal but not a meal. Compared to Guojing, the girl was treated much better. No part of her body was dirty. She was full of energy and had a rosy complexion. It was more like being a guest here than being captured into the palace. Ouyang Ku was also polite to her and said in a gentle voice, Miss Huang, please come with us later. The pretentious and lecherous person in front of her made Huang Rong feel disgusted. She said contemptuously, Ouyang Ku, you not only poisoned me, but also kidnapped me to this place. If my father knew about it, he would definitely kill you. Ouyang Ku chuckled and said, Miss Huang is serious. I am just worried that you are in danger when you are alone outside, so I took this step and brought you to the palace. I think Island Master Huang will understand my intentions. Don't worry, I have written to inform my uncle that before Island Master Huang finds you, my uncle Ouyang Feng will be here first and wait for Island Master Huang. When the time comes, I will propose marriage to Island Master Huang. Bah! Huang Rong wrinkled her nose and said disdainfully, you want me to marry you? Just dream about it. When the time comes, I will definitely let my father kill you. Ouyang Ku stopped arguing with Huang Rong. If the other party hadn't been wearing soft gold-threaded armor and he was afraid of offending Huang Rong, he would have done away with the little girl long ago. Wanyan Honglai heard the conversation between the two. He turned to look at Ouyang Ku, frowned and said, this girl seems to have an unusual origin. Ouyang Ku cupped his hands and said, Prince Chi, this Miss Huang is the only daughter of Huang Yaoshi, the owner of Peach Blossom Island, and her status is indeed extraordinary. Wanyan Honglai did not speak, but took a deep look at Ouyang Ku. Ouyang Ku understood and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about angering Island Master Huang. After all, my uncle is a master as famous as him. Moreover, if my marriage proposal is successful, Prince Xiao's mansion may have 2 masters at the master level at the same time. Guest. After hearing this, Wanyan Honglai couldn't help laughing loudly. Then I will congratulate young Master Ouyang in advance on your wish coming true. The other masters looked at Ouyang Ku with envy in their eyes. Some people are born winners in life. No matter what era you are in, fighting for anything is not as good as fighting for your father. Then Wanyan Honglai gave an order, and a large number of golden soldiers began to gather outside King Zhao's palace, and even the soldiers guarding the city of Yanjing were transferred over by him. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 golden soldiers were already in formation. Seeing this, Wanyan Kong wanted to say something, but when he saw the expression on Wanyan Honglai's face, he knew that his father had already made a decision in his heart. Although Wanyan Honglai regarded Wanyan Kang as his own, he still didn't believe that anyone in the world could easily defeat an army of nearly 1,000 golden soldiers. Even if the Grandmaster takes action, it may not be so powerful. Wanyan Honglai felt that his son was so frightened that he was talking nonsense, but no matter what, the other party should also be a master of martial arts. With Huan Yan Honglie's character, if he can avoid making enemies, it is best not to make enemies. Only, if the two people in front of him are not the people that the scholar is looking for, Huan Yan Honglie cannot guarantee that the other party will not anger the Zhao Palace. It is estimated that a war will inevitably happen between the two parties, and the preparations still have to be made. He wanted to see how powerful the scholar Huan Yenkong said was so miraculous was. Surrounded by the mighty army, everyone immediately headed to Chu Yang's location. Huang Rong and Guo Jing were surrounded by golden soldiers. Although they didn't know where they were going, they didn't dare to act rashly. Huang Rong, who was upset, glanced at the silly boy next to him, tilted his head and asked in a low voice, "Hey, big man, how did they get you into Prince Zhao's mansion?" Guo Jing replied in a sullen voice, "They unjustly accused me of murder." Huang Rong suddenly became interested, showed two tiger teeth excitedly, and asked, "Killing? Who did you kill?" "I didn't kill anyone." Guo Jing told the whole story angrily, the whole process from his encounter with Ho Tong Hai and the four ghosts of the Yellow River, the battle between the two sides, to the accidental involvement of Chu Yang, who killed Ho Tong Hai and others and framed him, was clearly explained. Perhaps because he was so frustrated, Guo Jing's stupid brain seemed to light up. There wasn't even a single bump in the middle, it was all done in one go. After Huang Rong heard this, her pretty little face wrinkled up, thinking that this person was really unlucky, but then she felt that there must be something hateful about this poor person. Huang Rong asked, "It's despicable that that person framed you, but have you ever thought that if he was really an ordinary person with no power, would he have died in the melee between you and the enemy, that he was the one who implicated others first? The other party only killed Ho Tong Hai and others, but did not deal with him cruelly. It was already a clear distinction between grudges and grievances." Guo Jing lowered his head and said nothing for a long time. Huang Rong thought it was quite interesting that this boy was so silly and could actually reflect. If it were her, she would probably feel bad about the lives of the people implicated. She patted Guo Jing's shoulder and said with a smile, "We share weal and woe now, and we can make half a friend at any time. If I meet that guy in the future, I will definitely help you kick his ass." Huang Rong, who had skin as smooth as cream and bright eyes and white teeth, smiled like a fairy walking out of a scroll, which made him look a little crazy without realizing it. The look in Guo Jing's eyes reminded Huang Rong of Ouyang-ku. She frowned slightly, turned her head and ignored him, and then started to enjoy the scenery along the street by herself, without feeling like she was being held hostage. Ouyang-ku, who was traveling with Huan Yan Honglai, noticed that the two were talking and laughing. The flames of jealousy instantly rose, and his expression became sinister. No matter how he looked at Guo Jing, he didn't like him. When the army passed by, the streets were deserted. The doors of every house were closed. The adults hid behind the doors and watched the Jin soldiers through the gaps. The children were pulled into the back room and covered their mouths tightly, not daring to make a sound. Soldiers and bandits in ancient times were just a matter of thought. After passing through several streets, everyone vaguely saw the arena where competitions were held to recruit brides. At this time, Guo Jing suddenly became excited because he saw a familiar figure. The one who made him experience prison. He pointed at the figure in front of him, turned to Huang Rong and said, "Miss Huang, that's the guy I'm telling you about." Huang Rong stood on tiptoes and looked out. What came into view was the figure who was thinking about everything, and an incredible expression immediately appeared on her face. Immediately afterwards came the uncontrollable joy. Thinking of what she had experienced during this period, her eyes gradually became misty. On the other side, Guo Jing was still saying stupidly, "Miss Huang, you just said you would help me kick." Huang Rong suddenly turned her head and glared at Guo Jing fiercely, startling him. Then without saying a word, she kicked Guo Jing on the butt. "You're such a shameless person." Guo Jing was kicked away by Huang Rong, and he sat on the ground with blank eyes. He didn't understand that Miss Huang had said that he was half a friend before, but how could it change in the blink of an eye? This kick actually hit his own butt. Guo Jing only felt aggrieved and wanted to cry but had no tears. The masters are right, a woman's mind is indeed the most complicated thing in the world. Seeing Guo Jing being kicked, Ouyang-ku, who was still jealous before, couldn't help but applaud, and laughed loudly. "Miss Huang kicked well. I don't think this kid is like a good person." Huang Rong sneered and said, Just wait, you will be the one who gets kicked later. Ouyang Ku. Wanyan Honglai looked around, looking for Bao Shirua. The next second, Wanyan Honglia's eyes were tearing up. He saw Bao Shirua, but she was cuddling intimately with a middle-aged man, and she was wiping the dirt on the man's face with silk. Bao Shirua's face was filled with happiness, an expression that Wanyan Honglai had never seen in his 18 years. The overly exciting scene made Wanyan Honglai tremble all over and almost fell off his horse. Father, Wanyan Kang held Wanyan Honglia's arm in time. I'm fine. Wanyan Honglai took a deep breath to calm down his emotions. Wanyan Kang looked at his father suspiciously, and saw that his eyes were red, like a man-eating wolf. Wanyan Kang was shocked. Little prince, is that the princess? Ouyang Ku took a look from a distance and saw exactly the same scene. Pointing forward in shock, Wanyan Kang looked in the direction Ouyang Ku pointed, and suddenly became furious. Damn thief, how dare you insult my mother like this, that while cursing the dog thief shall die. He used Qin Kung Fu and rushed towards Yang Tixin. While angry, Wanyan Kang even ignored Chu Yang's existence. Chu Yang silently stretched out a foot and tripped Wanyan Kang, who was running wildly. The latter flew out and fell in front of Yang Tixin and Bao Shirua. Get down on your knees. With that look, I didn't know if I thought it was a rich man from a certain family paying his father's birthday. Chu Yang nodded and said, young man is quite filial. Yang Tixin also had a flattered expression and hurriedly reached out to support Wanyan Kang, muttering, although you and I have not seen each other for 18 years, your filial piety is really comforting to my father. Wanyan Kang was so angry that he took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed Yang Tixin in the chest. In the midst of lightning and flint, Chu Yang used a wandless spell to cast a flying spell towards the dagger in Wanyan Kang's hand. Then, the dagger suddenly flew out of his hand and fell to the ground aside. Wanyan Kang looked at his empty hands, suddenly doubting life. When Yang Tixin saw that his son actually wanted to stab him, he immediately said heartbrokenly, Konger, I am your father. That Wanyan Kang's veins were exposed as he cursed angrily, I am your grandfather. Everyone has their own issues. Chu Yang turned to look at Mu Nianzi and said in surprise, the seniority in your family is quite chaotic. Mu Nianzi. Bao Shirua stepped forward and hugged Wanyan Kang, and said with misty eyes, Konger, he is really your father. When Wanyan Kang heard his mother say this, his whole body froze as if he had been struck by lightning, seeing that his wife and children, whom he had raised for 18 years, were about to put a green hat on his head. Wanyan Honglai couldn't sit still at all. He ordered a large number of golden soldiers to surround Chu Yang and others. Interrupting what Bao Shirua was going to say next, Chu Yang looked at the Jin soldiers around him. This scene happened before half a stick of incense, and it was extremely familiar. Sure enough, the only lesson humanity can learn from history is that humanity can learn nothing from history. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. Unlike Wanyan Kang, Wanyan Honglai did not let the Jin soldiers attack rashly. Instead, surrounded by a group of martial arts masters, Wanyan Honglai rode his horse to Chu Yang. Guo Jing and Huang Rong were also brought over. You must be the master Konger calls you. Today, I'm going to give you a face. You're threatening my wife and children. I won't argue with you. I've brought you the people you want, and I'll ask you to do the same. I have a face. Wanyan Honglai rode a tall horse and spoke politely, but his voice was cold. Ouyang Ku first pushed Guo Jing out of the crowd. When he saw him, Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that this guy would be imprisoned in Prince Zhao's mansion, and he didn't expect that the two of them could meet here. They knew each other, but Chu Yang had no intention of saving him and Shueihua. He shook his head and said, it's not him. Ouyang Ku's expression tightened and he subconsciously looked at Huang Rong. A look of hesitation flashed across Wanyan Honglia's face. Since Ouyang Ku explained Huang Rong's identity and background, his desire not to hand over Huang Rong became stronger and stronger. If things develop as Ouyang Ku said, Shidu Ouyang Feng and Dongxie Huang Yaoshi become in-laws, and both of them are used by the Zhao Palace, which is most beneficial to him. Your Majesty, why don't you take a closer look? Apart from him, there is no other outsider in Prince Zhao's mansion. Wanyan Honglai said in a pretentious manner. Do you want Prince Zhao to stop thinking carefully? If Prince Zhao's mansion cannot hand over another person besides him, then I'm afraid it will be difficult for Prince Xiao to walk out of this street today. Chu Yang put one hand behind his back and the other on his abdomen, smiling politely. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere between the two parties immediately became chilly. Being threatened in front of so many people, no matter how good-tempered Wanyan Honglai was, he was still very angry at this time. Huang Rong in the crowd didn't know that Chu Yang was here to find her. She stared blankly at the former teacher confronting thousands of troops alone, without losing any momentum. This guy Xiao Chu is actually a master. If you dare to hide such a big thing from me, you must look good to him when you go back. Huang Rong was filled with jealousy and clenched her fists angrily. Right now, the madman must stop being rude. Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian flew up at the same time and attacked Chu Yang. They simply didn't believe that Chu Yang was that powerful. In Wanyan Kang's words, Peng Lianhu's weapon is a pair of iron judge's pens, while Sha Tongtian's weapon is a dark and shiny iron ore. The weapons of both of them are not mainstream weapons, and they are easy to recognize. Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian worked together. One used the judge's pen to attack Chu Yang's lower third leg, while the other used an iron ore to sweep across Chu Yang's neck. They are obviously two murderous robbers, but they still take the names of Thousand-Handed Human Slaughter and Ghost Sect Dragon King. It's really a shit basin with gold rim. Chu Yang sneered. Seeing and hearing, Seibaki had already predicted the attack path of the two men. He reached out to hold the iron ore and the judge's pen, and with a little force, he broke the weapons that the two were famous for. Then Chu Yang kicked each of them back to Wanyan Honglia's horse. Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian's sternums were shattered, and they were vomiting blood at the same time, as if they were taking in less air than out. In just one meeting, two of the so-called top 5 masters in the Zhao Palace were seriously injured by Chu Yang. Looking at Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian who were dying, Wanyan Honglai was terrified. What a master! Wanyan Honglai took a deep breath, clasped his hands and said, "May I ask your surname?" Chu Yang replied calmly, "My surname is Chu." Wanyan Honglai kept thinking about which master in the world was named Chu and was still so young. Such a person could not be an unknown person, but after thinking about it for a long time, I had no clue. Wanyan Honglai, who was eager for talents, took the initiative to lower his posture. He got off his horse, even ignored the obstruction of his guards, walked out of the military formation, and asked loudly, "Where can Mr. Chu be promoted?" Chu Yang curled his lips and babbled, "Regiment 358. Ah. Wanyan Honglai was a little confused. He had never heard of the 358th Regiment. The smart Huang Rong knew as soon as she heard that Chu Yang was teasing the Golden Prince, and couldn't help laughing. Her laughter was particularly conspicuous among Jing Mu's army. Chu Yang heard laughter, and he was sure that it was Xiao Huang's voice. He originally told Xiao Huang about the sword-fighting theme when they were in a small town in the southern Song dynasty. The latter especially liked the phrase, "The brave will win when we meet on a narrow road." After confirming that Xiao Huang was here, Chu Yang felt much more relaxed. He was afraid of making such a big noise, but it turned out to be in vain. "Prince Xiao, you keep saying that there is no outsider in Prince Xiao's mansion, but just now, I clearly heard my friend's laughter. You are a majestic prince, but you still lie to others about your age." Chu Yang looked at Wanyan Honglai with disdain. Wanyan Honglai coughed twice, knowing that he was in the wrong, so he could only signal Ouyang Ku to let Huang Rong out. Ouyang Ku also felt a little guilty. He was confident that he could defeat the other 4 masters, but he could not kill Peng Lianhu and Sha Tongtian in one round like Chu Yang, 1 against 2, together with Master Lingji and Liang Ziwen who have died. He is the only one left among the top 5 masters in the past. In the street fighting in the city, the military formation cannot exert its advantages. Without the help of experts, Chu Yang took advantage of the time and place. Ouyang Ku felt that he might be able to resist the Jin soldiers head-on. Now take a step back and wait until uncle comes, then ask him to take action against this scholar. Ouyang Ku was still making secret calculations in his mind. Huang Rong beside him had already stepped out of the military formation. Even if he reacted, he would not dare to stop him. Chu Yang waited for a while, but he didn't see the little beggar in his memory. Instead, he saw a cute, graceful and beautiful girl who looked a little familiar. "Fuck," Chu Yang took a breath, then pointed at Wan Yen Honglai and cursed angrily, "You old bastard, you are so perverted. You actually let my brother wear women's clothes." "I'm sorry, brother, I came too late. They didn't do anything strange to you." In front of so many Jin soldiers, he was scolded for no reason. Wan Yen Honglia's face turned red and he almost had a brain congestion. Huang Rong stamped her feet in anger, regretting that she shouldn't have joked with Chu Yang at the beginning. The other party already thought that she was a boy with a different orientation. The key to the problem is that Chu Yang has seen too many boys who dress up better than girls on the internet, and subconsciously regarded her as a crossdresser. "I'm a girl," Huang Rong shouted in shame and anger. "I said I don't discriminate." Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, and asked blankly, "Are you talking about the physiological level or the psychological level?" Only Huang Rong could understand what Chu Yang said. She blushed and gritted her teeth and said, "Physiological level." Now it was Chu Yang's turn to be caught off guard. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. Just now they were calling each other brothers, but now, in a blink of an eye, brothers have become sisters, so sudden. Chu Yang felt that this plot was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Huang Rong walked to the middle of the road, and did not forget to push Guo Jing, whispering, "Why are you standing there? Come with me. Do you still want to go back to the palace prison?" Guo Jing then stupidly walked to Chu Yang with Huang Rong. Angry as she was, Huang Rong still naturally stuck to Chu Yang, but the latter quietly moved a small step to the side. Huang Rong was sharp-eyed and noticed Chu Yang's actions. Her cute little face instantly became ferocious, and she said angrily, "Xiao Chu, what do you mean?" Chu Yang glanced at her and said embarrassedly, "You are too close to me, I am not used to it." Huang Rong gritted her teeth and said, "When we were in Southern Song, you hugged my shoulders, touched my head, pinched my face, hugged my neck, and patted me. Now you tell me you are not used to it." Chu Yang said righteously, "It's different. You were my brother at that time." Huang Rong looked at him coldly. "What about now?" Chu Yang said sincerely, "We are all good sisters." Huang Rong kept looking at Chu Yang's whole body with murderous eyes. Chu Yang coughed dryly, slapped his right hand with his left hand, and scolded, "You were naughty, and now something happened." Huang Rong sighed lightly, and she suddenly felt a headache. "But by the way, why did you bring this thing back?" Chu Yang pointed at the stunned Guo Jing and asked. Then Ouyang's eyes looking at Guo Jing just now are not right. This kid will definitely get into trouble when he returns. It is better to save his life and accumulate merit for you. Huang Rong replied, "Guo Jing." Chu Yang looked at this silly boy who almost killed him in surprise. He turned out to be Guo Jing. Why does he? Chu Yang was about to refute, but suddenly changed his mind. Guo Jing is just a fool. Huang Rong thought Chu Yang was still angry, so she put on a cute smile and said softly, "Oh, Brother Chu, I know this fool has caused you trouble, but with your skills, dealing with small characters like Ho Tong Hai and the Four Ghosts of the Yellow River is a piece of cake, isn't it? You are a big man and don't remember the villain's fault." Chu Yang waved his hand quickly. "No, wait a minute, let me sort it out. Guo Jing, Ho Tong Hai, the Four Ghosts of the Yellow River, and a little Huang dressed as a woman, the plot is getting more and more familiar." Chu Yang hesitated and said, "What's your full name?" Huang Rong tilted her head and said, "My name is Huang Rong." "Didn't I tell you?" Chu Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sat up in shock from his dying illness. Guo Jing was actually me. Damn it, I actually mixed up Guo Jing's role. When I watched TV before, I always thought Guo Jing was a moron. He could recognize such a beautiful girl as a brother, good guy. Now the moron has transferred to me. Chu Yang and Huang Rong were chatting enthusiastically. In front of nearly 10,000 Jin soldiers, Wan Yen Honglai was left alone. For this, the latter was very embarrassed. Wan Yen Honglai had to interrupt the conversation between the two. "Mr. Chu, I have already handed over the person you want to you. May I ask if you can return my wife and children?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry, Prince Xiao, I am the most trustworthy person. No problem." The young Tixin couple behind him trembled violently when they heard the words, the face suddenly turned pale and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Mu Niancy stared at Chu Yang furiously. Her adoptive parents stayed to help him despite the danger, but they got this kind of reward. She gnashed her teeth and cursed at Chu Yang. Shameless villain. Huang Rong was not happy with her curse. She bared her little tiger teeth and said angrily, "Who are you scolding? Be careful or I will sew your mouth shut." Mu Niancy snorted coldly and did not take Huang Rong seriously. Huang Rong narrowed her eyes and looked up and down at Mu Niancy. The grudge between the two sides seemed to be made at this moment. On the other side, after getting Chu Yang's affirmative answer, Wanyan Honglai was immediately overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Mr. Chu is indeed a hero. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back." Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction, turned around and smiled at Huang Rong. Although this old Bangzi is a pervert, he still has a good eye for seeing people. Wanyan Honglai. Huang Rong reminded in a low voice, "Don't forget those masters of his who have a shit basin with a gold rim." Chu Yang immediately stopped smiling, shook his head and said, "Just pretend I didn't say what you just said." The corners of Wanyan Honglia's mouth twitched and his breathing became much faster. If he didn't leave quickly, he would be pissed to death by this man named Chu, and that stinky girl named Huang. "Shiroa, bring Konger back quickly. I will pretend that what happened today never happened." In order to win back his wife, the anxious Wanyan Honglai said in an almost pleading tone, but Bao Shiroa shook his head firmly. At this time, she didn't know that the tragedy in Myojia village 18 years ago was caused by Wanyan Honglai, and she still felt a little guilty for Wanyan Honglai in her heart. After all, Wanyan Honglai had been extremely fond of her for so many years and had not taken a concubine for 18 years. Even though he knew Wanyan Kang was not his son, he still treated her as his own and enjoyed all the glory and wealth, no matter in terms of material or emotional aspects. Wanyan Honglai lived up to the mother and son, therefore, Bao Shiroa's eyes were filled with guilt. She shook her head slowly and said, "My lord, you have always known that my heart is full of my husband who passed away 18 years ago, so you built a Nyo family village for me in the huge palace. Now that I know that my husband has not passed away, I will definitely leave with him. I hope that the prince can make our marriage happy." Every word Bao Shiroa said was like a knife, piercing into Wanyan Honglia's heart. Wanyan Honglia's eyes widened angrily. "Why are you so sure that he is your husband? Yang Tiexin died 18 years ago." Bao Shiroa, who looked sad, said firmly, "He is my husband, I recognize every part of him." Hearing this, Wanyan Honglai, who was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. Ouyang's quick eyes and quick hand supported the opponent's back. Chu Yang looked at Bao Shiroa and exclaimed, "He is a ruthless person." At this time, Wanyan Kang, who was down, finally came to his senses, stood up, grabbed Bao Shiroa's arm, and said in a deep voice, "I am the young prince of the kingdom of Jin, and my father is King Wanyan Honglai of Zhao. I don't know Yang Tiexin. My name is not Yang Kong." His tone became colder and colder. "Mom, you must have been deceived by this person. How could someone who died 18 years ago appear safe and sound now?" Bao Shiroa looked at her son in disbelief. At this time, Wanyan Kang seemed so strange to her. Wanyan Kang was still chattering and didn't notice his mother's expression at all, until a loud slap hit his face. Snap! Wanyan Kang covered his face and looked at his mother in shock. In the past 18 years, his mother had never been so harsh to him. Yang Tiexin and Wanyan Honglai were also shocked. They both knew Bao Shiroa's character well, and they would never be like this if they weren't extremely angry. After this slap, Wanyan Kang became completely quiet. At the same time, Bao Shiroa also took a few steps forward and looked directly at Wanyan Honglai. "Prince Xiao, Bao Shiroa has nothing to repay for these 18 years of kindness, but if you want to break up our husband and wife, I would rather die than obey." Wanyan Honglia's eyes were gloomy and he whispered, "My patience is limited. If you continue like this, everyone here will be buried with you." Chu Yang looked dissatisfied and asked, "Everyone?" Wanyan Honglia's eyelids twitched. "Oops. Forgot that this scourge is still here." An awkward smirk appeared on the corner of Wanyan Honglia's mouth. "Mr. Chu is naturally not included in this list, but since you have found your confidant, can you leave now?" The next step is my family affairs. The word confidant made Huang Rong's fair and tender face dyed with a layer of blush. Chu Yang smiled and said, TSK, is it illegal to walk too slowly? Wanyan Honglai felt like he was going to have a heart attack, so he decided to ignore Chu Yang and directly ordered the golden soldiers to surround Yang Tiexian. The Jin soldiers were like a torrent, but when they passed by Chu Yang, they naturally bypassed it, as if they had encountered a rock. Connor, what if you are not my biological child? As long as I recognize you as my son, you will always be the young prince of the Jin kingdom, Wanyan Kong. Wanyan Honglai got on his horse and said loudly, Connor, bring your mother back. Wanyan Kang's body trembled, and his eyes glowed again. In fact, what hit him most was not that he became Yang Tiexian's son, but that he couldn't be Wanyan Honglia's son. Looking at more and more Jin soldiers, Yang Tiexian held a spear in his hand and protected his wife and daughter behind him. Connor, Yang Tiexian shouted loudly, trying to call back Wanyan Kang's conscience, who knew that his shout would arouse Wanyan Kang's anger, and the latter would take action directly. The two immediately staged a father-son battle. Bao Shirua was heartbroken when he saw this. In terms of martial arts, Yang Tiexian was no match for Wanyan Kong. Chu Yang did not take action to stop Wanyan Kong this time, but Guo Jing beside him was ready to make a move. What are you doing? Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him. Brother Chu, this Uncle Yang may be an old friend of my parents. I can't stand idly by. Being stupid, Guo Jing always remembered that his mother Li Ping told him about the relationship between the Guo and Yang families, and that he came to the Central Plains from Mongolia to complete the competition with Wanyan Kong. Chu Yang nodded and said, then go ahead. If anything happens to you, I will help you collect your body. Guo Jing clasped his hands together and said, thank you, Brother Chu. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. No way, are you thanking me for this? After saying this, Guo Jing leaped and rushed towards Wanyan Kong. Unfortunately, Guo Jing didn't have the chance to drink the snake blood. His martial arts were still the same. Not to mention helping, he was beaten by Wanyan Kong in a few moves and vomited blood. Huang Rong whispered in Chu Yang's ear, Little Chu, when are you going to take action? If you keep playing, something bad will happen. Chu Yang asked curiously, why do you think I will take action? Huang Rong said contemptuously, come on, who in the surrounding area doesn't know you, the kind-hearted Chu? You have fed all the beggars in the city and made them fat. Chu Yang said, goodwill and principles are two different things. My principle is that people should never go back on their words. As he spoke, Yang Tiexian and Guo Jing were subdued by Wanyan Kong, but neither of them was in danger of life. At the critical moment, he still didn't dare to attack the man who might be his biological father. Bao Shirua breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Wanyan Kong grabbed her hand and dragged her towards Wanyan Honglai. Yang Tiexian's hoarse shouting and Bao Shirua's tears could not move Wanyan Kang's hard heart. Just when Wanyan Honglai was about to take Bao Shirua away triumphantly, Chu Yang suddenly asked, excuse me, Prince Zhao, are the agreements between me and the prince settled? Wanyan Honglai laughed. I have taken my wife and children away, and the agreement between me and you is naturally reached, and it is completely settled. Huang Rong seemed to have guessed what Chu Yang wanted to say in advance, and suddenly chuckled. Since it's settled, what Chu is going to do next has nothing to do with the previous agreement. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Wanyan Honglai suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Chu Yang brushed his sleeves, looked polite, and then spoke. Robbery. Hand over your wife and children to me. The dignified prince of the Jin kingdom was fooled by an unknown scholar again and again today. Even if Wanyan Honglai knew how to be patient and balanced, and had a big temper, he was still angry at this moment. This is intolerable. I am eager to seek talents, and I respect you as a virtuous person. That's why I give in every way. Have you forgotten that this is Yanjing City, the Jin kingdom? Wanyan Honglai shouted angrily, and a large number of Jin soldiers swarmed up, surrounding Chu Yang and others. Unlike the previous melee soldiers, Wanyan Honglai brought many archers to the back, and the front row was a vanguard composed of sword and shield soldiers and spearmen. This is the most common battlefield formation. So many Jin soldiers made Huang Rong, who was just laughing, nervous. She held Chu Yang's arm tightly and whispered, Xiao Chu, are you sure you can deal with them? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, are you scared now? You laughed the loudest just now. Huang Rong was very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's attitude, and stared at him angrily with a pout. Yang Tixin, Mu Nianzi, and Guo Jing also walked to Chu Yang's side at the first time. Seeing that the targets were gathered together, Wanyan Honglai did not let the melee soldiers go forward to test Chu Yang's strength, but decisively ordered, shoot. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with admiration. This man is worthy of being a hero who has been on the battlefield for a long time. He did not give him any chance and chose to end the battle in the safest way. All archers shot at the same time, swish swish swish. The dark arrows were like a rain curtain. Seeing this, Bao Shirua had already fainted on Wanyan Honglia's horseback. Wanyan Kong climbed onto his horse, but lowered his head, not daring to look at where the arrow fell. He secretly glanced at Yang Tixin with the corner of his eye, and his hands holding the reins trembled slightly, his face pale. The sound of the arrow breaking through the air was clearly heard by Huang Rong. At this moment, even if she wanted to use Qinggong to escape, it was too late. She could only close her eyes, and her hands were still tightly grasping Chu Yang's clothes. Yang Tixin, Mu Nianzi, and Guo Jing, the three of them also showed despair on their faces, and their bodies were shaking unconsciously. Yang Tixin finally looked at Bao Shirua affectionately. Everyone thought that Chu Yang and his friends would die. At the critical moment, Wanyan Honglai suddenly saw Chu Yang put his hands together and clapped them lightly. In an instant, some thick tree vines rose from the ground. These trees formed a solid defensive barrier, successfully blocking all the arrows like a rain curtain. Everyone was unharmed. After a short period of stagnation, the expressions on Yang Tixin and the other two's faces changed from despair to ecstasy. At the same time, Wanyan Honglai and nearly 10,000 elite Jin soldiers were left with the same terrified face. Wanyan Honglai shouted, "This is not martial arts, this is evil magic. This man is a demon." That Wanyan Kong was so scared that he fell off his horse and fell to the ground. Ouyang's face was pale and his legs were weak. He no longer had the idea of asking his uncle Ouyang Feng to help him find a fart. He just wanted to run away now, and he didn't want to meet Chu Yang again in his life. The fear of the unknown was the most serious, especially showing such a miraculous ability in front of the ancients, which was a nearly devastating blow to their psychological level. Most of the Jin soldiers instantly lost their will to fight, subconsciously retreated, and looked at Chu Yang with awe. No matter whether the scholar in front of him was a demon or an immortal, in short, he was not a mortal. Since we are not mortals, how can we, flesh and blood, win? This is what most Jin soldiers really think at this moment. Chu Yang glanced at Huang Rong, who was holding him with all her strength, and couldn't help but joked, "Wake up, open your eyes, we are in the underworld." Huang Rong was so frightened that she turned pale when she heard the word underworld. She quickly opened her eyes, looked at Chu Yang and asked, "We're here so soon? Why don't I feel anything at all?" Chu Yang asked strangely, "How do you want to feel? To have thousands of arrows pierce your heart before you die?" Huang Rong's scalp went numb when she heard the words "thousands of arrows pierce the heart." Suddenly I felt like my body had been pierced by arrows with countless holes the size of my thumb. She curled her lips and tears fell down. "I'm only 15 years old, and I haven't had time to try many fun, delicious, and beautiful things." Chu Yang stroked her head and comforted her. "It's okay, just pay attention in the next life." Huang Rong couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. Chu Yang smiled from ear to ear. "Miss Huang, Brother Chu is joking with you, we are not dead." Guo Jing stupidly stepped forward to explain. Huang Rong stopped and looked around, and then she realized that she had been teased by Chu Yang. She was too nervous just now and accidentally fell into trouble. Huang Rong, who prides herself on being smart, never imagined that one day she would be fooled by such a lame little trick. She immediately glared at Chu Yang angrily. Chu Yang didn't want to get into trouble with her, so he turned around first and then slowly walked towards Wanyan Honglai. Every time he took a step, the army in front of him all took a step back. Wanyan Honglai knew that retreating like this was not an option, so he could only bite the bullet and said, "Mr. Chu, the conflict between you and me is all because of your confidant, but she was not kidnapped into the house by me, and she was wronged. My debt belongs to my creditor, so why bother pushing me so hard?" Yang Ku cursed secretly. Wanyan Honglia's words were obviously meant to take him out and let him take the blame, so, he flew up without hesitation and used Qing Kung to fly along the roof. Brother Chu, catch him, I still have the poison he gave me. Huang Rong ignored her anger and reminded Chu Yang anxiously, if there were only ordinary poisons, Huang Rong could detoxify them by himself, but Yang Ku used poisons carefully prepared by Yang Feng, and only he had the antidote. Hearing this, Chu Yang also flew up. Yang Ku's exquisite Qinggong was personally taught by Yang Feng. Wanyan Honglai had seen it and was amazed by it, but compared to Chu Yang, he was as slow as a swaying hot air balloon. Chu Yang flew past Yang Ku with a whoosh, like a fighter jet with full throttle. What did you do just now? Yang Ku looked confused. Before he could react, Chu Yang kicked him back from the roof. When he landed, everyone around him heard the clear sound of bone cracking coming from his body. The severe pain in his waist almost made Yang Ku faint. Gradually, the lower body became numb. Huang Rong came over and scolded, Yang Ku, hand over the antidote. Yang Ku didn't dare to delay, so he quickly took a bottle of pills from his pocket and handed them to Huang Rong. Huang Rong took the pill, but who knew the next second, she would kick Yang Ku hard on the waist. I told you I was going to kick you. Chapter 89, Invasion of Soul Society. You are listening at NovelFull.audio. Huang Rong's kick happened to hit the injured area of Yang Ku. After the injury was added to the injury, Yang Ku screamed in pain and then completely stopped. He passed out. Chu Yang estimated that even if he was not paraplegic, he would not be able to get out of bed for at least a year or two. When Gu Jing saw what happened to Yang Ku, he couldn't bear it. He couldn't help but said to Huang Rong, Miss Huang, you are too cruel. Ruthless. Huang Rong said with a bad look, if I hadn't been protected by treasures, who knows what would have happened if I fell into his hands. And you, who are you, worthy of preaching to me? Gu Jing's face turned red from the rebuke, but he was clumsy and couldn't think of anything to say to refute, so he could only turn around and sulk alone. Yang Ku's defeat meant that all the 5 masters that Wanyan Honglai was proud of in the past fell into the dust. Without the masters, it would be difficult for him to guarantee his own safety. Chu Yang stood on the roof and asked condescendingly, Wanyan Honglai, are you still not going to hand him over? That Wanyan Honglai said sadly and angrily, Your Majesty and I have no enmity in the past and have no enmity in recent times. Why do you have to break up our family today and force me to go to a dead end? Chu Yang sneered and said sarcastically, You have the nerve to separate these 2 words. 18 years ago, you were chased by Chou Chuji and strayed into Nyojia village. You were rescued by Bao Shirua and saved your life. However, not only did you not repay your kindness, you also took advantage of Bao Shirua. In order to get Bao Shirua, you bribed the Southern Song Dynasty military general Duan Tianda to lead troops to hunt down the Gua and Yang families, which resulted in the death of other people's families and the separation of their wives and children. You took the opportunity to perform a hero's rescue act and coaxed Bao Shirua, but you actually had the nerve to say that we broke up. Your family. Wife or child, which one is yours? Facing Chu Yang's questioning, Wanyan Honglai panicked. He didn't know this secret that had been buried for 18 years. Why did the man in front of him know about it? Is he really an immortal? When Bao Shirua on horseback heard this, he suddenly struggled and glared at Wanyan Honglai. Is what he said true? Wanyan Honglai was speechless. Wanyan Kong also looked up at Wanyan Honglai with a dull expression. This news was even more shocking than before. His father, who has raised him for 18 years, is actually the culprit who caused the destruction of his biological parents' family. How do you want him to accept it? Such truth is simply breathtaking. No matter how displeased Chu Yang was before, he couldn't help but sympathize with him now. After learning the truth, Yang Tiexian was so angry that his energy and blood surged, causing an old illness. He had to press his chest, but he still endured the pain and cursed at Wanyan Honglai, You thief! Huang Rong was like a spectator, looking left and right, taking in the expression of the person involved, her eyes shining with excitement. Gu Jing's eyes turned red when he learned that the Wanyan Honglai in front of him was the enemy who killed his father. He was about to fight the opponent desperately, but was pulled back by Yang Tiexian. Chu Yang was already a little impatient. He lowered his head and said, Wanyan Honglai, it's only 3 things. I've asked you twice. If I ask you a third time, I'll take action. Wanyan Honglai was suddenly caught in a battle between heaven and man, with his wife and children on one side, and his own life and that of nearly 10,000 golden soldiers on the other. He no longer doubted Chu Yang's ability to kill them all. Wanyan Honglai was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that these golden soldiers would be buried with him. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were of great significance to Yanjing City. Losing them would make Yanjing City's defense empty. Both the Liao Kingdom and the Southern Song Dynasty were eyeing the Jin Kingdom and would not give up any opportunity. If something went wrong in Yanjing City, the entire Jin Kingdom would become in danger in an instant. Wanyan Honglai had no choice but to hold back his heartache and ordered Bao Shirua and Wanyan Kong to be released. Under Chu Yang's gaze, the army slowly retreated. Wanyan Honglai turned his head 3 times in the military formation, his eyes full of nostalgia. Wanyan Kang was like a walking corpse, being pulled forward by Bao Shirua. He could not empathize with Bao Shirua's joy at this moment. Yang Tixin's family was finally reunited, crying in each other's arms. Seeing this, Guo Jing suddenly thought of his father and couldn't help but wet his eyes. This little brother, Yang, needs to thank you. We met by chance, but you were willing to help me. I will always remember this kindness. Yang Tixin looked at Guo Jing and thanked him sincerely. Guo Jing quickly revealed his identity and brought the dagger that the Gua and Yang families used as a token back in front of Yang Tixin. Yang Tixin touched the dagger excitedly, and the memories of 18 years ago kept pouring out, and he murmured, "My eldest brother has a child, he has a child." Later, Guo Jing recounted his experiences living in Mongolia over the years. Yang Tixin was filled with emotion when he heard this. He suddenly remembered something and looked at Wanyan Kong, also known as Yang Kong, and Mu Nianzi. I made an agreement with Brother Guo back then. If a boy and a girl are born in our family, we will marry each other at the fingertips. If there are 2 boys or girls, we will let them become sworn brothers. Yang Tixin looked back and forth between Yang Kong and Guo Jing, and said, "From now on, you 2 are sworn brothers." Guo Jing nodded, but he had no objection to this. This was something his mother had told him a long time ago. But then, Yang Tixin pointed at Mu Nianzi and said, "I still have a daughter. This marriage can also count. What do you think?" Guo Jing was stunned and looked towards Huang Rong subconsciously, but Huang Rong was surrounding Chu Yang, chattering like a little bird, and had no interest in paying attention to him. Mu Nianzi was also startled, her expression became very ugly, and her eyes looked at Chu Yang for some reason. One of them looked at Huang Rong, and the other looked at Chu Yang. Finally, it was Guo Jing who broke the deadlock. He scratched his head and smiled. "Before I came, my mother only asked me to recognize my brothers, not my wife. I can't make the decision. I have to discuss it with my mother." Yang Tixin did not doubt him and nodded. "It should be so. I haven't seen you for so many years. I should also go to pay my respects to my sister-in-law, but this will have to wait until you and Konger complete the martial arts competition in Jiaxing Yanyu Tower." Speaking of the martial arts competition, Guo Jing shouted after realizing it, "Oh no, the masters are still waiting for me to join up. After so many days of delay, they can't find me, they must be very anxious." Yang Tixin said in a deep voice, "Let's go back to Southern Song to find your masters together. If it doesn't work, wait for them in Yanyu Tower in advance." They were still discussing, but Chu Yang on the other side took Huang Rong away. Seeing this, Mu Nianzi was immediately anxious. She rushed to the 2 of them and stopped them. Chu Yang asked in confusion, "Miss Mu, is there anything else?" Mu Nianzi came to stop them in a fit of anger. Now she couldn't give a reason and stood there hesitating. Huang Rong sensed a hint of danger and her eyes immediately became unfriendly when she looked at Mu Nianzi. Fortunately, Guo Jing arrived in time and helped the embarrassed Mu Nianzi out of the siege. "Brother Chu, we also want to go back to Southern Song. The destination is the small town where I met you last time. My masters are probably looking for me. I have to go and meet them." Chu Yang coughed dryly and was a little embarrassed. Guo Jing's Fergana horse was still tied in his backyard, the world of death. Since Chu Yang made a deal with Urahara Kisuke, he stayed in Urahara's store for training and never went to school again. Urahara Kisuke taught him a lot about spiritual pressure and also trained him to control his own spirit. Chu Yang learned all kinds of knowledge very quickly, the 4 skills of the god of death, Hakuda, Flash Step, Kido, and Zanjutsu. For Chu Yang, who started out in close combat, many fighting techniques of Hakuda are too familiar, and it is similar to the Fishman Karate. Flash Step also feels similar to Flash Body Technique in ninjutsu, except that Flash Body Technique requires a certain amount of chakra. There are things that can be learned from the two. Chu Yang has experience, so it is not too difficult to learn. Kido is much more complicated. It can be subdivided into Heido, Fudo, and Kido. In layman's terms, Heido is used for attack, Fudo is used for control and defense, and Kido is healing. Kido is basically the magic spell of the god of death. The release conditions are similar to those in the Harry Potter world. It also requires chanting and spiritual power as energy drive. In short, these 3 abilities are similar to what Chu Yang has learned in other worlds, so it is not difficult for him to get started quickly, not to mention, Zanpakuto. Whether in the pirate world or the demon slayer world, Chu Yang's swordsmanship has been steadily improving, but the most core and critical, Zanpakuto. Urahara Kisuke can only do nothing. He can't help Chu Yang get Zanpakuto. Not everyone is as special as the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo. Under normal circumstances, to get a Zanpakuto, you must become a god of death. When the god of death is a student at the Shinyang Spiritual Academy, he will temporarily borrow an unnamed Zanpakuto, that is, a Zanpakuto that has not yet been released, called shallow fighting. Shallow fighting is the prototype of Zanpakuto. Under the influence of the soul, spirit, and will of the god of death, it will gradually become the appearance that best suits the user, finally become a unique Zanpakuto. If Chu Yang wants a Zanpakuto, he must follow the steps and become a god of death first, which also means that he has to give up everything in the world. Fortunately, Chu Yang has no attachment to the real world, and it does not mean that becoming a god of death does not mean that he cannot return to the real world. Rules can only be used to restrain the weak. As long as the strength is strong enough, everything is not a problem. Another point is that becoming a god of death is part of the conditions of the deal between Chu Yang and Urahara Kisuke. After being driven out of the Soul Society, Urahara Kisuke knew very little about Aizen's actions, and he needed someone to be his eyes in the Soul Society. Chu Yang can play this role very well. As time passed, Rukia was brought back to the Soul Society, because she gave humans the power of the god of death without authorization. She was sentenced to death. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo was brought back by Urahara Kisuke for special training to prepare for going to the Soul Society. The other friends were taken away by Shifenju and Yoruchi, and each of them was trained in the present technique. When Kurosaki Ichigo saw Chu Yang, his face was full of surprise, because Chu Yang had not been to school for a long time, and the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. Kurosaki Ichigo even thought Chu Yang had an accident. Seeing Chu Yang intact here, Ichigo Kurosaki felt a little relieved, and the pressure of going to Soul Society was also reduced a lot. Ichigo Kurosaki remembered how strong Chu Yang was. He still felt shocked when he thought about the scene of beating up the Hollow with his bare hands. How could he not feel at ease going to Soul Society with such a companion? But Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know. Chu Yang went there this time to become a god of death and stay in Soul Society forever. After a while, Ichigo Kurosaki's special training ended. He finally succeeded in solving the problem and knew the name of his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu. Urahara Kisuke summoned the World Transmitting Gate. There is a spirit converter on the World Transmitting Gate. Because Soul Society is a world of souls, you must become a spirit child before you can enter Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo entered in the state of a god of death, while others who go to Soul Society must pass a spirit converter to transform their bodies into a spirit state. Chu Yang had no strange feelings during the entire transformation process. After completing the transformation, he felt that there was no obvious difference between the spiritual state and the physical state. Shifenju and Yoruchi, who was in black cat form, led the way, and a group of people followed him into the boundary crossing gate. It was pitch dark inside the door, and except for the road underfoot, it was surrounded by twisted and dark fog. Yoruchi reminded everyone not to stay and to follow her closely. after Chu Yang observed it, he knew that they were now in a boundary. The so-called broken world is the gap between the real world and the soul society. It belongs to a different space. It is a space where several layers of broken space overlap and are surrounded by layers of turbulent time. The flow rate of time here is different from that in the outside world. If converted into a specific multiple, it is about 2,000 times. That is, 1 year has passed in the outside world, and 2,000 years have passed in the broken world. There is a flow of air everywhere in the world, which is an air current that can prevent the movement of souls. It exists to limit the movements of hollows, not only to protect soul society, but also to protect the real world. Without the existence of Juliu, it would be easier for hollow to invade the two worlds. The only bad thing is that Juliu is not only aimed at Su, but also souls will be affected. If Chu Yang and the others don't evade in time, they will be trapped in the world by Juliu forever. This is why Yi wants to remind them repeatedly of their reasons for following them. The Juliu was like an open flood, with turbulent waves. It followed Chu Yang and the others at a very fast speed, gradually approaching, and was about to drown them. At the critical moment, Orihime used her shield Shun Rika to form a barrier, barely blocking the flow. The strong impact caused by the collision between the two directly pushed Chu Yang and the others out of the boundary. After landing, Chu Yang looked around. When he found that he was surrounded by some retro buildings, he knew that he had arrived in Soul Society safely. This is Rukongai, where all the souls of the dead first live after arriving in Soul Society. Chu Yang looked at this with a sarcastic smile on his lips. The most ironic thing about the world of death is that some people spend their entire lives working as cows and horses, but the Soul Society they come to after death is not the paradise they imagined, a place where they can enjoy peace and happiness. The dead who had beautiful illusions in their hearts had to experience everything in this world again in this place. Even more cruel, people here will grow old and die, and can feel all the pain experienced in this world. The only difference is that in Soul Society, souls age very slowly. This means they have to live here for many years. Is this a good thing? It is indeed a good thing for those who have the talent of death, but for those who do not have the gift of death, the time to experience pain and suffering is actually constantly extending. For some people, living is painful, and after death, coming to Soul Society is even more painful. This kind of pain will never end in reincarnation, life after life. It's scary. After arriving safely in Soul Society, Yoruchi began to introduce the situation in Soul Society to everyone. Soul Society is divided into two parts, Siriidii and Rukongai. Siriidii is the center of Soul Society, where the Shinigami live. It was also where wealth and power gathered. Rukongai is the outer part of the Siriidii. It is divided into 80 areas and has 4 directions, east, west, north and south. The larger the number, the smaller the resources. It is not only poor, but also violent incidents often occur. To put it bluntly, it's like Manhattan and Brooklyn in New York. One is rich, the other is poor. One symbolizes order, and the other represents the coexistence of freedom and chaos. If the souls who come to Rukongai want to live a good life in Soul Society, there is only one way, and that is to become a Shinigami and live in the Siriidii. Before Yoruchi could finish talking about the situation in Soul Society, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed toward Siriidii impatiently. Many walls suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking his movement. A huge figure also appeared, a giant as tall as a mountain, holding an axe like Zanpakuto, carved a deep crack in the ground. If you want to enter the Baidao Gate, defeat me first. That the giant smiled arrogantly. Yoruchi explained at this time, this guy's name is Jidanbo. He is one of the 4 Sirii gates, the guardian of the White Road Gate. In addition, the other 3 Sirii gates also have their own guardians. If you want to enter Siriidii from Siriidii, you must defeat these guardians. After Yi finished speaking, Chadu and others looked at Chu Yang. Everyone naturally believed that Chu Yang, as the strongest person, should be the best candidate to challenge the Si Danfang. Chu Yang was not interested and shook his head slowly. Si Danfang was too weak. At most, it could only have about the same combat power as the subordinate Daxu Jilian. Then let me do it. Kurosaki Ichigo confidently crossed the line drawn by the Danbwa, which means that he will challenge this hero who has not lost for 300 years. Chu Yang, who already knew the outcome, didn't pay much attention to their battle. Instead, he closed his eyes and tried to sense his surroundings with his sense of sight and color. In the real world, he couldn't use his observation haki to sense the actions of the hollows, but here, after turning into a spirit particle, his observation haki began to work again. Chu Yang felt many powerful auras approaching. The closest aura was about to reach the White Gate. According to the plot, the person coming should be Ikemara Jin, the captain of the 3rd division of the Godai 13. If it was before, Chu Yang might have avoided his edge, but now that observation haki can function normally in Soul Society, Chu Yang can try to fight with Ikemara Jin. This is a good opportunity to show his ability. It's just to deal with a travel disaster who broke into Soul Society. With Ikemara Jin's personality, it is unlikely that he will go all out and fight Chu Yang in the state of Bankai. Chu Yang didn't want to escalate the battle to that level. If he could successfully delay Ikemara Jin for a while and show his talent and potential, with the personality of the Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto Genryosai, he would most likely agree to Chu Yang becoming a god of death. Ikemara Jin's Zanpakuto God Spear can be extended quickly in an instant, as long as he doesn't use Bankai. Chu Yang is still confident that he can dodge the Divine Spear in the Shirkai state with his observation haki. In the Shirkai state, the limit distance of the Divine Spear is 100 times the length of the main body, and the attack has a very strong impact. No matter how strong the defense is, it can penetrate the enemy's body directly. Objectively speaking, Ikemara Jin's Divine Spear is more like a modern sniper rifle, which can accurately attack the enemy's vital points from 100 meters away. Maybe it would be more appropriate to change the name to Barrett. In the Bankai state, this Zanpakuto directly changes from bird gun to cannon, not only with a longer distance, but also with a faster speed. The super-fast speed and the kinetic energy generated can make the Divine Spear indestructible. The most unpredictable thing is that the Divine Spear can release a strong toxin that dissolves cells when attacking. Even Aizen, who is known as the strongest god of death, was almost killed by Ikemara Jin because of carelessness. If it weren't for the resurrection of the Hogyoku, I'm afraid he would have received a box lunch in advance. This shows how strong Ikemara Jin is. However, no matter how strong the Divine Spear is, it still has a very obvious flaw. As a direct attack type of Zanpakuto, the Divine Spear's fighting style has not changed much. It is simple and violent. If the enemy predicts the attack time in advance, it can still be avoided, at least in the state of Shirkai. It is not difficult for Chu Yang, who has the observation haki, to dodge the attack of the Divine Spear. Therefore, the mechanism of observation haki restrains the Divine Spear. As long as the reaction is fast enough, Chu Yang can completely avoid every attack of the Divine Spear. Even if there are mistakes, it doesn't matter. Chu Yang's physique, coupled with the strengthening of a series of abilities such as Armament Haki, Lightning Release Armor, and Sage Mode, will not cause fatal damage even if he is hit by the Divine Spear a few times. And the strong vitality is enough for Chu Yang to recover from any injuries in battle. In the words of a shield control, it is, "I can spend a whole day with you." In the blink of an eye, the guarding of the White Gate, Shidanfang, was defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo, so fast that people were a little caught off guard. With his self-esteem damaged, Shidanfang began to cry loudly. Ichigo Kurosaki tried to comfort him, but ended up giving him another blow in his sensitive heart, causing Shidanfang to cry even harder. "We are in a hurry. Can you open the door before crying?" Chu Yang kindly reminded him. "You are such a heartless guy." Shidanfang glanced at Chu Yang dimly, then stood in front of the White Gate, raised his hands, lifted the entire gate, and signaled Chu Yang and others to enter, but he didn't see that someone was already walking slowly from the other side of the gate. "Sorry, you can't pass through here today, so go back obediently." Ikemara Jin, with short white hair, stood on the other side of the White Gate, smiling at everyone, and then he drew out his Zanpakuto, and with a flash of sword light, he injured Shidanfang. Shidanfang half knelt on the ground in pain, but did not let go. Still holding the gate, Ikemara Jin said coldly, "You can't even beat a few Ryukyu, you are such a waste. This is the punishment for your failure to protect the White Gate." Ichigo was furious when he saw this and was about to attack, but was stopped by Yorochi. "This guy is the captain of the 3rd division, a captain-level Shinigami. You are not his opponent. You should leave first and make a long-term plan." Ichigo didn't listen at all, and rushed over with Zangetsu, ready to fight with Ikemara Jin. he stepped forward and chopped, but was firmly blocked by Ikemara Jin. Ikemara Jin smiled slightly, swung hard, and the magic gun in his hand turned into a white light, which directly knocked Ichigo Kurosaki away, and even the Sidenfang who was struggling to support behind was also knocked out. At the moment the gate fell, Chu Yang stepped forward without hesitation, held up the white gate, and shouted. "Rush in now!" Chadu and others heard the words and immediately rushed into the white gate. Even Ichigo rushed over quickly after getting up. It can actually hold up the Baidao gate. It's really powerful. Ikemara Jin was a little surprised. After praising him, he immediately attacked Chu Yang, the divine spear stretched out again, turning into a beam of white light and shooting towards Chu Yang, and Chu Yang, who was supporting the Baidao gate at the moment, couldn't dodge at all. The divine spear was so fast that everyone had no time to react, let alone let Chu Yang be careful. The divine spear pierced Chu Yang's body fiercely, bang. Instantly, dust flew. Ichigo and others stopped and looked over anxiously. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Chu Yang was still standing under the Baidao gate, with a large number of thunder and lightning floating on the surface of his body, and silver snakes dancing wildly, like a thunder god. "Did you actually carry it?" Ikemara Jin and Yoruchi both showed somewhat shocked expressions. Both sides knew the power of the magic gun very well. Seeing that Chu Yang was okay, Ichigo and others immediately rushed forward. After a few flashes of white light, they were shot away one by the magic gun. "I told you it's useless," Yoruchi reminded loudly. Ichigo and the others couldn't break through Ikemara Jin's blockade, and there was no point in Chu Yang resisting any longer, so he put down the white gate and walked into the Siriidii alone amid the shouts of Ichigo and the others. Ikemara Jin narrowed his eyes. "I should have said that you can't pass here." Chu Yang grinned. "If you can, beat me out. I could spend all day with you." Looking at Chu Yang, whose whole body was flashing with lightning, Ikemara Jin suddenly became curious and asked, "Fumen Jinjutsu user? I really want to know what perfection jutsu can actually block my attack. Want to know?" Chu Yang moved his body, stared at the Zanpakuto in Ikemara Jin's hand, and said with a smile, "I'll tell you if I win." TSK. Ikemara Jin shook his head slowly and said with a smile, "You seem to have misunderstood something. I didn't even use 10% of my strength in the attack just now. If I had used all my strength, you would have turned into a powder in an instant." Chu Yang hooked his fingers at Ikemara Jin. "Then let's try it." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine spear turned into a long and narrow white light and shot out, stabbing Chu Yang with lightning speed. A chill flashed in Ikemara Jin's eyes. He used at least 30% of his strength. The speed of the magic gun was 5 times that of before. It was impossible to escape the arrogant travel disaster in front of him. He was waiting for the scene of Chu Yang being torn apart by the magic gun, but the moment the magic gun stretched out, Chu Yang's figure disappeared in front of Ikemara Jin. The magic gun that was almost certain to hit directly pierced the air, and Ikemara Jin, who had always been smiling, instantly became serious. Shun step is so fast, faster than most Shinigami in the Godai 13. Where did you learn this from? Ikemara Jin became more and more curious about the young man in front of him. Chu Yang chuckled and said, "As I said before, I will tell you if I win." The angle of Ikemara Jin's mouth began to rise. Anyone who knew him knew that he was a little angry now. "It seems like you don't look like an ordinary bastard, so I'll be more serious and play with you." Ikemara Jin shook the magic spear in his hand, and the tip of the sword fell like a star, turning into countless sword lights and stabbing Chu Yang. The powerful impact caused cracks to appear on the nearby walls and ground. It's like a Barrett used as a machine gun. Thinking about it makes people's scalp numb. In order to deal with such a fierce attack, Chu Yang used all his intelligence, constantly predicting the location of each opponent's stabbing, and at the same time using teleportation. 10 seconds later, Ikemara Jin stopped attacking. His squinted eyes finally widened a little, and he looked at Chu Yang in surprise. His attacks just now were all dodged by the opponent. It felt as if he had predicted his attacks in advance. This guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary travel disaster. Ikemara Jin frowned and said, "Who are you?" Chu Yang chuckled and said, "You can call me Yang." I am currently studying at Karaza No. 1 High School. I am a freshman in high school. By the way, I am the first in my grade. Ikamaru Jin was stunned for a moment, and then said with a strange expression, "What nonsense. I'm asking you, where did you learn Shuanpa?" Chu Yang touched his chin and replied thoughtfully, "A grocery store owner who doesn't look like a good person." Hearing this, Ikamaru Jin's eyelids twitched twice. He took a deep breath, suppressed his smile, stared at Chu Yang coldly and said, "It seems that you don't intend to tell the truth. If you die next, don't blame me." Chu Yang shrugged helplessly, "Every word is true. You are really troublesome." Ikamaru Jin stopped talking nonsense with Chu Yang and used all his strength to exert the power of the magic gun. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it, and the impact was completely different from before. Chu Yang felt tremendous pressure, and at the same time he no longer held back. With the blessing of armed color and thunder escape armor, enter the immortal mode. The bright lightning all over his body made Chu Yang look like a god. In an instant, the magic spear had pierced hundreds of times, but Chu Yang was only stabbed once, and he resisted forcefully. Although Ikamaru Jin's face was expressionless, he was once again shocked by Chu Yang's ability, and Chu Yang did not stand stupidly on the spot, but constantly adjusted his position, always staying near the ultimate distance of the magic gun, and was not pulled into the distance by Ikamaru Jin. If he was too close, it would be difficult for Chu Yang to dodge most of the attacks under such a high density of attacks. As a result, the two kept moving, and the battlefield also changed. Accordingly, gradually affecting many places in Siriidii, attracting the attention of many people, many gods of death came, including captain-level figures among them. A traveler who suddenly broke into the Soul Society could actually fight to such an extent with the captain of the 3rd Division. It was surprising and very curious at the same time. After realizing that it would be difficult for him to capture Chu Yang in a short period of time, Ikamaru Jin's expression became even more ugly. It's not that he didn't have the idea of using the swastika, but as their positions kept changing, the two of them had already penetrated deep into the Siriidii. They were about to reach the Godii 13 headquarters. Here, the damage caused by the magic gun is incalculable. Although he will soon follow Aizen and leave Soul Society without being responsible for it, it will make Aizen's plan unintended. Although he doesn't care if it affects Aizen's plan, now is not the time to betray him. After much consideration, Ikamaru Jin suppressed the urge to use his swastika and secretly said, "If I endure it any longer, this kid will eventually run out of spiritual power." Then, under the watchful eyes of many death gods, they stayed until evening. The sun set and the two of them were still fighting. In the end, the person who was exhausted first was Jin Ikamaru. He didn't have the luxury he had before, his face looked ugly, and he secretly cursed himself for being a fool. On the other hand, Chu Yang looked very embarrassed, but the energy and spirit are obviously stronger than Ikamaru Jin. At this time, many captains and vice-captains of the Godii 13 were stationed outside the field. As for the Shinigami under their command, there were countless others. A group of people watched with relish as Ikamaru Jin collapsed. Kairaku Shunsui, the captain of Division 8 who always loves to watch the excitement, jokingly said, "Captain Ikamaru, are you out of strength? Do you want to take a rest and I will help you deal with this kid?" Ikamaru Jin said nothing and secretly scolded Kairaku Shunsui dozens of times. The next moment, as an uproar sounded, Captain Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni appeared on the battlefield between the two men, surrounded by some Shinigami. Yamamoto lowered his head, Chu Yang raised his head, and their eyes met. Chu Yang smiled slightly, dispelled the immortal mode and thunder escape armor, leaving only the armor that could not be seen by the naked eye. He then raised his hands in the air, sat down on the ground, and shouted, "I surrender." Many death gods who were watching the excitement looked puzzled. Chu Yang obviously still had the energy to continue fighting, so why did he suddenly surrender? Ikamaru Jin felt that he had been tricked by Chu Yang, and was shaking with anger, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Chu Yang simply lay down and said feebly, "I've been fighting all day. I'm tired and want to sleep. Please step back." "Sleep?" Ikamaru Jin almost had a brain congestion. "Why don't you go to bed earlier? I've been playing monkey tricks with you all day. All my colleagues are almost here, but you want to go to bed?" Get up quickly and continue fighting. Asshole. I must poke 3,000 holes all over your body. Stop it. Captain Yamamoto's deep and vicissitudes of voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked solemn. No matter how angry he was, Ikemura Jin would not be so dazed that he could disobey Captain Yamamoto's order, but he lost face today and couldn't stay any longer, so he turned around and left. Jingle Chunchue walked up to Chu Yang and looked at it carefully. He had a panoramic view of the battle just now, and he was a little shocked in his heart. Without a swastika, Ikemura Jin is still the captain of the 3rd Division. Even the deputy captain level Shinigami cannot fight with the opponent for such a long time, but this kid in front of me can actually do it. How did he avoid such a swift attack from the sharpshooter? Kairaku Shunsui was very curious. Teacher, how should we deal with this travel disaster? Kairaku Shunsui looked up at Yamamoto. He broke into Soul Society without permission and caused such a big mess in the Siriidii. Even if he surrenders, we cannot let him go easily. He will be locked up and handed over to Central Room 46 after Rukia is executed. Judgment. Before leaving, the captain took a deep look at Chu Yang, then, surrounded by the god of death, he turned and left. The old man seems to be quite interested in you. Kairaku Shunsui whispered in a low voice. Chu Yang smiled. I can't help it, top students are so popular. Seeing Chu Yang being so optimistic, Jingle Chunchue was surprised. Aren't you afraid? Chu Yang shrugged. It's useless to be afraid, and I can't beat you. In that case, why waste energy on such useless emotions? Jingraku Shunsui nodded and said, that makes sense, you are really an interesting guy. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Dongxian Kao, the captain of Division 9 who was in charge of managing the prison, walked up to Chu Yang and said, get up and follow me to the prison. I remind you, don't have any other ideas, you will die. Chu Yang glanced at Dongxian Yao, but did not respond. If he really wanted to run away, the death god here might not be able to catch him. Chu Yang followed Dongxian to the prison obediently, not wanting to cause any trouble. As long as he waited quietly until the plot was over, his goal would be achieved. As for Aizen's conspiracy or the deal with Urahara Kisuke, they were actually beyond his ability and he couldn't interfere. Chu Yang knew Urahara Kisuke's intentions, and Chu Yang also knew Aizen's conspiracy. The goal of both of them is the Benjiu hidden in Lucia's soul. This was originally a product accidentally obtained by Urahara Kisuke during an experiment, but it has the ability to break the limit of the Shinigami's power. Aizen has been studying how to break through the limits of the Shinigami. There is only one answer, the virtualization of the god of death, the death god's hollow transformation and hollow's death god transformation. As long as one can strike a balance between these two powers, one can transcend the limits of the death god's power. The only one who can let Aizen do such a thing is Honyu. Benjiu possesses self-awareness and can absorb and materialize the thoughts of things around him. To put it simply, as long as you think about it, Benjiu can help you realize your wish. Of course, there are limits. You don't just make a wish, Benjiu can fulfill it. In addition, Benjiu can also protect the host's physical body from death. When the host's power reaches its limit or his life is threatened, the Hogyoku will prompt the host to evolve to a higher level. In case of an accident during the process of the god of death becoming hollow, the Hogyoku can ensure Aizen's safety. However, whether it is the Hogyoku developed by Aizen or the Hogyoku developed by Urahara Kisuke, they are only semi-finished products and cannot be used normally. They are also extremely unstable and very dangerous. Therefore, Urahara Kisuke hid the Hogyoku he developed into Rukia's soul. Even when Rukia came to the world and passed the power of the god of death to Ichigo Kurosaki, the whole incident had the shadow of Urahara Kisuke. The artificial body that Urahara Kisuke gave to Rukia has the effect of decomposing spiritual power. The user will gradually lose spiritual power until he becomes an ordinary person. He just wants Rukia to lose the power of the god of death and turn her into a human, so that the Hogyoku can be hidden and cannot be obtained by those who covet it. On the other hand, Aizen noticed Urahara Kisuke's intention. That's why he used the power of Kagami Water Moon to hypnotize everyone who came in and out of the room and gave false orders. After killing the sage of the central 46th room, he used the false order to let Kuchiki Byakuya and Abarai Renji take Rukia back to Soul Society and execute her. as long as Rukia is hit by the powerful force of the double-killing platform, the Hogyoku in her body will appear. In fact, Chu Yang also had the idea of Hogyoku, but at this stage he had no ability to snatch Hogyoku from Urahara Kisuke and Aizen, so he could only watch from the sidelines. With Aizen's IQ, he would notice if Chu Yang made a slight move at this time. Chu Yang didn't know what the situation would be like at that time, but he knew that he would definitely die before everyone else. Aizen was very strong, he even overshadowed the Captain General Yamamoto Genryosai Shigekuni, who had been sitting on the throne of the strongest god of death for 1,000 years. Aizen's Zanpakuto Kagami Water Moon is an illusion-type Zanpakuto, and its ability can be called a BUG. As long as the target has seen the Shirkai of Kagami Water Moon once, the 5 senses will be controlled and Aizen can manipulate them at will. What you see is always what Aizen wants you to see, and he cannot wake up even if he knows he is hypnotized. How to describe the bug level of this ability? In terms of effect, it is like a weakened version of the infinite moon reading, but it has no restrictions. Aizen can use it at any time if he wants to. In addition to the fact that the Zanpakuto itself is very abnormal, Aizen's 4 abilities as a god of death, Zanjutsu, Baida, Shuanpa, and Kido, are all at the highest level of the god of death, and there are very few who can be compared with him. Any normal person with a little brain will not provoke such a terrifying guy. If Chu Yang wants to fight with Aizen, he must get the 6 paths sage mode with the Samsara Eye, and even need to eat the fruit of the sacred tree. In short, now is not the time to have a head-on conflict with Aizen. Again, the problems that the protagonist can solve are not problems, and Chu Yang doesn't have to fight desperately. As long as they can survive this battle and gain enough benefits, it will be a sure win. In the crowd, the vice-captain of the 6th Division, Aburai Renji, who is Rukia's childhood sweetheart, watched Tozen take Chu Yang away. Then he took advantage of the night and secretly came to the confession palace where Rukia was imprisoned, and informed the other party of the news of Ichigo and his party. Hearing this, Rukia, who had a blank expression all day, showed a panicked look for the first time after hearing that Ichigo and others came to the Soul Society to save her. She originally left the human world and voluntarily returned to the Soul Society to be punished in order not to implicate Ichigo. Among them, there is a traveler named Yang, who has been imprisoned by Tozen. If there were no casualties, he would have been taken to the confession palace. Aburai Renji recalled the previous battle and couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, that guy is quite powerful. He was able to fight with Ikemara Jin for so long. The two of them fought from morning to evening. In the end, when he saw that Ikemara Jin was exhausted, the guy actually took the initiative to admit defeat. Rukia didn't react for a while. Who are you talking about fighting with Ikemara Jin? Renji asked in confusion. Don't you know the man named Yang? I know, but... Rukia suddenly remembered the scene of the other party fighting with the hollow bare-handed, and after a long time, she said, I didn't expect him to become stronger again. Renji nodded and said, he is indeed very strong. Without a Zanpakuto, he can fight with Ikemara Jin to this extent. If he is not a human, but a god of death, he is probably a captain-level figure now. Rukia fell silent. Chapter 90, Aizen's Invitation. You are listening at novelfull.audio. While Lucia and Renji were talking about Chu Yang, who was imprisoned, received an unexpected guest. The visitor has short brown hair, wears black-rimmed glasses, always has a smile on his face, and has gentle eyes. His gentle temperament is somewhat incompatible with the identity of the god of death. Chu Yang guessed the identity of this person based on his first impression alone, Aizen Sosuke. What is he doing here? Chu Yang instantly became vigilant. The last thing he wanted to encounter during this trip to Soul Society was the man in front of him. Don't be so nervous. Aizen smiled slightly and introduced himself. My name is Aizen Sosuke, and I am the captain of the 5th Division of the Gotei 13. How should I call you? Yang. Chu Yang asked, the mighty death captain, why do you want to go to the prison to see me as a prisoner? Aizen replied, because you have this value. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Value? Aizen nodded and said, you have the talent to become a god of death, and you are also qualified to covet stronger power. Hearing this, Chu Yang was a little embarrassed. Originally, he wanted old man Yamamoto to take a fancy to his talent and successfully become the god of death. Unexpectedly, I was attracted by Aizen first. What the hell, it's self-defeating. I don't understand what you're talking about. Chu Yang turned his back and lay down, pretending to be dumbfounded, praying for Aizen to leave quickly. What I mean is that with your talents, you shouldn't be locked up here. You should have better treatment. After Rukia is sentenced to death, the Siriidii will not easily let go of you, a travel troublemaker who disrupts order. If it's serious, you may even be sentenced to death. Aaron talked to Chu Yang leisurely, but when he saw that Chu Yang was unmoved, he gradually increased his tone. It seemed that he wanted to use Chu Yang's fear of death to force Chu Yang to surrender. I'm not as skilled as others, so I'm willing to be inferior. As for what to do with me afterwards, that's your business. Chu Yang waved his hand without looking back, as if he didn't care about life and death at all. Aizen frowned and reminded again, I didn't mean to deceive you. This is the fact. If you have any luck, you will end badly. Chu Yang had a headache, brother, I just want to make a Zanpakuto quietly. As for those things about life and death, you can do whatever you want, I will not participate. In just a few words, you want me to follow you in rebellion, so please save it. Even if Aizen can win, Chu Yang doesn't want to have anything to do with him. With Aizen's character, in order to become stronger, he might put him on the operating table for research in the future, whether as a partner or as a subordinate. Chu Yang could not accept this hard-hearted guy. Chu Yang ignored him, changed into a comfortable position, and prepared to sleep. Such a casual attitude left Aizen somewhat confused. No oil or salt. Are you really not afraid of death? Before coming here, Aizen had thought about a lot of drafts, but now he felt that his sharp tongue was of no use. But Aaron felt it was a pity to give up on Chu Yang like this. After all, Chu Yang's talent really made him very curious. There is not much time left for capital punishment. If you change your mind, you can tell me through the guards. Aizen left after saying that, which made Chu Yang sigh in relief. The reason why he pretended to sleep with his back to Aizen just now was because he was afraid of falling into Jinghua Suigetsu's trick if he didn't pay attention. This kind of bug-level Zanpakuto is very unpredictable, so there is nothing wrong with being cautious. The next day, the breaking news swept the entire Siriidii. Captain Aizen Sosuke of the 5th Division was killed. The body was nailed to the high wall by the murderer. People are panicked, of course. The real Aizen is not dead. That body is just a fake that was transformed by Kyoka Suigetsu, but still no one could see through it. Everyone was being fooled by Aizen. At the same time, Ichigo and others also broke through the barrier of Siriidii, but they separated due to an accident. On the way to the Penitence Palace, Ichigo encountered his first powerful enemy, Kenpachi Zaraki. As the only one among the captains who does not have a swastika, Zaraki Kenpachi is terrifyingly powerful. If Ichigo didn't cheat, it would be impossible to defeat the opponent. After the fierce battle, Ichigo only took a short rest before heading to the Confession Palace again to prepare to rescue Rukia. Originally, everyone had been brought out of the Confession Palace, but they met an old sixth, the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki. Kuchiki Byakuya's wife is Rukia's biological sister. Before she died of illness, she asked Kuchiki Byakuya to take care of his sister. Therefore, he decided to adopt Rukia as the adopted daughter of the Kuchiki family, regardless of the opposition of the noble group. Now, Kuchiki Byakuya wants to kill off his relatives for justice again and send Rukia to the execution platform with his own hands. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably let go at this time and let Ichigo rescue Rukia, but Byakuya Kuchiki didn't have the slightest idea of letting go, and defeated Ichigo cleanly, extinguishing the flame of Rukia's hope. In the end, Ichigo was rescued by Shifenjin Yorochi who arrived. Others also encountered powerful opponents. Chadari met Kairaku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, while Yuryu and Oriheim met Niruyuri, the captain of the 12th Division. There is a huge disparity in strength between Chadar and Kuryu Shunsui. As expected, Chado was suppressed and killed instantly by the opponent. During the battle between Yuryu and Kuratsuchi Mayuri, Oriheim was abducted by the enemy's miscellaneous Shinigami, and was taken away by Kusaka Yachiru, the vice-captain of Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi Zaraki was very curious about Ichigo's life or death, with the precious treasure of the Quincy clan. Yuryu narrowly defeated Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who was suspected of letting him win. In the end, the wounded Uriah staggered to the Confession Palace, but before he entered the gate, he was put into a coma by the captain of the 9th Division, Tozen Kaname. Using his Zanpakuto power, Tozen Kaname contacted the ambulance team and sent Uriah to the infirmary for treatment. At this point, except for Ichigo, the entire team was wiped out. In order to defeat Byakuya Kachiki and save Rukia, Ichigo had to learn Bankai within 3 days under the training of Yoruchi. Under normal circumstances, most Shinigami will never learn Bankai. In their entire lives, a truly talented Shinigami will also need at least 10 years to have the opportunity to comprehend, but these difficulties are nothing compared to Ichigo, the protagonist. 3 days passed quickly, and Renji joined the training of Bankai in the middle, and became friends with Ichigo. Rukia's execution time was shortened by Aizen again, and she was about to be taken to the double-killing platform to be executed. Chu Yang was still sleeping soundly in the prison at this time. He estimated that when he woke up, the matter would be almost over. Who would have thought that when he was sleeping well, footsteps were heard outside the prison? Why are they here again? Chu Yang looked up and found that the person who came was not Aizen, but Tozen Kaname. Tozen Kaname was born with a serious face, and he didn't say anything to Chu Yang, but walked straight to the edge of the cell door. Chu Yang suddenly had an ominous premonition. Afterwards, Tozen Kaname destroyed the gate directly and said to Chu Yang, "Follow me." Chu Yang shook his head. "No need to bother, it's quite comfortable to sleep here, I want to sleep more." Tozen Kaname frowned and said, "Lord Aizen is right, you are really a strange guy. I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm ordering you." Chu Yang calculated the time and felt that it was time for Aizen and the others to run away. It seemed that they wanted to take him away by force. Fortunately, it was not Aizen who came in person, and Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, although Ikemara Jin and Tozen Kaname were very strong, they could not threaten his life. The Zanpakuto of the two was very powerful, but it did not trap Chu Yang. If he wanted to run, he could easily get away. The Zanpakuto in Tozen Kaname's hand was called Kingmushi. In the state of Shirkai, it could vibrate rapidly through spiritual pressure to form a sound similar to the chirping of insects. This sound wave attack like the chirping of insects was very strange. If it was transmitted to the ears of a target with lower spiritual pressure, it would have a hypnotic effect. However, the hypnosis of Chingchong cannot be compared with the hypnosis effect of Mirror Flower and Water Moon. At best, it can only make the enemy fall into a coma. Chu Yang is not afraid of the effect of Chingchong because his spiritual pressure is very strong. With each additional world of himself, Chu Yang's soul potential will be shared and superimposed like the body potential, and will increase exponentially. Just in terms of spiritual pressure, Chu Yang is confident that he is stronger than more than half of the captains of the Shinigami, including Tozen Kaname. The ability of Chingchong will be greatly reduced in this situation, and it will be even more difficult to hypnotize Chu Yang by force. As for Bankai, the Bankai of Chingchong is to release a black circular space, pulling Tozen Kaname and the enemy into this space. Among the 5 senses, other senses except touch will be deprived by Chingchong, and even their own spiritual pressure cannot be felt. For most Shinigami, this is a very targeted skill, but Chu Yang was not restrained by this ability. Even if all 5 senses were deprived, he could still fight with his observation haki. Dong Xian took advantage of Chu Yang's distraction and quietly put his hand on the handle of his Zanpakuto, and then activated his ability. The sound of insects instantly echoed in the prison. When the insects chirped, a slight sense of fainting attacked Chu Yang's brain, but it did not have much impact on him. However, Chu Yang's eyes turned and he fell down, rather than directly clashing with Dong Xian here. It is better to pretend to be controlled by him and get out first to see the situation. At least it will not alarm Aizen. In order to save himself, Chu Yang must wait until the truth that the sages of the central 46th room have died in the hands of Aizen is revealed. When Aizen stands on the opposite side of the god of death, he will have no time to deal with Chu Yang. Dong Xian carried the unconscious Chu Yang on his shoulders and then tore off a piece of white cloth from his body. The cloth swirled in the air, like a living thing, gradually closing up, wrapping Chu Yang and Dong Xianyao inside, and then the two of them flashed and came to an unfamiliar open space, and this place is far away from the Confession Palace, near the double execution platform. Aizen is very particular about doing things. Even if everything is going according to his plan, he still cautiously adds a layer of insurance, in case Rukia is not executed. Dong Xianyao will be responsible for taking Rukia away. Dong Xianyao knows a secret technique called Thousand Anti-White Snake. As long as the location is set in advance, he can move directly to the location at any time. It is a bit similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, but the precasting swing is a bit long. Chu Yang quietly pretended to be unconscious on Dong Xianyao's shoulder, silently waiting for the opportunity. On the other side, on the double execution platform, Rukia waited for the final moment to come. The execution began. The power of the double execution turned into a phoenix burning with blazing flames. Named the King of Destruction, the Destroyer King flew towards Rukia. When it passed through Rukia's body, the latter would decompose into spirit particles and die completely. At the critical moment, Ichigo suddenly appeared, blocked the phoenix, and successfully saved Rukia. What was unexpected was, just as Ichigo blocked the Destroyer King, Kairaku Shunsui and the captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Jushiro, attacked together and destroyed the double-killing platform. A red light flashed, and the body of the Destroyer King suddenly expanded, and then exploded like fireworks. The Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni looked at his two most proud disciples with a stern look, and he didn't know why the two were like this, but what the two did now was tantamount to rebellion. Kairaku Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro, both of them knew the strength of their teacher very well, and feared that innocent people would be harmed, so they took the initiative to evacuate and moved the battlefield to a remote place. After Ichigo rescued Rukia, he left her to the belated Renji and told them to flee. He wanted to stop Byakuya Kachiki alone. The battle was going on. On the other side, the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro, took the vice-captain Matsumoto Ranjaku to the central 46th room, just in time to uncover Aizen's conspiracy. The two sides also fought. After a while, the battle between Ichigo and Byakuya Kachiki came to an end first. Ichigo, who completed his Bankai in 3 days, had an absolute advantage in the battle with Byakuya Kachiki with his absolute speed. But Byakuya Kachiki's Bankai Senbenzakura Kagian was so powerful that he gradually regained the advantage. The two sides fought to the end, and Ichigo smashed Byakuya Kachiki's Zanpakuto. Byakuya Kachiki admitted defeat and left the double-killing platform. Ichigo was exhausted and was taken away by Orihime and others who hurried over. The double-killing platform became empty again. At this time, Renji was taking Rukia away from the double-killing platform, but he happened to run into Tozen Kaname, who was waiting in the empty seat. Rukia and Renji saw Chu Yang on Tozen Kaname's shoulder, and they were shocked. Tozen Kaname didn't waste any words, and used the ability of Thousand Anti-White Snake to bring the two back to the empty double-killing platform. Renji and Rukia were at a loss. The next second, Aizen appeared quietly with Ikimara Jin. Aizen first glanced at Rukia, then at Chu Yang, and immediately showed a satisfied smile. Then he was ready to take Rukia away from Renji's arms. Facing the powerful Aizen, Renji was no match at all, and his Zanpakuto snake tail Maru was cut into several pieces by the opponent. While the two were fighting, Chu Yang quietly opened his eyes and observed the situation. Just when Aizen was about to kill Renji, Ichigo arrived in time again and blocked Aizen's Zanpakuto. Afterwards, Ichigo and Renji teamed up to fight against Aizen, but it was a pity that they were useless and were beaten by Aizen with one hand. Aizen snatched Rukia away. He was full of pride and began to tell the whole incident that he had carefully planned. Chu Yang curled his lips. The theorem that villains talk a lot, even Aizen is no exception, but think about it from another angle. If he directed this good show, he would not be able to help showing off to others, especially those who were controlled by him as chess pieces. At the same time, many Shinigami who knew the truth were rushing back to the double-killing platform. The captain of the 7th Division, Kamamura Sajin, arrived first, but was killed instantly by Aizen. The gap in strength between the two sides was like a natural chasm. Not long after, Chad and Orihime and others also rushed to the double-killing platform. Aizen did not take action, but easily forced them back with his spiritual pressure. At the moment, Aizen was already arrogant. He continued to use an arrogant tone to tell the rest of the plan. Unspeakable fear began to spread in everyone's heart. In the end, they could only watch Aizen use other methods to take out the Hoyu in Rukia's soul. With the Hoyu in hand, Aizen, who was filled with joy, finally showed a flaw and became lax. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He instantly raised his spiritual pressure to the extreme, and at the same time launched the Conqueror's Haki. The unprecedented golden wave carried the terrifying spiritual pressure and poured all over Aizen alone. Aizen, who was sure of victory, did not expect this situation at all. Caught off guard, his soul was shaken and fell into a brief loss of consciousness, probably only for a moment, but it was enough. When he came to his senses, Rukia in front of him and the Hoyu in his hand disappeared at the same time. "You are looking for death." Aizen, who has always been calm, fell into madness in front of everyone for the first time. The terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from Aizen, and the whole Soul Society changed color in an instant. The blue sky was like being splashed with ink, dark. Everyone seemed to be strangled. They realized how powerful the man in front of them was. Chu Yang settled Rukia and then used all his strength, source breathing, Haki, lightning release armor, sage mode, etc., kept adding buffs to himself. Most of Aizen's spiritual pressure was actually concentrated on Chu Yang alone, and the rest of the people only felt a small part of it. If Chu Yang's own spiritual pressure was not strong enough, he might have fainted at the moment of Aizen's explosion. Aizen took off his glasses and then put his hair up. His gentle and easygoing face suddenly became cold. "You have good willpower. You can actually hold on. It's really more and more interesting. I suddenly don't want to kill you. As long as you hand over the collapsing jade and follow me away, I can let go of your bold behavior just now." Aizen stared at Chu Yang and issued a final warning. "I want to return it to you." "How can I return it if it's gone?" Chu Yang wanted to curse, but the moment he got Benjiu, "I don't know what happened to that thing, but it suddenly disappeared from his hand." Aizen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Benjiu has merged into your soul." Chu Yang smacked his lips. "It should be like this." It was so fast that people were a little caught off guard. It can even be said that the palace in his soul pulled Benjiu into it. This is how Black Zetsu did in the Naruto world last time. Aizen breathed a long sigh of relief, and the idea of taking Chu Yang away became stronger and stronger, so he decisively pulled out the Zanpakuto Kinka Suigetsu from his waist. Chu Yang closed his eyes and didn't look at the weird Zanpakuto. As long as he hadn't seen Kyoka Suigetsu in his initial state, he shouldn't be hypnotized. Before he could think of other solutions, Chu Yang could only do this. Seeing Chu Yang closing his eyes tightly, Aizen was stunned. Then he frowned, realizing that the other party might already know Jinghua Shuei's abilities. "How do you know Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities?" Chu Yang didn't say anything, and used all his strength to release his domineering energy to deal with the coming attack. Another accident made Chu Yang's impression in Lan Rant's heart become deeper and deeper. This travel disaster always did things that surprised him again and again. Aizen turned to look at Tozen Kaname, who nodded. "Immediately activate the Zanpakuto's insect clearing ability." Insects chirped. Ikimara Jin cooperated with Tozen Kaname and launched an attack on Chu Yang. The magic spear was like lightning, turning into a white light and piercing Chu Yang's vitals. Ikimara Jin wanted to ensure that with one blow, Chu Yang would completely lose his ability to fight. As for the injury, since the opponent had fused with Benjiu, he would not die easily. The two attacked simultaneously. However, a scene beyond Aizen's expectation appeared again. Chu Yang was not affected by the Ching Chong. The moment the magic gun struck, he used Shunbu to dodge, missed again. This time Aizen finally couldn't control his expression and looked stunned. Dongxian's expression suddenly changed. He finally understood that along the way, Chu Yang was not hypnotized at all and was all lying to him. From the beginning, the other party had a premeditated plan. His spiritual pressure is weird. Dong Xianya was a little flustered. "My ability can't affect him." In just a few rounds of confrontation, Aizen missed many times. He paid a heavy price for his arrogance and carelessness. Under Chu Yang's domineering perception, the Death Captains had returned to the double execution platform. Just as Aizen was about to take action, Kuchiki Byakuya stood in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Shifuin Yoruchi and the current captain of the 2nd Division, Zaiho, appeared, one on the left and the other on the right, restraining Aizen. The deputy captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Ranjaku, appeared behind Ikimara Jin and placed his Zanpakuto on the opponent's neck. Tozen Kaname was also surrounded by other Shinigami captains, Kairaku Shunsui, Yukitake Jushiro, and Captain Genryunaji Seshigakuni Yamamoto, who was walking slowly. All looked at Aizen. Yamamoto Genryu Shigakuni's eyes were cold. this is the man in front of me who committed the most heinous crime in the history of Soul Society. Aaron ignored everyone and stared at Chu Yang. Have you planned all of this a long time ago? That everyone focused their attention on Chu Yang. Chu Yang shook his head and said, no, I originally planned to sleep in prison, but you have to get me out. Aizen once again showed a stunned expression, then, he laughed, hysterically and insanely. So, I really brought it upon myself. Now, Captain Yamamoto is in front of him. It was a chasm that Aizen couldn't cross, facing the strongest god of death. Without Benjiu's blessing, even if he tried to do something, he would be unable to do anything. Aizen Soyasuk, let's take it easy. Pay the price for the big mistake you made. Yukitake Shiroro said loudly. Aizen smiled. At this moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart, countless Daxu heads poked their bodies out from the black hole, and strong beams of light shot out from their bodies. The strong light enveloped Aizen and others, forming a barrier that could not be broken. The three of them were attracted by the bright light, slowly lifted into the air, and gradually left Soul Society. The Shinigami still wanted to stop them. But they were stopped by Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni. He explained, the light beam in front of me is called the anti-membrane. It is the ability used by Daxu to protect his companions. It will form an indestructible isolation barrier. With the help of the anti-membrane, all the Shinigami could only watch Aizen leave. Aizen could only stare at Chu Yang unwillingly, lips move. This won't be the last time we see each other. Chu Yang didn't take Aizen's threat seriously. The next time we meet, which one is stronger and which one is weaker, has not yet been decided. Besides, if you can't beat him, can't you hug him? Chu Yang silently moved a few steps towards Captain Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni. As the light beam disappeared, Aizen and others also disappeared. The turmoil in Soul Society has also come to an end. All the sages in the 46th room in the center were killed. This means that the next Suriidii will usher in a change in power. Right now, the most important thing is one and only one dash, broken jade. Aizen has told everything about Benjiu, and the news has also spread among the captain-level Shinigami. After returning to the core, Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni immediately communicated with Chu Yang, hoping that he could hand over Benjiu. Chu Yang said that he couldn't do it. Benjiu had been eaten by the Soul Palace, and neither the power of the twins nor special tools could be used to take it out. Externally, Chu Yang could only say that Benjiu had merged with his soul, but Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni felt that even if Benjiu's soul merged with Chu Yang's, there was a possibility that it would be taken away by Aizen. With Aizen's resourcefulness, it would be difficult for Soul Society to prevent him. It was impossible for him to keep an eye on Chu Yang all the time. The safest way is to take Benjiu out of Chu Yang's soul and let him keep it himself. Therefore, the current situation requires either Urahara Kisuk to return to the Suriidii to help make new tools and take out the broken jade in Chu Yang's soul, or let the current director of the Technology Development Bureau, Nya Yuri, find a way to take out Chu Yang's soul. The broken jade inside. I want to become the god of death. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly said, a living human wants to become a god of death. This was the first time Yamamoto encountered this kind of problem. There have been many travel disasters in Soul Society in the past, but they will soon be expelled by the god of death, and some cannot even enter the 4 gates. No one could reach Yamamoto alive and make his request. Become the Grim Reaper. Yamamoto was deep in thought. Needless to say, there was no need to say much about the potential of a person who could make Aizen miss several times. Moreover, if Chu Yang stayed in Soul Society, he would not have to worry about being attacked by Aizen in this world. In this way, Benjiu's safety can also be guaranteed. The lights in the room flickered on and off, illuminating the space between the two of them, making the atmosphere particularly ghostly. After a while, Yamamoto slowly said, "Do you know what it means to become a god of death?" Chu Yang replied, "It means I will give up everything in this world." Yamamoto asked again, "Can you give up your family, friends, fame and wealth? With your current ability, you can have everything in this world at your fingertips." Chu Yang shrugged and said helplessly, "Those things are meaningless. Anyway, I will die one day, and I will come back to this world after death. This is the end. I hate meaningless reincarnation. Life is like a fleeting moment, passing by in just a few decades. In Soul Society, if you can stand at the top of the death god, your lifespan can easily be measured in 10,000 years. The two are at odds. After understanding Chu Yang's thoughts, Yamamoto nodded slowly. In that case, I can agree to your request. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. However, I will still find a way to take Benjiu out of your body. You can't keep that thing. Yamamoto seemed to see through Chu Yang's heart. Chu Yang nodded and didn't pay too much attention. Just kidding, if Yamamoto can get Benjiu out, then he has the ability. 2 days later, Ichigo and others, who had recovered from their injuries, were preparing to leave Soul Society. It was only at this time that they learned that Chu Yang planned to stay here. Rukia also wants to stay in Soul Society, but she is originally from Soul Society. Ichigo and the others can completely understand her choice. But Chu Yang's decision is another matter. Anxious Ichigo and several friends found Chu Yang and wanted to persuade him to return to the living world together. In desperation, Chu Yang could only explain that if he brought Benjiu back to the present world, he would bring danger back to the present world. Aizen is not comparable to several Daxu. Forcibly returning to this world is irresponsible for the safety of this world. With Ichigo's character, if he simply said that he wanted to become a Shinigami, he would never leave easily. Only by starting from the aspect of moral responsibility can we gain more understanding from the other party. After listening to Chu Yang's explanation, everyone's expressions softened a little, but they still felt unspeakably sad. Even though he was in Soul Society, he had witnessed reincarnation with his own eyes, but as ordinary people, they still find it difficult to let go of things like life and death. We should have set off in the morning, but everyone postponed it until the evening of the next day, only then said goodbye to Chu Yang and Lucia. So far, this begins Chu Yang's new chapter in the world of death. Why can't it be taken out? It's not that I can't take it out, it's that I can't sense Benjiu's existence at all. That the old man looked at Urahara Kisuke suspiciously, trying to see traces of lying on his face. Old man Sean said coldly, "Isn't this kid also your backup?" Urahara Kisuke was helpless, rolled his eyes and said, "That's how you framed me 100 years ago." It was obviously Aizen who did it. Old man Sean showed an awkward expression for the first time when old things were brought up again. "It's really none of your business. It has nothing to do with me. Where did Benjiu go? How do I know?" After saying that, the two of them looked at Chu Yang in unison. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "If you, the captain, and the former director of the Technology Development Bureau can't understand something, how can I know?" Old man Sean frowned and said, "Did you really take Benjiu away from Aizen? Could you be hypnotized by him?" Chu Yang continued to act stupid and replied, "I don't know, but if you say that, it's not impossible." Old man Sean slammed his crutch on the ground and said angrily, "I still fell for that guy's trick. Damn it Aizen, you did a good job." Urahara Kisuke secretly glanced at Chu Yang. He had the opposite idea to Yamamoto. He felt that Benjiu was in Chu Yang's body. Watching Chu Yang pretending to be dumbfounded, Urahara Kisuke didn't intend to expose him, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Even he couldn't take out the Benjiu from Chu Yang's body, and Aizen couldn't take it out either. "Captain, if there's nothing wrong with you, I'm going back." Urahara Kisuke's tone was somewhat sinister, but old man Sean didn't take it seriously and was just a little surprised. "Aren't you going to stay? The current life is more suitable for me, and Nyashuli, the director of the Development Bureau, is pretty good. There is no place for me here." Kisuke Urahara said, scratching his head. In fact, he knew that if he came back, old man Sean would probably transfer Nirvana to another team. With Aizen and the others leaving, there were 3 vacancies for the captain. "That's up to you." Old man Sean turned and left. "Have you ever thought that maybe one day you will regret giving up this world and becoming the god of death?" Urahara Kisuke asked Chu Yang with a complicated expression. "Then regret it. Anyway, as long as people have choices, they will always regret it." Chu Yang smiled. "If you have such a mentality, you probably won't do it." Urahara Kisuke also laughed. "Take good care of the jade, and don't let Aizen get it." After saying that, Urahara Kisuke left without giving Chu Yang any chance to act stupid. The next day, under the arrangement of Yamamoto, Chu Yang entered the Xinjiang Spiritual Arts Academy to study. Like other college students, he received a shallow beating. Shallow attack will gradually become his Zanpakuto under the influence of his soul. Naruto world. Chu Yang, who obtained the bloodline factor technology from the pirate world, is preparing to collect the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. In Konoha village, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan are all descended from the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. Outside of Konoha village, those who can determine the source are the Uzumaki clan, Golden Horn Silver Horn, and the Taketori clan. Where Kimimaro belongs, there are 6 ethnic groups in total. As for those people on the moon, they were beyond Chu Yang's ability, so they were not considered. In order to collect blood legitimately, Chu Yang was prepared to intervene on the grounds of promoting the development of Konoha village's medical system. I have read the document you sent me some time ago. The medical security system mentioned in it is very interesting. But with the current economic scale of the village, it cannot support your plan. Let's talk about it later. Standing in front of the desk, Qian Shu Feijian slowly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang, with admiration in his eyes, and said with a smile, "I'm very happy that you can take the initiative to take over some government affairs to train yourself, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are still young." Chu Yang scratched his head and smiled, "I just thought of it accidentally, and I'm a little interested." Senju Tobarama nodded, "Although all the plans you proposed cannot be implemented, it is still necessary to establish emergency centers, disease analysis centers, blood bank centers, etc. immediately. Anyway, the school is on vacation recently. You have plenty of time. Try to get in touch and see where you can improve." Chu Yang successfully gained the trust of Qianshu Feijian by using an experience of medical reform that he read online in his previous life. Emergency centers and disease centers are not important. The only thing that is really important is the blood bank. With enough blood, Chu Yang could extract Otsutsuki's bloodline without any worries. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, as well as Uzumaki Mido and some of the Uzumaki clan members who were dowed to Konoha village were all Chu Yang's targets. The establishment of the blood bank center went more smoothly than Chu Yang expected. At this time, the long war had just ended, and the medical level of the entire world was in its infancy. Even the number and level of medical ninjas need to be improved, let alone those doctors and nurses who serve ordinary people. Ninjas are completely unfamiliar with things like blood genes. For them, it is the various organs of the body that are related to the boundaries of blood inheritance and deserve to be treated with caution. For the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, as long as they don't try to hit their eyes, everything else doesn't matter. As for the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, as long as the flesh and blood tissue on their bodies is left alone, the rest doesn't matter. Therefore, everyone supports Chu Yang's establishment of a blood bank center. After all, it has no impact on their own interests. Secondly, this is a project that Qianju Tojian nodded and agreed to, and it is also the first government affairs that Chu Yang has taken over as the young patriarch. It is natural for the major families to take the lead in supporting. In just 1 week, Chu Yang completed collecting the required blood and began further research. Bloodline factor technology requires a large amount of special equipment, which Chu Yang needs to manufacture from scratch. Fortunately, the necessary raw materials are available here, and Marvel Chu Yang shares his knowledge and hands-on ability to produce the necessary equipment. It is only a matter of time. It was a bit difficult to complete this huge project alone, and Chu Yang couldn't let others know. Just when Chu Yang was worried, Senju Tobarama invented a new ninjutsu, the art of multiple shadow clones. This ninjutsu should have been invented during the Great Ninja War, because Chu Yang's participation led to the early end of the war and the early birth of Konoha village. Senju Tobarama has been busy with government affairs, so it was delayed until now by Senju Tobarama. Unlike other clone techniques, shadow clones have independent consciousness and can think. After the shadow clone is released, all the memories and experiences it has during the existence of the shadow clone will return to the original body. Use it for practice or study and research. The effect is invincible. It is the only bug-level ninjutsu among A-level ninjutsu. The only restriction is that it consumes a lot of chakra. Each shadow clone consumes several times the chakra of an ordinary clone, but for Chu Yang, who has a huge amount of chakra, it is not a restriction. Came very timely. Chu Yang immediately found Qianju Feijian and learned multiple shadow clones and the Flying Thunder God, multiple shadow clones can help Chu Yang solve the problem of insufficient manpower, and can also replace Chu Yang in handling the daily work at hand. With Chu Yang free, he naturally went out to collect other Otsutsuki bloodlines. Therefore, the Flying Thunder God is necessary to allow Chu Yang to return to Konoha village at any time when he is away from home. Theoretically, the Flying Thunder God has no upper limit on distance. As long as the chakra is sufficient and the existence of the spell can be sensed, it can be teleported immediately. Just set up a shadow clone next to the technique. Chu Yang could sense the existence of the technique no matter where he was. Even if it fails, the shadow clone can still summon the psychic beast, and the psychic beast can then use the reverse psychic technique to summon Chu Yang back to Konoha village. There are many ways. If he had a magic wand, Chu Yang could also perform apparition, which would be more convenient, but when casting without a wand, the difficulty of this spell is comparable to the 3 unforgivable curses, and the risk is higher, so it is not worth Chu Yang trying easily. For now, wandless casting is still suitable for spells that are not difficult. In the depths of the Death Forest, Chu Yang dug a basement of nearly 1,000 square meters to make a research room, and used a series of methods such as confusion spells and barriers to protect the surrounding area. No one would enter this place if they had nothing to do. Not even the Chunin examination system had been introduced, so the Death Forest had no value other than danger. Under the silent forest of death, countless shadow clones are busy making various instruments and equipment. After arranging everything, Chu Yang went out. The first stop is Kirigakure village. The Taketorai clan is the Kagaya clan where Kimimaro belongs. The entire clan lives in Kirigakure village, and it is also a famous family here. No one could have imagined that such a powerful clan would completely perish in a few decades. Kirigakure village, like Konoha village, is also newly built. The whole village is under construction. In addition, it is now a peaceful era, and the 5 Shadows Conference has just ended. The defense is not perfect, and vigilance is not as good as before. Chu Yang sneaked in easily. The feeling of the Kagaya clan in Kirigakure is somewhat similar to the feeling of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, powerful and respected. He is also feared. Therefore, the gathering place of their clan is far away from the center of the village, and there is not much communication between the clan and the people of Kirigakure village, making them quite isolated. Such a situation is convenient for Chu Yang, so, on a dark and windy night, Chu Yang's silent stun spell stunned several members of the Kagaya tribe and brought them to the edge of Kirigakure village. Then bleed one by one. When the Kagaya clan members woke up the next day, they were all pale and weak. After the examination, I was told that I had a loss of chi and blood. He disappeared from home inexplicably, and his energy and blood lost inexplicably. It was so bizarre that rumors of vampires in Kirigakure village spread like wildfire. When people were panicking, Chu Yang had already left. Next stop, Yunin village. 2 brothers, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. The 2 were still children at this time, barely a few years older than Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. The 2 brothers came out to play, but Chu Yang knocked them unconscious with a stick and took them away, bleeding them one by one. Then he thought that these 2 people would be the culprits responsible for Senju Tobarama's death in the future. He couldn't hold it back and poured out a few more liters of blood.